Like still remembers that fateful night when he was betrayed by a potato server. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself equipped with a full set of abilities, drifting into the pirate world. As a naval officer questioned his perfect phasing that violated the laws of physics, the Ronin simply brushed his mask and said, "Why don't you take it up with the planner?" Faced with the encirclement of thousands of troops, the divine space opened and closed at will amidst a hail of bullets, the cold light of the infinite cutting blades reflecting. Countless astonished faces, standing amidst the ruins of Marineford, like chuckled into the transponder snail, it's time for this world to witness the true power of drifting. Chapter 1. Between Life and Death, just a fine line apart. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, EC, the sky was clear, the breeze gentle, and the faint scent of the sea wafted through the air. The weather today is really nice. Yeah, and it's so lucky to meet like brother and little orange here. Ha ha, Xiaomei, you really know how to flatter. My name is Nami. Okay, Xiaomei, got it, Xiaomei. A merchant ship sailing on the sea, fully loaded with cargo. The sea in the area where the merchant ship was located was calm, and the sailors and guards had a rare moment of rest. As they rested on the deck, their curious gazes inevitably drifted towards the top of the cabin, where sat a man, a woman, and a cat. Although such a combination was common, the people at the top of the cabin were rare. The man wore a light purple robe, tied at the waist with a silk ribbon, tall and slender, with his hands resting on his knees and a bright, unconventional smile on his face. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that he was handsome, almost like a celestial being descended to the world, a match for the readers. Perched on his head was a small orange cat with heterochromatic eyes, curled up and sleeping. Beside him was a girl with long, flowing orange hair, and beneath her long eyelashes were mischievous eyes, her skin as smooth as jade, with a charming smile that felt perfectly natural. What was most striking was her devilish body proportions. Where there was flesh, it was there, and where there was slenderness, it was there. The girl, with her picturesque features, asked with a smile, "By the way, like brother, where do you come from?" The man known as like took the small orange cat off his head, without looking at the girl, and stroked the cat while responding, "I come from a very, very far place." Very far, is it not in the EC? Pretty much, I was born in the EC, but my soul is not. The girl sparkled with admiration. Wow. Like brother is really amazing. Normally, such loud praise from a beautiful girl would make any man's heart flutter. But unfortunately, like turned to look at the starry-eyed girl, his expression filled with black lines and sighed helplessly. "If you really think I'm amazing, you wouldn't be stealing my berry right in front of me, Xiaomei." The girl, who called herself Nami, momentarily froze, but quickly returned to normal. Tilting her head and blinking innocently, she said, "Ah, berry? What berry? Like brother. Don't try to act cute to get away with it." Like twitched the corners of his mouth, pointing to the wallet tied to his waist. Unable to help but complain, "We've only known each other for less than 10 minutes, and you've already taken at least 100,000 berry from me. Even if it's a paid chat, a minute for 10,000 is a bit pricey, right?" Nami covered her chest, her expression incredulous. "Me?" Suddenly, the small orange cat lifted its head in Like's arms and stretched its neck to look towards the deck. That moment, a dozen figures had appeared on the deck. No, a dozen fishmen. The sailors on the deck hadn't reacted yet, staring blankly at the fishmen who had suddenly climbed up from the sea. The group of fishmen, wielding large knives, looked fierce and cruel, laughing maniacally. "Ahaha, hand over this ship. Hee hee. If you don't want to die, just lie down and behave." The leading fishman stepped forward, looking arrogantly at the now chaotic sailors. "I am the esteemed fishman from the evil dragon pirate crew. Kruby, you lowly humans." Kruby, a cadre of the evil dragon pirate crew. The sailors became flustered, while the guards quickly picked up their weapons, ready to fight back. They were also surprised. They hadn't seen any sign of them in the sea, yet they suddenly appeared on board. Dozens of guards rushed forward, confronting the fishmen. "It's a fishman pirate! Fishman pirate Kruby! Bounty of 9 million berry!" Chattering, chaotic voices erupted, and although there were many people, the feeling of fear still spread. Standing behind the guards, a middle-aged man in a suit with a bit of a paunch gritted his teeth, his expression changing repeatedly, finally squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Damn it!" He then squeezed out from among the guards. Bending over with a flattering smile, his legs clearly shaking, he slowly moved forward and respectfully said, "Esteemed Fishman Lord, I am the person in charge of this ship, Roz. Here's my business card. May I ask? Shut up. Kirby directly interrupted the words of the man named Roz. That voice made Roz's legs go weak, collapsing to the ground, provoking laughter from the fishmen. Kirby coldly spoke, his tone filled with murderous intent. I don't want to talk to you lower beings. Jump off the ship now, or die here. The guards all turned red, furious, wishing they could rush up and fight these self-important fishmen right now. Roz stood up, brushed off his clothes, and bowed to the fishmen. Then he looked back at the guards, a bitter expression on his face. Everyone, prepare to jump ship. Mr. Roz, the guards were furious. Giving up like this without even starting a fight would only validate the fishmen's claims. Enough? Roz interrupted the guards, shaking his head, sighing repeatedly. Jump ship, they are fishmen. He turned to glance at the arrogant fishmen and gritted his teeth. Fishmen, their strength is 10 times that of humans. Even if you all go together, you won't be their match. Upon hearing this, the guards' anger and blood boiled, cooling down due to reality. Kirby stood with his arms crossed, looking down on them. Humph. Lower beings. Roz lowered his head even more, and the guards, despite their anger, had no way out. Kirby, how could they be here? Nami stood up, her eyes wide, revealing fear, surprise, and deep-seated hatred. Nami's movement naturally caught the attention of the fishmen, who all turned to look at the top of the cabin. Roz also looked over. He knew that man was a hitchhiker, but who was that girl? Upon hearing this, the guard expressions turned strange. Mr. Roz doesn't know either? Oh, isn't that the navigator lady? You're actually here. Kirby looked up at Nami, his voice full of mockery. Meanwhile, like beside her was ignored. Although he was handsome, this fishman clearly had different tastes. Kirby grinned widely, laughing. Why aren't you out raising funds? Are you eyeing this merchant ship too? Ha ha. Looks like the navigator lady's taste is indeed good. The cargo on this ship is quite valuable. But what bad luck to run into us. Ho 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 ho. Nami's complexion changed repeatedly, looking unspeakably ugly. And facing the questioning gazes of the human guards and sailors, she felt a heavy and oppressive weight in her heart. Why? Well, looks like I've been ignored. Lake stood up, holding the small orange cat, patted his butt, and said with a light laugh. Hearing Lake's voice, Nami couldn't help but bite her lip, feeling even more ashamed. Kirby glanced at Lake, a good-looking guy who didn't seem very tall, at most 2 meters, and looked quite slim, that he ultimately concluded, a skinny dog. His expression turned even more disdainful as he arrogantly said, What's wrong? Do you still have spare money to maintain a pretty boy? Aren't you going to save the village? That's not it. Nami raised her head and loudly denied it, her eyes filled with unshed tears. Because crying was useless. It would only bring louder ridicule. Wow, this is too much. You guys are really despicable, picking a little girl and also bullying the only one willing to give me a ride. Old Luo. Lake looked at the group of fishermen pirates below, shook his head, and clicked his tongue, saying, TSK, I tell you, you guys are really something. Laz and the others widened their eyes. Joke. A fisherman underling stepped forward and shouted, We're not. We are. Bang. With a twitch at the corner of his eye, Kirby directly punched the underling on the head. Little May, help me take care of Xiao Cheng. Lake handed the little orange cat in his hand to the dejected and dispirited Nami. Hearing Lake's voice, Nami looked up to meet his gentle smile, which made her heart flutter. Hesitantly, she reached out to take Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng blinked at Lake. Meow. Lake patted Xiao Cheng and softly said, Just a moment. After saying that, he stepped forward, standing in front of Nami. Meow. Xiao Cheng nestled in Nami's arms, rubbing against her, a pair of indescribable things. All of this is happening right in front of me, and no matter what, I can't pretend I didn't see it. Lake looked down at them, his gentle smile turning to frost, filled with coldness, his right eye transforming into a crimson pupil, a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Under everyone's gaze, Lake raised his arms to the sky. The space twisted around the point of his right eye, a terrifying aura spreading. A long knife slowly grew from the twisted point of the space in his right eye. Wind! In the astonished eyes of everyone, the long knife appeared. Lake held it high, one hand gripping the sheath and the other the handle. Clang! Slowly pulling it out. In that moment, the blade's sharpness was revealed. The entire ship was permeated with a sharp intent, and no one dared to speak, not even to breathe too heavily. Wind! Lake held the knife in one hand and the sheath in the other, his gaze icy. Between life and death, there is only a thin line. Chapter 2, No Pain. It will end in an instant. Between life and death, there is only a thin line. Lake looked coldly at the pirates, exuding a sense of oppressive aura. The fishermen pirates broke out in cold sweat and involuntarily took a step back. They looked at him as if he were a monster. The guards and sailors were ecstatic, and Laz was even moved to tears. The best decision he made in his life was to agree to let the silly cool Lake who stood at the port have a smooth sailing request. Nami held Xiao Cheng, stunned, her arms unconsciously tightening. Xiao Cheng was completely engulfed in her vast embrace, unable to even meow. What was that just now? Suddenly conjured a knife. Could it be that it was the legendary devil fruit worth 100 million berries? And it felt so cool, meow. Despicable humans. Kroby's face changed, turning red with anger. A noble fisherman. Being scared by a mere human was too embarrassing. If Brother Arlong found out, he would definitely laugh for a long time. Kroby's expression was extremely poor as he stepped forward, looking at the retreating fishmen with discontent, and said in a deep voice, "They're just mere humans. We are the noble fishmen. Our strength is 10 times theirs." Upon hearing this, the fishmen, who had long been indoctrinated with the idea of fishman supremacy, instantly no longer found him terrifying. "They're just mere human bugs." Kroby pushed aside the fisherman blocking the way, looked at Lake, and immediately clenched his fist, acting all mysterious. "Attack together. Kill him." With a command, over a dozen fishermen pirates armed with various weapons rushed towards Lake with fierce momentum. The guards looked tense. Just as they were about to act, Lake leaped down from the ship's deck, charging towards the pirates. "You won't feel any pain. It will end in an instant." Lake had no defense and charged directly into the crowd of pirates. "Ha ha ha! Die for me, human!" A fisherman saw this and swung his long knife at Lake, excitement on his face as if he could see Lake's death. However, a bizarre scene occurred. The fisherman's long knife passed right through Lake's body without any obstruction. It wasn't that the knife was too sharp, but it simply didn't hit. Not only did it not hit, but also triggered Lake's perfect phasing. Stunned, a divine kaleidoscope pattern appeared behind him. Then, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Lake continued to charge forward, and no matter whether the pirates attacked or defended, they could not stop Lake's steps. Lake seemed to have no physical form, passing through all the pirates and heading straight for Kroby. Kroby's face changed drastically, wanting to retreat, but the fisherman's supremacy in his heart prevented him from doing so. "Damned human! Die!" Kroby suppressed his fear and unleashed his strongest move. Fishman karate, thousand-tile punch. Retracting his fist, then tensing his muscles, he punched towards Lake, creating a sound of air being cut. Wind. A miracle did not occur. The fist still passed through Lake, the wind from the punch sweeping across the deck, scattering with chips. Lake instantly stopped, now behind Kroby, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the pirates. He tightened his grip on the long knife, without any hesitation, raised the long knife, and executed 2 enhanced slashes. Swish. Swish, poochie. 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 The slashes passed through Kroby's body without any pause, continuing to cut through all the pirates in their path. Ached that moment. Everyone held their breath, watching the fishermen pirates who had stopped moving. Humph, souls under the blade. Lake's gaze was indifferent as he slowly sheathed the knife with a click. Immediately, the bodies of the pirates separated. They fell to the ground, with very neat cut surfaces, and only after the bodies hit the ground did the blood seem to spray out. Everyone was shocked but dared not make a sound. Only the uniform sound of swallowing could be heard. Gulp. So terrifying. Although he defended human dignity, it was still too bloody. Even some sailors with weaker stomachs ran off to vomit. Seeing the scene, the guards are also pale. They were excited, but they still felt nauseous. Laz covered his mouth, forcibly swallowing his heart medicine, then walked towards Lake, respectfully saying, "Lake, cough, Lord Lake." Lake helped Laz up, the indifference on his face disappearing, replaced by a light smile. "No need, just call me Lake." Laz nodded, grateful to Lake, and then went to instruct the crew to handle the scene. It seemed nonchalant, but the fear in his heart had not diminished. Having killed so many people, although they were fishmen, his face still bore a relaxed and pleasant expression, clearly a person used to killing. The merchant ship temporarily stopped in the sea, starting to deal with the follow-up events, but that had nothing to do with Lake anymore. At the bow of the merchant ship, Lake sat cross-legged, holding Xiao Cheng in his arms. Xiao Cheng seemed a bit confused, burrowing hard into his embrace, looking like it had been startled. Strange, Xiao Cheng had seen him kill before. Why would it be scared now? Could it be that this time was too exaggerated? If so, he should tone it down in the future. He patted Xiao Cheng, soothing its emotions, and soon it calmed down. This little orange cat had been with him for a while, also with a big heart, understanding human speech and easy to take care of. Lake raised his head, looking at the azure sea, feeling the sea breeze gently caress him, while still holding a ridiculously cute little orange cat, although the sound of the guards cleaning behind him was in his ears. Lake still felt very healed. This is what life is. Hilbert Lake, 17 years old, 1.98 meters tall, obviously a traverser, but as a traverser, he was clearly unqualified. First of all, his parents were alive, he had an older sister and a younger brother. Secondly, he was unemployed and had no worries, and furthermore, being a single dog meant he had no romantic disappointments. Having just started university, he became so obsessed with playing Naruto that he broke down, couldn't sleep, and then suddenly blacked out and crossed over. He arrived in this world in the form of a baby inside a woman's belly. After being born, he had a happy family, but 3 years later, he was left all alone. His cheap old dad said he was going to pursue his dreams, set sail as a pirate, and find One Piece, but after just a few days at sea, he was drowned by a big wave, and when he returned home, he was disheartened and passed away. He laughed. The old boy really thought he was Jesus. Poor mom, her health was already poor, and after dad died, she followed him. In short, he was the only one left. But fortunately, there was the old village chief to help, and with the memories of his past life, he managed to get by until the heavens finally remembered him and casually gave Lake a cheat, and life started to get better. Drifting with the drifting Toby template, turning the game's drifting Toby mechanism into reality and sticking it to him. What can he say? Just play. In his last life, he was tormented by the drifting Toby, having to activate all the ninja's nemesis banned slots. He barely survived in the duel arena, but unexpectedly, he became the person he hated the most now. What else could Lake say besides feeling great? So, he enjoyed it until he was 15, and Lake felt he had to go out. He couldn't stay in the village. So he built a simple wooden boat, stole a kitten from the old village chief's house, left a letter and some berries, and set sail. Of course, he wasn't a pirate. If he had to say, he was a traveler. This world was so big, he wanted to see it. It could also be called wandering, just him and a cat roaming the world, experiencing local customs, feeling different landscapes, tasting local delicacies, and seeing beautiful women everywhere. He couldn't control life or death, but he could control what lay between them. He didn't want to join any forces or become a famous figure. He just wanted to travel the world and leave his unique footprints. That would be enough. Lake smiled gently and patted the little orange kitten's head. Meow. The little orange kitten struggled a bit, left Lake's arms, climbed onto his shoulder, rubbed against Lake's face, and then curled up to sleep. Lake couldn't help but laugh at this little thing, but let it be. Despite his bloody past, he was still a cat lover. The figure stood behind Lake, hesitated for a while, and finally mustered the courage to whisper. Hearing this, Lake turned his head slightly and smiled gently. What's wrong, Nami? Chapter 3. Treating money like dirt. At the bow of the ship. What's wrong, Nami? Lake turned to look at Nami, a faint smile on his face, and the little orange kitten on his shoulder also lifted its head, squinting its eyes at Nami with an unkind gaze. My name is Nami. After rebutting, Nami quickly retracted her sharp-toothed look. She hurriedly bent at a 90-degree angle, presenting the stolen berries with both hands, loudly apologizing. I'm sorry. I really did take you 110,000 berries. Others were also attracted by Nami's voice. Just as they were about to watch the show, they were scolded by Ross. Ross glanced at Lake and Nami, shaking his head and smiling. To Ross, it was just Lake's unique way of playing. Lake raised an eyebrow, glancing to the side, not wanting to see. At such a young age, she was already armed. Oda, you old thief! But his hands didn't stop, reaching out to take the berries Nami was holding, noticing that Nami was still bent over. With a smirk, he jokingly said, Thief Cat, I remember your nickname. I've heard your stealing skills are top-notch. Ha ha. The little orange on his shoulder followed with a meow. Nami couldn't help but feel happy, raising her head in surprise. Then can you forgive me? Not a chance. Lake's expression changed quickly, coldly looking at Nami, and the little orange on his shoulder also had a cold glare. Nami almost couldn't react to Lake's sudden change, looking dejected. I mean, how could you do that? Lake's eyes burned with anger as he raised his hand, pointing at Nami's forehead, indignantly saying, I only have 146,000 berries on me, and you took 110,000? Do you want me and Little Orange to eat dirt? Little Orange glared at Nami fiercely, meow. Meow. Nami stood at attention, letting Lake poke her forehead, looking pitifully at him. I'm sorry. Lake paused. That pitiful expression seemed to hit a soft spot. His mouth twitched. Reluctantly, he retracted his hand and coughed. Forget it, the berries are back, so he wouldn't hold it against her. Seeing that Lake didn't seem so angry anymore, Nami hurriedly leaned forward, curiously asking, You're so strong. Why are you still so poor? In her mind, those strong ones should be rolling in wealth, like that damn Arlong and the base commanders of the Marine bases. Hearing this, Lake felt it was necessary to correct Nami's misconception, his expression becoming serious, and even Little Orange looked quite serious. Being poor is just temporary. And who said strong people can't be poor? Meow meow. Looking at the serious expressions of the person and the cat, it was as if they were declaring a truth. Although Nami wanted to retort, she thought about the gap in strength and awkwardly nodded. All right. Then, what does Lake and I do for work? Just call me Lake. A smile appeared on Lake's face as he supported his head with both hands, looking quite proud. I'm a traveler. You can also call me a drifter. Nami curiously asked, A traveler? Looking for treasure? No treasure. So you haven't found any. Mind your own business. Meow. Lake found that Nami particularly liked to poke at people's soft spots. He hadn't noticed this when watching the anime. Or maybe he had forgotten. After all, 17 years had passed. Even though his memory was exceptional, he had forgotten the details of the One Piece anime, only remembering the general plot. Nami's eyes turned, as if planning something, then she asked again, So, you travel alone? Not quite. Lake put Little Orange down and said seriously, There's also Little Orange. It's my travel partner and my companion. Meow. Little Orange proudly raised its head. Nami was momentarily speechless, paused for a moment, then spoke. All right, then when you and Little Orange travel, won't you need to spend money? Of course. How could you travel without spending money? Lake said with a dark expression. After traveling the EC for 2 years, he was truly so poor he was about to eat dirt. Hundreds of thousands of berries seemed like a lot, but after a few meals and a few boat rides, it was nearly gone. Usually, he could only barely survive by robbing pirates. Nami curiously asked then, Where does your money come from? Little Orange was satisfied, retracting its gaze and licking its body. Lake touched his face, looking as if he was serious, saying, Well, usually I kill pirates for their bounties. What a joke. The EC Navy he saw was a complete mess. Getting 300,000 to come up with 30,000 was already good enough. What? Disagree. Funding shortage. Wait for notifications when you return. What? Angry. You damn pirate. So Lake preferred to rob pirates. Then look at their crimes. If the crime wasn't serious, they'd be let go. If it was serious, they'd sink. If it was neither serious nor light. Well, it was essentially serious.as for whether there will be errors. Maybe. Although it's only been 2 years since I set out to sea, Lake, who has traveled all over the EC, has gained a different understanding of this world compared to what is presented in anime. Lake supported Little Orange with one hand and stroked his chin with the other, deep in thought. But I don't know why. It feels like there are so few pirates in the EC. I might go months without encountering one. Nami, not caring at all, flashed a sly look. So, that means you guys are pretty poor now. I've said it before. Poverty is just temporary, and I treat money like dirt. Lake spoke with righteous indignation, puffing out his chest along with Little Orange, looking quite serious. However, it didn't last long before he broke character, leaning closer to Nami and whispering, By the way, little beauty. Nami. Okay, little beauty. Lake ignored Nami's angry expression and asked for himself. I heard that fisherman say you're the navigator of the Arlong pirate crew, right? Nami's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly explained loudly. Yes, but I was forced to join them. Seeing Nami's anxious expression as if afraid he would misunderstand, Lake quickly nodded. Yes, but it's undeniable that you must know where the Arlong pirate cruise base is, right? Nami blinked. Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million berries, but that's not important. What matters is that Fish has been bullying people for so many years, so he must have quite a bit of berries. If they take down Arlong, that would be enough for him to travel to the Grand Line. Thinking of this, Lake couldn't help but laugh. Little beauty, tell me, where is that Arlong? Little Orange imitated Lake's expression, sinisterly saying, meow, meow, meow. Next to La's merchant ship, a small sailboat appeared. Lake and Nami stood at the wall of the boat, with Little Orange on Lake's shoulder. Laz and a group of sailors and guards surrounded Lake and his crew. Lake smiled and patted Laz' shoulder, casually saying, Old Laz, I'm just borrowing this ship. I'll return it when I go back to Rotown. I'm not old. Laz retorted quickly and then respectfully waved his hand. No worries, no worries. This is a gift for you. Although it's not worth a life-saving grace, I really don't have anything valuable to offer right now. Then he pointed to the sack behind him. And this had worth 9 million berries. When you come to Rotown, I'll give it to you along with the favor of saving our whole crew. All right, no problem, buddy. Lake laughed brightly because the weather was so nice. It's not that old. Laz said he could operate the 9 million bounty for 7 million. Meow, meow. Little Orange was also extremely excited, bouncing around on Lake's shoulder. Lake waved to everyone, let's go. Then he jumped off the merchant ship and landed on the small sailboat. Noticing that Nami hadn't jumped down yet, he urged Little Beauty, get on the boat. Nami glanced at the height, swallowed hard, and secretly cursed Lake for not taking her down. But they had to leave, so she aimed for the spot and jumped down, shouting, I'm Nami. As the sailboat drifted away, Laz withdrew his gaze. A sailor beside him curiously asked, Mr. Laz, who is that person? I've never heard of them before. Laz shook his head with a smile. I don't know either, but they're definitely not an ordinary person. Then why doesn't Mr. Laz recruit him? Laz couldn't help but laugh. His stage is not in the East Sea, but the entire ocean. Recruit? Just dreaming. Let's go back to Rotown. Mr. Laz, why don't we take another route? I heard someone saw hero carp there. Oh, that works. Chapter 4, what else can we do? Of course, we can enjoy ourselves. The sun sets in the west, the night grows late, and a small sailboat sails across the vast sea, with stars accompanying it and the sea breeze by its side. Xiaomei, I have to say something to you. You said you wanted to sail for half a day, but you didn't bring any food. You didn't even ask me. On the small sailboat, Lake leaned against the mast with indifference, while Xiao Cheng lay on his belly. They had been sailing since noon until the sun set, and there was hardly any room to stretch on the small sailboat. Nami leaned against the side, gazing at the shimmering sea, lost in silence. Alas, it seems we can only eat sashimi. Lake set Xiao Cheng aside and picked up the sashimi to eat dryly. Xiao Cheng sniffed the sashimi and retreated repeatedly. Meow, meow. Lake's face darkened. He was eating sashimi, and this Little Orange dared to resist. He would refine it in an instant. He grabbed Xiao Cheng firmly, his expression serious. Xiao Cheng, you must remember, you are a cat, and cats must eat fish. Saying this, Lake brought the sashimi to Xiao Cheng's mouth. But Xiao Cheng didn't open his mouth, just stare back at Lake. Lake smirked. You really are spoiled. Meow. Lake helplessly set Xiao Cheng down and placed the sashimi aside. I'll give you cooked food when we get ashore. Starting a fire now could burn the boat. Nami watched the interaction between the person and the cat, feeling it was quite strange. It was one thing for the cat to understand human speech, but how could the human understand cat talk? Xiao Cheng raised his tail and walked over to Nami, lifting his head and brushing his tail against her leg. Meow, meow. Hee hee. Nami couldn't help but smile. Seeing Xiao Cheng willing to approach her made her very happy, but he meowed without knowing what it meant. Xiao Cheng asked how long it would take to arrive. Lake translated. Why is there even a translation? It's still too shocking. But Xiao Cheng is so cute. Nami tentatively reached out her hand, realizing Xiao Cheng had no resistance. So she boldly picked him up and softly said, probably another 2 or 3 hours. Meow. Lake suddenly asked, by the way, Xiaomei, how old are you now? 15 years old. Nami answered truthfully. 15? Lake was shocked. With such development, she was only 15. There are still 3 years until the Pirate King plot starts. Then, Nami at 18 would be terrifying. Nami looked at Lake. Right, how about you? Shidimnaste. So young, yet so strong. Lake scratched his head and laughed. God blesses me with food. So, do you want to become stronger? I can teach you a few things. Lake raised an eyebrow and flexed his muscles. Nami's eyes lit up. What will you teach? Swordsmanship, that's all I know. Lake replied honestly. Forget it. She had no interest in swordsmanship. If he could teach her staff techniques, that would be fine. However, even if she learned swordsmanship or staff techniques, it wouldn't guarantee she could defeat Arlong. The power and terror of Arlong were like a nightmare, haunting her heart. Perhaps sensing Nami's unease, Lake chuckled lightly and spoke seriously. Xiaomei, that Arlong, I will take care of. Hearing this, Nami was taken aback and looked at Lake. His face bore a gentle smile, the kind that was confident and reassuring, and at that moment, the stars and sea behind him seemed to dim. It was as if a beam of light had penetrated her long-closed heart. So, prepare the belly in advance. Lake supported his head, his smile unchanged. Lying on the boat, looking at the sky, seemingly in a good mood. Nami had veins popping on her forehead, gritting her teeth. I know. Lake curiously glanced at Nami, blinking, not understanding. But it didn't stop him from continuing. Although I'm a traveler, travelers need to eat too. And Xiao Cheng needs to eat as well. It's quite normal to occasionally accept commissions. Don't think I've only been at sea for 2 years. I've been to most places in the EC. Lake crossed his legs, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky, humming a tune from his past life. Feeling particularly cheerful. The dark sky hung low with bright stars accompanying it. Wow, how fitting. Nami listened quietly, unable to help but lower her head to hide her dazed expression, gently stroking Xiao Cheng. After a long while, Nami raised her head and looked at Lake, curiously asking, Lake, did you set sail just to see the ocean? Pretty much, Lake replied without much thought. The ocean is so magnificent. If you don't go see it, wouldn't it be a waste? Perhaps it was because he spoke from the heart, or perhaps the current sky was too fitting, or maybe he wanted to show off in front of the beautiful girl. Lake stretched out his hand as if to grasp the stars and laughed heartily. Our goal isn't just to survive. It's the stars and the sea. Curled up in Nami's arms, Xiao Cheng also got excited. Raising his paw to mimic Lake, meow. Stars and the sea. Nami murmured, her eyes gradually brightening. Exactly. Lake sat up straight. Meow. Xiao Cheng copied him. Lake looked past Nami at the sea. Perhaps it was the reflection of the stars, but his eyes held a dazzling, starry sky. This world is fascinating. There are sky islands thousands of meters high, and Fishman Islands thousands of meters deep. Ice islands, fire islands, thunder god islands. Giants, little people, long-handed people, long-legged people, mermaids. And even legendary creatures living on Zoe's fur. So much, I want to see it all with my own eyes. Lake's eyes sparkled more and more as he spoke, getting himself all excited. Xiao Cheng also got excited, twisting in Nami's arms. Meow, meow. This is too. Nami's heart was also very excited. She wanted to go to these places too. Listening to Lake's words reminded her of the dreams she had long abandoned, dreams from her childhood, to draw her own world map. But, thinking of Arlong, or pirates like Arlong on the sea, Nami's boiling heart cooled down quite a bit. Biting her lip, she looked at Lake, her expression downcast. But it's very dangerous, right? Of course. Lake nodded lightly, his face showing a fearless expression, grinning. The Grand Line is full of monsters. Not to mention the new world in the latter half of the Grand Line, where pirates can rule the seas like emperors. Nami frowned, worry flashing in her eyes. Then, what if you die? Lake shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling. What can I do if I die? We can still enjoy ourselves. Just like that. Nami frowned. Did he not take life seriously? Lake extended his finger, pointing into the distance, his smile fading, revealing a serious tone. This is the path I chose, and I will walk it steadfastly, even if it means death. Even if it means death. Nami fell into silence, lowering her head to stroke Xiao Cheng. But at this moment, Xiao Cheng was already dizzy from the overload of vocabulary. The small sailboat fell into silence. Lake glanced at Nami, completely unable to understand what she was thinking. Scratching his head, leaning against the mast, he burst out laughing. Don't look at me saying this. Actually, I'm quite afraid of death. Chapter 5 is Night Falls. Cocoa West Village. The moon slowly tilts to the west. Although there are no lights, there are a multitude of stars. Finally arrived, that little broken boat is about to vomit. Meow. Lake makes a gesture of dry heaving against the wall, while Xiao Cheng stands on Lake's shoulder, perfectly mimicking Lake's action. Nami can't help but be amused by this scene. They really are a strange pair. Lake exhales a few breaths of stale air, full of energy. No time to waste. I'm gonna deal with Arlong in the dark right now. Lead the way, Xiao Mei. Again with Xiao Mei. Nami's forehead bulges with veins. Even if he agrees to change his wording, it's just lip service. She can't blow him up or extend his life. She really wants to punch him on the head. However, there are more important matters at hand. Please, wait a moment, Nami calls out to Lake. Lake stops, turns to Xiao Mei. Why? Meow? Nami bites her lower lip, looks up at Lake, her expression tense. Lake, did you help me for the sake of the money? Lake scratches his chin. Why did he help Nami? It seems to indeed be because of the money, as well as the wrongdoings of Arlong and his gang of fishmen in the anime. But ultimately, it's still because of the money. So Lake honestly responds, more or less. Nami breathes a sigh of relief and smiles. That's good. I'll take you to get the money first. I really suggest we wait until tomorrow morning to act. There will be fewer fishmen in Arlong Park then. Although she says this with a smile, there is a hint of disappointment in Nami's eyes, but it quickly disappears. The money is indeed a good thing. Lake grabs Nami, who is trying to turn around, forcefully straightening her up, his expression serious. Xiao Mei, I don't like to procrastinate. If it can be done tonight, why put it off until tomorrow? He then pushes Nami forward, speaking as they walk. Lead the way. It will be quick, trust me. Nami grits her teeth and nods firmly. Yes, I understand. Arlong Park, perhaps due to the late hour, or perhaps because of overconfidence. The massive park has no guards at all. A man, a woman, and a cat are standing in front of the gate of Arlong Park. It's hard to imagine how much the park has exploited the villagers. Moreover, the pirates are brazenly building a base in a village, and the Navy doesn't care at all, allowing them to act with impunity. The Navy. Pirates from the Grand Line come to the East Blue to be kings of the mountain. They really are ambitious. A hint of disdain and a strong, killing intent flicker in Lake's eyes. He hands Xiao Cheng to Nami. Xiao Mei, help me take care of Xiao Cheng. He then strides toward the gate, while Nami holds Xiao Cheng, her eyes moving, biting her lip, and ultimately she shouts, Lake. Lake turns his head to glance at Nami. Nami's tone carries worry. Arlong is very strong, even stronger than Crocodile. I know, thank you. Lake chuckles lightly and gives Nami a thumbs up. Looking at Nami, Lake softly says, his tone gentle, Xiao Mei, no one can truly empathize. Only you can redeem yourself, and I won't advise you to let go of your hatred. I only hope that when the sun rises tomorrow, you can be your true self, a better self. After saying this, he walks toward Arlong Park. As Nami watches him with a dazed and complex gaze, he lifts his leg. The gate is violently kicked open. The thunderous sound echoing throughout Arlong Park and spreading across Cocoa West Village. The dust rays scatters everywhere, obscuring Lake's figure, only revealing determination. Nami watches Lake's back, resolutely stepping into the dust, entering that devilish park, her heart racing even more fiercely. Pirates, still sleeping. We're coming for you. That loud noise naturally woke up the sleeping fishmen pirates, and their morning grumpiness hit them immediately. And they heard someone saying they were coming to collect them. It was simply arrogant. Invasion. Someone is invading the park. Get up. Stop sleeping. Someone is invading. Go, go, go. How dare you disturb this lord's sleep? Damn it. Are you tired of living? Arlong also woke up from his dreams. He was the first to awaken. Sensing the commotion outside, he pulls out the saw-toothed sword from under his bed and strides outside, his body trembling with rage. Truly, these humans are ignorant of death. The sound of chatter and shouting fills the dimly lit Arlong Park, with screams, curses, and greetings to parents ringing out incessantly. It's all directed at Lake. Soon, over 20 fishermen pirates are all in position, looking fierce and eager to tear Lake apart. Arlong arrives as well, pushing through the crowd of fishmen, standing at the forefront. Holding a saw-toothed sword, with a sun tattoo on his chest, blue skin, a long saw-toothed nose, sharp teeth, and a burly figure, he looks extremely ferocious. Standing opposite them is only Lake, hands in his pockets, with no emotion on his face, coldly gazing at them, as if looking at corpses, dead fish. Some fish are alive, but he is already dead. Arlong grits his teeth, his face twisted with rage, sneering. Human, you dare come here. Do you think you're living too comfortably, specifically looking for death? Lake raises an eyebrow. Oh, the pre-battle trash talk segment. I like it. Lake's expression remains unchanged. His back to the full moon, his voice calm and indifferent. It has already turned night quietly disappear. Chapter 6. Forward into the unknown. Night has fallen, pirates quietly disappear. In Kokoshia village, at Arlong Park, a full moon hangs above the starry sky. Rake stands with his back to the moon, his expression indifferent. His right eye spins, transforming into a crimson pupil, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. One merman couldn't hold back, pointing at the large door embedded in the rooftop. Are you inferior beings crazy? Is this considered quiet? He kicked the door off its hinges, the noise echoing throughout the village. The door was still stuck in the building of the park. The other fishmen nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Rake almost lost his composure, the corner of his mouth twitching. Forget it. There's no need to argue with the dead. You're dead, so isn't it quiet? Rake covered his right eye with his hand and then immediately activated his Kamui. The space distorted, and a long knife named Tenzin appeared in his hand. This scene made the fishmen pirates more alert. It was clearly the power of a devil fruit. But they were only cautious. Devil fruits lose their power in water and are no match for them, the fishmen. You lot, don't retreat, Arlong shouted, wielding his serrated sword, grinning to reveal his sharp teeth, arms wide. Just a mere human. We are the noble fishmen. His underlings quickly echoed. They were the noble fishmen. And with Arlong as their leader, along with the officer octopus Fishman Hachi, and the kissing Fishman Chu, and one officer Kruby who was missing. As for whether something would go wrong, there was no need to worry. With Kruby's strength, he could walk across the East Blue, watching the increasingly enthusiastic Fishman pirates. Rake shook his head. Self-deception. Self-deception? Stop the nonsense, human. Arlong clenched his fists, his eyes nearly bursting with anger, pointing at Rake, loudly commanding, "Kill him. Let the humans know the consequences of resisting Fishman rule. Kill." The fishmen were just about to attack when they found a figure blocking the way. It was Officer Chu. Just a weak human. Let me kill him, Chu. Officer Chu stepped forward, a cruel glint in his eyes, looking at Rake, grinning proudly. I am Chu, the kissing fishman officer of the Arlong Pirates. The power of the water I spit out is comparable to bullets. Chu. Wow, comparable to bullets. Oh, Rake didn't even blink. He could react to bullets. Was there any pride in that? That indifferent expression on his face was unbearable for the self-proclaimed noble fishman. Damn it, just a human. Chu took a deep breath, puffing his cheeks, then suddenly spat out. Whoosh! A mass of water tore through the air, flying toward Rake at high speed. Rake had one hand in his pocket and held the knife in the other, completely unconcerned about the rapidly approaching water bullet. Chu's face showed a cruel expression. Die, human. In an instant, stunned. Kamui. The water bullet directly pierced through Rake, shattering the wall behind him with a loud bang. Chu excitedly laughed. Got him. Chu. Is that so? Before the other fishmen could echo Chu, Rake's ethereal voice came through. Everyone looked, and not only was Rake unharmed, but a dark red mysterious pattern also flashed behind him. But they clearly saw him being pierced. Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? How is he unharmed? A hint of a smile flashed in Rake's eyes, triggering perfect intangibility, which not only avoided damage, but also allowed instant recovery of his blue bar. Moreover, there were 2 additional enhanced slashes. Clang! It's my turn. Rake immediately drew his long knife, directly performing 2 consecutive slashes. 2 purple slashes quickly flew toward Chu. Swish! Swish! Watching the slashes close in, Chu's face changed. I'm going to die. Watch out. Hachi, standing beside him, immediately blocked in front of Chu, 6 arms wielding 6 large swords, facing the 2 slashes head-on. 6 sword style. Wind. All 6 swords struck out, attacking the slashes, but in an instant, the 6 large swords shattered simultaneously. Clang. The slashes landed on Hachi, instantly erupting in a mist of blood. His tall body was sent flying like a cannonball. Chu, who was behind him, was knocked to the ground, while Hachi crashed into the building, blood spraying along the way, raising dust, his fate unknown. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 officers had fallen, and they didn't even know what had happened. Arlong's pupils were about to burst. Hachi! Hachi, big brother! Rake held the knife in one hand, slowly approaching them. You should worry about yourselves. Arlong's furious gaze swept toward Rake. That was a flying slash. This was definitely not an ordinary person, but a strong human. At least a great swordsman level. Damn it, I've been targeted. This was definitely not something the other fishmen could handle. Arlong gripped the knife handle tightly. Watching Rake draw closer, shouting to his fisherman comrades, everyone quickly escaped. In an instant, whoosh, Rake vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already among the fishmen, blood droplets sliding down the blade. The officer Chu, just getting up from the ground, felt a breeze pass by, and then the world spun, a feeling of weightlessness. He realized he was standing in front of Fishman, a very familiar headless fishman. That is, my body, Chu. And then he fell into eternal darkness, the speed of the blade so fast that he didn't even realize he was dead. This horrifying scene fell upon the fishman's eyes as Officer Chu's body stood in place, while the head atop his shoulders sprayed blood and spun in the air. A large amount of blood gushing out. Bang! Thud! The body and head fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a spring. In an instant, 0 frame displacement. One can initiate from 0 frames. As long as the blue bar is sufficient, one can keep teleporting, keep pressing E forward into the unknown. This scene not only frightened the fishmen, but also terrified Nami, who stood at the door, her mouth agape in shock, while Chopper proudly licked his fur. Arlong slightly opened his mouth, voicing in disbelief, "Ch-ch." Many fishmen were beginning to realize what kind of existence they were facing. Gulp. Looking at Rake, who was so close, their throats rolled, but they no longer had the courage to act. Run. Rake's indifferent face curled into a smirk. It's just beginning, pirates. Run. The fishermen pirates yelled, scattering in all directions, using the strongest power of their lives. Can they escape? Rake, holding Tenzin, vanished again, appearing behind the fleeing fishmen. Then a cold gleam flashed. A single slash took away a life. Then he disappeared again, reappearing with another cold gleam, and another life was taken. In an instant. In an instant. In an instant. The piercing cold gleam continued to bloom under the night sky, just like the twinkling stars above. Under the night sky, Rake's figure kept flashing with each appearance. A life was inevitably lost. Puffed, puffed. Blood sprayed. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger, and the number of fallen bodies gradually increased. Help! Help! It's too fast. I can't see it all. Spare us. We won't dare again. A demon. He is a demon. Stop it, bastard. It was Arlong's desperate scream. Chapter 7. Represent Bailey in judging you. Stop it, bastard. Aaron's mind was filled with rage, and his face twisted in grief over the death of his companion. After Lake had taken another fishman's life, he charged at Lake recklessly. Holding a serrated sword, he swung it with all his might at Lake's neck, tearing through the air with a sonic boom. Wind! Lake merely glanced at him, wielding his sword, and with a twist of the blade, he effortlessly parried Aaron's serrated sword. Clang! Sparks flew as the fierce slash was met head-on, unable to make any progress. Lake reversed his grip on the sword, repositioned himself relative to Aaron, and then kicked out, striking Aaron in the kidneys and sending him flying. There were still a few scattered fisherman pirates alive in the paradise, but Lake didn't want to dodge around. So let's finish this in one go. Lake sheathed his sword, raised the blade, and slammed it heavily into the ground. Fire array. In the next second, a raging fire suddenly ignited within dozens of meters around Lake, engulfing the remaining 6 or 7 fisherman pirates, who couldn't even let out a scream. Boom, boom. The burning flames illuminated the night in a crimson glow, and the nearby villagers could clearly see the firelight within Aaron's paradise. A scorching heat wave swept through, rapidly raising the temperature inside the paradise. This was a plain A with drifting soil, and Lake, possessing the drifting template, could certainly do it, with power and range even more exaggerated. Seeing the fiercely burning flames, one couldn't help but think of a certain devil fruit. As the fire array ended, the towering flames vanished. The ground and the corpses were charred black, and the fishermen bodies even emitted a smell of roasted meat. The heat wave slapped against Aaron's face, leaving him unable to shed a tear. staring blankly at the corpses before him. Everyone is dead. He had brought them from the former Sun Pirates, from Fishman Island, and now they had died right before his eyes. Umans. Umans. Aaron unconsciously opened his mouth, his fingers digging deep into the ground, his face twisted with hatred. Umans. Aaron stood up, gripping his serrated sword tightly, his furious eyes locked on Lake, shouting, "I told you to stop. Did you hear them asking you to stop when you slaughtered innocent villagers? And did you stop?" Lake leaned on his sword, looking at Aaron indifferently. "So you told me to stop, but I didn't. Isn't that fair? So are you here to judge me?" Aaron gritted his teeth and strode toward Lake, his clenched fist dripping with blood. Bang! With a bend of his knee, he lunged at Lake, slashing his serrated sword down while roaring, "Human, are you judging me in the name of justice?" Wind! Lake raised his sword to parry. Clang! Aaron's serrated sword struck heavily against Lake's sword sheath, causing no harm to Lake. The parry could block attacks and also allow for instantaneous counterattacks. Aaron swung his serrated sword like a madman. The sounds of slicing through the air echoed, the blade gleaming coldly, sparks flying, the sounds of clashing ringing incessantly. Clang, clang, clang. Do you know who those fishmen are? Do you know what we have been through? Have you ever seen a scene where someone who is clearly a savior was betrayed by the humans they saved? Dare to represent justice, human. Do you know that? Aaron shouted in agony, venting his anger. You filthy humans are the least qualified to represent justice. Leaping into the air, he struck down at Lake with a powerful swish. Lake quickly drew his sword, and before Aaron's strike could land, he slashed out. A purple strike suddenly hitting right in front of Aaron. Zzz. Aaron was forced back by this strike, his feet sinking into the ground, unable to stop himself. Lake glanced at him, slowly sheathing his sword. Click. Bang. The strike detonated with a delay. A surge of purple energy erupted, shattering Aaron's serrated sword. He was also blasted away, falling to the ground, spitting blood mixed with internal organs. Cough, cough. Lake sheathed his sword, his expression still indifferent. This scene was witnessed not only by Nami, but also by villagers drawn in by the sounds of the explosion. They gathered at the entrance, peeking into the battle within the paradise. Aaron, the one who had oppressed them, whose power difference was like a chasm, was now lying like a dead dog beneath that young man's sword. Gulp! The man with the windmill on his head, Jien, couldn't help but ask Nami. Nami, who is that man? A traveler fighting for Bailey, also a drifter. Nami, with her back to Jien, had tears filling her eyes, one hand cradling a cat, the other covering her mouth, trembling, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Meow. Little Orange lifted a paw, touching Nami's trembling hand, its long tail brushing across Nami's face, as if wiping her tears. Jien exchanged glances with the other villagers, all nodding simultaneously. Jien stepped forward, reaching out his hand, but it halted in midair, not daring to lower it, his eyes filled with pain and hesitation. Just then, Jien watched as a tear dripped onto the ground, gritting his teeth, placing his hand on Nami's shoulder. Nami shivered at the sudden touch, and Jien said solemnly, "Nami, you've worked hard." The villagers behind them gathered around. Nami bit her lower lip, lifting her tear-stained face, her eyes no longer seeing indifference, but rather compassion and love. "What is going on? Little Nami, everything will end. It will all end." A plump woman with tears in her eyes spoke with a choked voice. "Aaron and the others have been punished. You should come back. Everyone." Nami looked at everyone, realizing that they were all concerned for her, the previous indifference gone. Jien nodded firmly at Nami. "We have known for a long time. Nami, you've worked hard these years." Lake slowly approached Aaron, who was struggling to stand despite his injuries, revealing sharp teeth, his face twisted in ferocity. His hatred for humans had long been ingrained in his bones. Or rather, his expectations of humans had transformed into endless malice the moment Fisher Tiger died. Lake had heard of this, of course, from the anime. Fisher Tiger, a character he remembered well, as he was a genuine traveler in the early stages, once causing a stir in Mary Geos and freeing slaves. Lake shook his head, looking at Aaron, slowly drawing his sword, calmly saying, "The misfortunes you have faced, the misfortunes you have seen, Do not justify your causing misfortune to the innocent. Buzz. Drawing his sword, it emitted a resonant sound. Lake's gaze remained cold. Whoever brings disaster to you, go seek revenge on them, not on unarmed villagers. It is laughable that you dare not seek revenge against those in power, yet turn your blade against the innocent. Damn human. Aaron's expression showed no change, still filled with anger and hatred. He still believed he was not wrong. He was just seeking revenge against humans. Moreover, I do not represent justice. I represent Bailey, and the conscience I have yet to extinguish. Ultimate move. Sky slash. Lake's figure flickered, transforming into a sky full of cold light, terror flashing in Aaron's eyes. In the next instant, swish, swish, swish. The sound of slashes rang out densely. Dozens of powerful slashes struck Aaron, illuminating the night with a flurry of blade light. Whoosh! Lake crouched down, and Aaron was frozen in place by countless beams of cold light. The world seemed to have fallen silent, everyone afraid to speak, even breathing cautiously. Clang! Lake slowly sheathed his sword, a weapon that could cut through anything. Crack! As the sword went into the sheath, the frozen figure of Aaron was instantly torn apart into a mist of blood by the overwhelming attack. Bang! There was no complete corpse, only scattered pieces of flesh on the ground. Huh! Lake stood up, slowly exhaling a breath, and turned to look at the doorway. It was surrounded by people, and he quickly spotted Nami, who was holding Little Orange, her face wet with tears and her eyes red from crying. Little May! Lake shouted. Nami lifted her gaze and looked over. Everyone turned to look as well. Of course, some were curious about who Little May was, and it seemed Nami had been forced to accept this new name, whether Little May or classmate Little May. You're past. Cut it off right here. Nami's heart trembled, her tear-filled eyes staring blankly at Lake as he drew his long knife once more, aiming it at the hell that had trapped her for 5 years. Whoosh! Lake struck with the sword, unleashing a half-arc slash that tore through dimensions towards the towering building. Wind! Wherever the blade passed, everything was severed, and the entire building was sliced in half. Boom! The hell collapsed with a thunderous sound, raising a cloud of dust and igniting roaring flames. The fire illuminated the area, as well as her heart. Nami was in a daze, letting the tears fall, her eyes flickering with the firelight. But all her attention was captured by the figure of Lake slowly sheathing his sword. Chapter 8. Too enthusiastic. A new round of sunlight rose, dispelling the shadows of the past. The next day, in the morning, You're leaving already? Aren't you going to the banquet? A girl with blue hair and tattoos on her arms, Nojiko, Nami's sister, stood in front of Rake. Rake was carrying a backpack, with Xiao Cheng perched on top of his head, yawning and half asleep. Rake laughed and waved his hand. No, I don't really like lively scenes. Xiao Cheng drooped its cat eyes, listless, meow. The villagers last night were a bit too enthusiastic. It felt like they were about to worship him. Even after learning that Xiao Cheng was Rake's cat, it nearly got petted bald. Xiao Cheng was so scared that it hid inside Rake's clothes and didn't dare to come out. Rake symbolically ate an orange, and then several cages of oranges were placed in front of him. Several villages oppressed by Arlong sent people to deliver gifts and oranges. Although Rake kept explaining that he was hired by Nami, the villagers remained enthusiastic, especially Ajien. Rake's final act of cutting off Arlong's paradise was witnessed by all the villagers, not just Nami. He was helping Nami to get out. For someone who was hired to achieve this, what more could be said? A good person. Moreover, after learning that the hiring fee was 20 million berries, their enthusiasm increased even more. Nami didn't even need to spend her own money. Every village that suffered under Arlong's terror contributed a little, and by that night, they had gathered the 20 million berries. They insisted on holding a banquet for Rake, but he refused, saying it was getting late. As a result, he agreed to hold the banquet the next day with a shy smile. In reality, he was planning to run away. However, he was still pulled back by Nami to rest for the night at Nojiko's place. But Nami hadn't woken up yet. I'll go call her, Nojiko said as she intended to walk towards the house. Rake held her back, pressing her in place. Hey, there's no need to call Nami. Nojiko looked a bit worried, but Rake raised his hand, showing his backpack, and smiled gently. Anyway, I've already received the 20 million berries. and last night was probably the most peaceful sleep I've had in years. He glanced at the wooden house, his tone gentle but filled with admiration. Let her sleep well. I heard from the villagers that she has really been through a lot. To achieve this, at such a young age, relying solely on herself, is truly commendable and evokes sympathy. Yes, Nami, who is only 15 years old herself. Nojiko sighed, her eyes filled with concern for Nami. As her sister, I can't change her determination. I can only silently support her, at least to give her a home. You've done well too, haven't you? Reik looked at Nojiko and said softly. Upon hearing Reik's affirmation, Nojiko felt an impulse to cry for some reason. Perhaps it was the hidden pain she felt every time she saw Nami return covered in injuries over the years. Or perhaps forcing herself to be strong and mature made Nami have someone to rely on. Or maybe it was the hatred towards Arlong that found release at this moment. Reik noticed that Nojiko was standing there silently, not saying anything, and was unsure of what to do. So he patted Nojiko's shoulder. All right, I won't say much more. I'm leaving. And then he walked outside. Reik. Nojiko couldn't help but call out to him, her eyes conflicted. Aren't you really going to see Nami? Her dream is to draw a world map, and she will eventually leave here. Upon hearing this, Reik turned around, looking at Nojiko, and smiled. He understood. She wanted him to take Nami away. Although Nami's sailing skills were strong, and with her around, he didn't have to worry about getting lost. This was his journey of wandering. Following him would only mean drifting without a place to settle, which wasn't good. Eating one meal without knowing where the next would come from. Moreover, Nami had her own experiences. That was a truly amazing dream. Reik waved his hand, politely refusing Nojiko, but Nami is only 15. She should wait until she is 18 to go out to sea. The ocean is very dangerous, you know. Nojiko, please talk to Nami, he said, and then turned to leave. Nojiko stood there, watching his back, unable to suppress a sigh. She remembered last night, before going to sleep, Nami excitedly said to her, Nojiko, I made up my mind. I want to follow Reik out to see this world, and then fulfill my dream. Of course, she supported Nami. The two of them, who hadn't talked much for a long time, chatted late into the night before sleeping. Nami was sleeping soundly. The kind of sleep where one sheds their burdens, and being used to waking up early, Nojiko couldn't bear to disturb her. After carefully getting up, she saw Reik preparing to leave. Nojiko didn't know what to say anymore. Just as she was bitterly smiling, Reik's voice interrupted her thoughts. Nojiko! Reik suddenly called out to her. What? Nojiko looked up in doubt, only to see Reik standing not far away. He had a smile in his eyes, standing with his back to the sunlight, saying to her, You should think about your own life. My life? Nojiko stood there, unsure what to think. At Coco Westport, Reik was holding Xiao Cheng in one hand and carrying Tianjin in the other, slowly walking forward. Behind him lay a corpse, along with several injured Navy soldiers. The corpse belonged to Colonel Mouse of the Navy. In the name of justice, the Navy ruled the seas. But all I see are scumbags. Are they the bad apples, or just a bunch of thieves? Meow. Haha, do you think so too? No wonder you're my cat. Chapter 9. The Drifting Wanderer. The commander of the East Sea Navy's 16th Branch Base, Colonel Mouse, has been confirmed dead. The location of death was at the port of Coxia Village in the Konami Islands. The murderer is a young pirate named Hilbert Lake. In the Navy base's conference room, the seats were filled with naval officers, some chewing cigars, some wearing sunglasses, some looking down and slacking off, and others glancing around. They didn't seem serious at all. Bang! Commander Branu slapped 2 printed bounty notices onto the whiteboard. One notice had a side-profile photo of Lake holding a knife, while the other showed a small orange cat perched on Lake's head. The naval officers below raised their heads to look, frowning involuntarily. Was this a bounty or talent show? Why take such a handsome photo? And isn't it a violation of the reader's portrait rights to casually distribute these photos? What's more outrageous is why a cat would be on a bounty notice. Is there that much money to spend? Branu ignored the strange looks from others and continued seriously. According to intelligence from Coxia Village, this person calls himself the Drifting Wanderer and is a mercenary they hired to eliminate the evil dragon pirates. However, this person indeed single-handedly wiped out the entire evil dragon pirates, and his strength should not be underestimated. Hearing this, The Navy officers were surprised. Arlong's strength was unquestionable. But they hadn't expected this handsome guy to single-handedly destroy the entire pirate crew. Branu's expression turned cold as he crossed his arms, stating, although Colonel Mouse was indeed incompetent, he was still the commander of the base and was brutally murdered in broad daylight, which is unforgivable. A bounty is issued for the drifting wanderer Hilbert Lake, with a reward of 50 million berries, dead or alive. For the cat, Xiao Chung, the bounty is 5,000 berries, and it must be captured alive. When this information came out, the naval officers below nearly lost their composure. A 50 million bounty for the first time? One officer with a cigar raised his head to look at Branu. A cat with a bounty of 5,000 berries? An officer in sunglasses looked puzzled. Branu directly ignored the sunglasses officer's question, thinking that some people above might like that cat. But could he say that? Although this behavior was no different from saying it out loud. Branu nodded and said solemnly, after all, the murder of a base commander has a terrible impact. Moreover, Branu looked at Lake's bounty notice in his hand, frowning. I have a bad feeling. The 50 million bounty is just the beginning for him, and he might become the next Fire Fist Ace. Upon hearing Fire Fist Ace, everyone had to take it seriously. This pirate, who came from the East Sea, had already caused chaos in the East Sea, and now he was stirring up trouble in the Grand Line as well. He defeated a warlord of the sea, refused their invitation, and his bounty had already surpassed 100 million. Branu's expression was serious as he leaned on the table. If any of you encounter him, do not hold back. Make sure to crush this pirate in the cradle. The naval officers nodded in agreement. But whether anyone truly took it to heart remained to be seen. At this moment, a perceptive naval officer suddenly spoke up. By the way, I heard that Vice Admiral Carp is in the East Sea. I suggest we send this intelligence to Vice Admiral Carp as well. Oh, Mr. Carp is coming to the East Sea again? The Navy officer next to him immediately brightened up. The perceptive naval officer nodded with a smile. Yes, someone saw Mr. Carp's vehicle, but his whereabouts are uncertain. Hero Carp, the pride of the East Sea. Another Navy officer echoed. I also suggest that, although the probability is low, if Mr. Carp can indeed capture him, it would save a lot of trouble. Seconded. Branu saw that most people agreed and nodded. All right, I will send a fax to the headquarters to forward it to Vice Admiral Carp. The meeting concluded. Branu shouted solemnly, everything for justice. The other naval officers stood up and shouted in unison, everything for justice. At sea, a dog-headed warship was sailing. Ha! Did that kid do anything wrong? Just a mouse droppings, dead is dead. That hearty laughter came from the warship, causing the Navy on deck to break out in cold sweat. A strong, elderly man with silver hair was eating a donut, holding a freshly printed fax from headquarters. And the more he looked at it, the more delicious it seemed. His aide, Bogart, silently handed the 2 bounty notices to Carp and continued to act as a silent aide. Carp placed the 2 bounty notices on the table. While eating his donut, he shook his head and commented, nowadays, there are plenty of navies in the East Sea like this. From my perspective, killing them is a good thing. Bogart pulled at the corner of his mouth and leaned in to whisper, Mr. Carp, please be cautious in your words and actions. Carp didn't care at all and waved his hand. Oh, just pretend you didn't hear it. The entire ship's crew, after getting on this warship, why does it feel like life is getting more and more ridiculous? The drifting wanderer, what a strange name, Hilbert Lake. Carp picked up the 2 bounty notices and examined them carefully, nodding slightly. This kid looks quite good, has the demeanor I had when I was young. Bogart lowered the brim of his hat, remaining silent. The surrounding Navy officers were curious and secretly noted this pirate who resembled a younger version of Vice Admiral Carp. After glancing at Lake's bounty notice, they set it down and picked up the other one. Suddenly, a cute orange cat appeared. So it was a cat, no problem. Or not. Carp's eyes widened as he looked at Bogart while holding the bounty notice. Wait, what's the deal with this cat? Bogart lifted his hat brim, glanced at it, and still showed no change in expression, honestly answering what was stated. Well, it is said that it assisted the pirate Lake in his criminal activities. That's all. Ha ha. This is really laughable. Carp was so amused that he slapped his thigh, even laughing so hard that he snorted. After laughing for a while, he wiped away the tears of laughter and said, the Navy has become so extravagant to this extent. I must go back and give Sengoku some feedback. The East Sea Navy is a complete mess. The East Sea Navy is really a complete mess. Baratai, the floating restaurant. 2 days had passed since he left Coxia village. Lake was holding a bounty notice that belonged to him. On the table lay Xiao Cheng's bounty notice. Xiao Cheng was lying on it, curiously looking around, seemingly checking her own appearance. A blond boy brought 2 plates of food to the table, leaned over to glance at the bounty notice, and raised an eyebrow. Oh, even you have a bounty now, so you're a pirate now. Yeah, a bunch of blind navies. Damn. Meow. Chapter 10. When you reach my age, you'll understand. On the sea, the sun shines brightly. The surface of the water sparkles, and the sea breeze carries the scent of delicious food. By the way, didn't you say you were leaving the East Sea? And how did you end up being wanted? Sorry, it's a long story. Then, let us make it short. The Baratai restaurant is a place on the sea that provides food for those sailing on the water. The dishes here are truly delicious, at least for Like, who often stops by for a meal during his travels. Inside the restaurant, a blond boy in a chef's outfit, with bangs covering half his face, is Sanji. So, you killed a Navy colonel in Caucasia? Watching Like eat heartily, and after hearing his story, I couldn't help but roll my eyes and say, who else would the Navy put a bounty on if not you? And you're feeling wronged? That Navy was just disgusting. Like quickly finished his pork knuckle, raised his head, and wiped his mouth with a napkin while indignantly stating, he was the most disgusting and self-unaware Navy I've ever seen. He knew I killed Arlong and still dared to run around in front of me, even threatening me with Caucasia village. The napkin was crumpled in Like's hand, and veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Does he really think I'm a kind person? I would have just stabbed him to death. Meow. Little Orange looked up at Like, blinked, and then went back to gnawing on a pork knuckle bigger than itself. Hearing you say that, it really is a headache to encounter such a Navy. Sanji nodded knowingly, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled smoke. But I feel you're actually quite kind. Just a bit too naive. How flattering. Like's mouth twitched. Yeah, I really thank you. Sanji looked Like up and down, then teased. With a bounty of 50 million berries, you might as well sell yourself when you run out of money. That actually makes some sense. Like hung his head, looking at his bounty, unable to help but clutch his heart. Oh no, it's the feeling of being moved. 50 million berries. Sanji, you're really falling for the money. Although a bounty of 50 million is unique in the East Sea, it's quite common in the Grand Line. Reluctantly, Like put down the bounty notice and shook his head. The Grand Line, huh? Sanji whispered to himself, thinking of his dream to find all blue. Forget it. It's just an unattainable dream. Biting his cigarette, he looked at Like and asked, so when are you leaving? In a couple of days. Sigh, now that I'm wanted, I can't even take a ship. Like thought of that disgusting rat and got angry. He was just a traveler but was forced to become a pirate. Just thinking about how the Navy got involved with Luffy, the destined hero, and then with himself, a game-breaking traveler, made him want to laugh in anger. Huh. Sanji glanced at Like, exhaling a puff of smoke with a slight smirk. The first time he met Like was more than a year ago. At that time, Like came to eat and impressed him by spending a whole 300,000 berries and then having no money left. Just when he was about to wash dishes to pay off his debt, pirates came and Like suddenly had money to pay his debt. Later, Like came more often, and they became familiar. They even had a fight once, which ended with Sanji being effortlessly beaten by Like. Ah, the past is hard to look back on. Just as Sanji was reminiscing about those humiliating memories, Like waved his hand in front of him. Hey, Sanji. Sanji snapped back to reality and looked at him. Let me tell you an eternal truth. Like smiled, holding a pork knuckle in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Speaking with an air of wisdom, good people get bullied, and good horses get ridden. So you can't be too kind, but you also can't be too bad. Just be moderate. You sound so wise, you must be just a year older than me. Sanji scoffed, unfazed, puffing out smoke. Hey, don't judge my physical age. My soul is much older than yours. Oh, how old? 18, Sanji. Why am I even entertaining this idiot's nonsense? For a moment, he was at a loss for words, while Like continued to enjoy the delicious food, having made a good amount of money, so he was determined to treat himself. Little Orange, eat too, have 2 portions. Sanji continued to serve plates, as the Baratai was still very busy, with customers coming and going. After all, other similar restaurants were just talk. Only Baratai was genuinely dedicated. They worked hard until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon when the customers began to dwindle, allowing Sanji to take a break. He sat down at Like's table, but before he could catch his breath suddenly, he spotted a stunning woman with an amazing figure and face. Wow! Sanji's eyes widened. At just 16 years old, he was still an innocent young man, but he was starting to show signs of interest. He stared at the beautiful woman and called out to Like in a low voice. Hey, Like, look at that gorgeous girl, hey. Like? However, after calling several times, Like didn't respond. Sanji turned to look, and his pupils instantly shrank in horror. To his dreadful realization, Like and Little Orange had already locked their sights on that woman. In fact, when he glanced over, Like shot him a smug look, as if to say, "You're still too green compared to me, Sanji." Damn it. Sanji gritted his teeth, feeling defeated. Why are you faster than me? Like shook his head, took a sip of tea, and looked at Sanji with a superior demeanor. Want to learn? I can teach you. Sanji turned red with anger, realizing too late that Like was actually a master. He had been too careless. Their antics were naturally noticed by the stunning woman. So handsome, but they're just two little perverts. After glancing at the two, she couldn't help but sigh at how times change. With that, she turned and left. Leaving behind the youthful Sanji, feeling utterly defeated. That bastard Like, I got rejected by a beautiful girl. How humiliating. Like gritted his teeth. Sanji looked at Like, appearing as if he had found a kindred spirit. Sure enough, you feel the same way. What little pervert. I'm not small. Like straightened his back, speaking with righteous indignation. Hearing this, Sanji's face stiffened. He completely didn't understand how Like's mind worked. It was like he was a complete lunatic. Like, sensing something, glanced at Sanji and noticed his stiff expression. He shook his head helplessly and said earnestly, I told you, Sanji, you're still too young. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Sanji almost knelt on the ground, even dropping his cigarette, looking utterly disheartened. My skin thickness doesn't even compare to yours, Like. Like hugged the bewildered Little Orange and grinned widely. Practice makes perfect. Sanji left feeling dejected. Just a little kid. Like didn't care, standing up to stretch. Just as he was about to leave, he heard boisterous laughter coming from outside the restaurant. Ha ha, it's rare to come to the EC, and since it's getting late, let us eat a meal here before we go. Mr. Carp, it's actually not that rare for us to come to the EC. Oh, really? Ha ha. I'm getting old and my memory is failing. In Kokasia village, Nami was furious. That bastard Like didn't he even say a word before leaving. How despicable. No Kigo. Nami, actually Like is a really nice person. I know. He's such a fool for killing Colonel Mouse. I made up my mind. I want to set sail to fulfill my dream, and also look for that bastard. I haven't even had the chance to say thank you. Nami, don't worry, no Kigao, even if I set sail, it definitely won't be now. Chapter 11. The Drifting Wanderer, Here I Come. Haha, I didn't expect to run into you here, Drifting Lake. Barachi. The floating restaurant was filled with nothing but the sound of hurried breaths and terrified gulps. The atmosphere inside the restaurant became quite tense. The patrons felt a wave of fear, realizing that a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries, a true menace, was among them. How terrifying! However, they also felt a bit lucky that the pride of the East Blue, the hero carp, had discovered the pirate in advance. Truly, a blessing from the goddess of luck. It was ridiculous, though. Lake was about to leave when he turned around and saw Carp standing at the entrance. Not only was he standing there, but he also had his eyes locked on him. Just one glance. And even as Carp entered, he didn't look anywhere else. He instantly recognized that Lake was no good citizen. Perhaps this was the trouble of being too outstanding in appearance. Without a word, Carp immediately ordered the entire bartai to be surrounded, leading to the scene at the beginning. Lake couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, holding Little Orange in one arm. Surrounded inside and out by the Navy, the customers and restaurant staff all stood outside the circle. Sanji looked anxious, but he was held back by Jafu, who had a blank expression. The other staff members also felt a bit reluctant. They were quite familiar with Lake and had a good impression of him. Lake was handsome, talented, sincere, and caring. He was truly a top-notch friend. However, now after all, it was the hero carp, a legendary powerhouse. Sanji gritted his teeth but felt helpless. That kind of battle was absolutely beyond his capability. He could only hope that Lake was strong enough to escape. So the situation now was the drifting wanderer Hilbert Lake, with a bounty of 50 million berries and the bounty of 50 million berries for Little Orange, facing off against the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, the hero, the pride of the East Blue, the strongest team leader, Monkey D, Carp, and his aide Bogart, along with 800 elite Marines from the Marine Headquarters. Lake, do my family think I can survive? The customers were dispersed by the Navy, and the staff were driven away. If a fight broke out, this restaurant would likely not survive. What a pity for Uncle Jifu's restaurant. It would need to be renovated. Lake held Tian Shan in one hand and cradled Little Orange in the other, quietly standing in place. His expression was indifferent, but the helplessness and bitterness in his eyes were hard to hide as he looked at Carp, who was grinning widely, feeling even more bitter inside, thinking how unlucky he was to encounter a powerhouse of this level, and in the East Blue no less. Was it really necessary to be so dramatic? Carp grinned, a smile typical of an old-school powerhouse, filled with confidence and grandeur. And not only Carp, but also Bogart beside him, who gave off a very strong presence just by standing there. Lake, in the East Blue's novice village, faced the strongest enemy, Carp, the top of the top among the Ocean's elite. After all the easy victories, retribution had come. I say, Mr. Carp, can't you just let me go? I'm just here to eat. Lake tightened his grip on the hilt and sighed, helplessly saying. Hearing Lake's words, Carp couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Laughing as he looked at Lake. He clenched his fist, his aura gradually radiating. You're a pirate with a bounty of 50 million. How could I let you leave? Although the Marine Lake killed was indeed a rat, he was still part of the Navy. The Marines stood serious, guns loaded, swords drawn, waiting for Carp's command. Unfortunately, his dado was just a game-s dado. The Kamui space could only trigger phasing and hiding the sword, nothing else. Flying Kamui. Lake glanced down at Little Orange curled up in his arms, reached out to stroke her, and smiled. Let us escape together, Little Orange. Meow. Lake raised his head, looking at Carp and the surrounding Marines, who had them surrounded. The rest was easy to deal with, but Carp was the problem. Who? Lake exhaled, looking seriously at Carp. Give me a chance. I want to be a good person. Carp grinned. Then go explain that to Judiciary Island and see if they grant you the identity of a good person. Does that mean I have to die? Lake's face turned ugly. Carp laughed heartily. If you're willing to surrender, I could let you have a nice meal before going to prison. There is no choice now. I can only fight. Then let us fight. Lake couldn't help but shudder, his eyes becoming increasingly indifferent, his mind clearer, and his body seemed to boil with blood in anticipation of battle. Undoubtedly, Carp was a current powerhouse, and now he was going to fight such a strong opponent. There was tension, but more excitement. Perhaps sensing the rising battle intent in Lake's heart, Little Orange instinctively burrowed into Lake's clothes. Lake couldn't help but lick his lips, tightening his grip on Tian Shan, and shouted in a low voice, If you want to catch me, be prepared for the death of half the Marines. In an instant, whoosh, his figure vanished instantly, kicking up dust in his wake. What? A look of surprise flashed across Carp's face, and his actions were quick. He raised his hand to block in front of him. Just as he lifted his hand, clang. A half-sleeve flew up, and Tian Shan struck Carp's dark arm, creating sparks, but not advancing an inch. Lake's face sank as he met Carp's grim smile, and immediately retreated to create distance. Such a hard arm. No, such strong hockey. This guy, what incredible speed. Carp glanced at the red mark on his arm and the torn sleeve, then raised his eyes to look at Lake, a look of unspoken astonishment on his face. Not bad, kid. He was not surprised by the power, but by the speed that almost caught him off guard. Just that speed, comparable to teleportation, was definitely worth more than a 50 million bounty. Perhaps he could really take down half the Marines. Carp immediately ordered, Bogart, take the men outside. Don't get close to here. This kid is very dangerous. Yes. Bogart took a deep look at Lake, and then led the Marines away. Lake also took the opportunity to set Little Orange down, instructing her, I'll come find you soon, so hide well, okay? Meow meow. Little Orange nudged Lake's hand, and then ran toward the back of the restaurant without looking back. Lake stood up. With fewer Marines around, the space became more open, and he no longer had to worry about the aftermath of the battle harming Little Orange. All right, Let us fight with all we've got. Clang. Lake's lips curled into a smile as he slowly drew Tian-Shan, his right eye swirling with the Sharingan, and his left eye revealing a purple Rinnegan. Severing the illusory, drifting wanderer Hilbert Lake, here I come. Chapter 12. Dissolve under the purple moon. The wandering vagabond who cuts through illusions, Hilbert Lake, has arrived. At the Bartai restaurant, Lake holds a knife in one hand and its sheath in the other. His eyes one red and one purple, radiating an aura that solidifies the air around him. The red-eyed kaleidoscope triggers intangibility. The purple-eyed Rinnegan amplifies himself. Although this Rinnegan lacks the skills typical of a Rinnegan, Lake discovers it can provide an amplification effect. Once activated, his power can increase by nearly half, and it incurs no cost, equivalent to a passive skill. The divine kaleidoscope grants Lake the intangibility skill, allowing him to become intangible for 3 seconds. Achieving perfect intangibility restores his health completely and grants him superhuman dynamic vision. This is the foundation of Lake's existence in this world. Carp observes Lake's transformation, noting that the most crucial aspect is those eyes. The long knife appears to have been drawn from them. Could it be a devil fruit related to eyes? By the way, do such fruits exist? A strange ability user. Carp clenches his fist, still confident. But kid, do you know hockey? I do, Lake coldly replies. No wonder. Carp realizes that the weak hockey he sensed earlier was indeed Lake's. However, kid, your hockey is too weak. Carp grins. As long as it's enough, Lake's expression remains unchanged. In reality, he feels somewhat embarrassed. Wait, why embarrassed? His hockey is something he has explored through vague memories from his past life. And reaching this level without any guidance is already satisfactory for him. Moreover, he spends most of his time practicing sword techniques, intangibility, and slicing techniques. Haha, what tough mouth. Carp cracks his neck and slowly steps forward, each step increasing his imposing aura. Lake immediately feels the pressure increase dramatically and unsheathes his knife. Instantaneous. Whoosh. Lake disappears and reappears beside Carp, simultaneously delivering a 0-frame slash. Clang. He strikes Carp's arm, leaving only a red mark. Carp had been prepared after Lake used this move once. Instantaneous. Gritting his teeth, Lake disappears again, appearing on the opposite side, but Carp blocks him once more. Lake refuses to give up, launching into an infinite slicing technique, each slash targeting vital points. Damn it, it's you, Carp. If you have the ability, keep defending. Instantaneous. Instantaneous. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lake frantically unleashes instantaneous, the sound of his blade cutting through the air, creating a continuous sonic boom. His speed is so fast that his form becomes countless phantoms, the cold gleam of his blade flashing wildly, an endless barrage of slashes raining down on Carp. The chilling strikes bearing down on him. However, clang, clang, clang. Sparks fly, blade light flickers, and Carp's fists flash, moving even faster. Every slash released by Lake's instantaneous is blocked by Carp. Carp's eyes turn red, his hands constantly blocking, and amidst this dense assault, he can even speak. Kid, you're fast, but still, your hockey is insufficient. With that, Carp throws a punch at the empty space beside him. Whoosh! Just as his fist swings out, Lake's figure arrives as expected, appearing beneath the punch. Lake quickly raises his heaven's slash to block. Carp's fist lands on a blade, successfully blocking it, the force very small. But this is the strangest thing. Gritting his teeth, Lake's eyes widen, his dynamic vision at its peak. He sees it. A special energy ball penetrates his defense, charging straight at him. Divine Might. Stunned. The pattern of divine might appears, and at the same time, a trench is directly plowed behind Lake, the wall shattered into fragments. Lake steps back to create distance, then turns around, unleashing 2 towering enhanced slashes. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 purple slashes fly towards Carp, carving deep grooves in the floor, cutting through tables and chairs along the way. Ha ha ha. Carp laughs heartily and steps forward, throwing a punch that generates a sonic boom, shattering the glass in the restaurant. Bang! With a loud crash, The two enhanced slashes turn into fragments and dissipate into the air. Carp shakes his wrist, completely unharmed, looking at Lake, recalling the earlier scene. My attack went through. What a strange ability. Lake gasps to ease his tense nerves. He now retracts his earlier thoughts. Carp, you really are Carp. You are incredible. Damn, you're practically superhuman. His slashes are like a massage, not causing any damage. Moreover, that soft punch generated energy that actually penetrated his defense. Was that just now? Haki? Lake grips the knife hilt, his eyes fixed on Carp. Ha ha. I didn't expect you to notice. Carp laughs heartily, then raises his fist, his arm turning pure black. His eyes flashing with delight as he grins maliciously. Armament Haki is not just a simple amplification. Kid, feel it well in battle. Its attack methods are many. First, there's external attack. Carp bends his knee, slamming down with a bang, the floor exploding, while his figure vanishes in an instant. When he reappears, he is already in front of Lake, that fist the size of a sandbag, directly descending. Instant, Lake leaps backward and upward, slashing out. Whoosh! The cold gleam appears. The slash lands on Carp's fist, boom. Upon contact, a terrifying force erupts, the resulting shockwave lifting the floor in chaos. However, Lake suddenly feels a surge of power. In the next moment, his stomach caves in, blood uncontrollably surging from his body. Cough, cough. Lake is blasted backward, blood spraying, crashing heavily against the counter. However, Carp's attack does not stop. Moreover, internal damage. In an instant, he flashes and appears in front of Lake, grinning, and throws another punch. Lake's hair stands on end instant. Whoosh! He disappears from his spot, Carp's fist crashing down on the counter. Yet the punch does not shatter it. Boom, boom! Instead, except for the part where Carp's fist made contact, the entire counter explodes, scattering with chips everywhere. The internal damage caused is the essence of Haki's internal destruction. Carp retracts his fist, turning to look at Lake, not far away. Lake grips the knife hilt. Cold sweat pouring down, damn it. Monster Carp. But he feels exceptionally excited. After bullying weaklings in the East Blue for too long, he was about to become weak himself. The thrill of letting go for a fight. How long has it been? Lake charges at Carp with Heaven Slash. As long as he executes the micromanipulation correctly, he might still be able to inflict damage. Whoosh! Watching Lake charge over, Carp continues. There's also a kind that flows within and outside the body. Stunned, Carp's body trembles, instantly enveloped by a layer of transparent red Haki. Lake's gaze sharpens. Suddenly accelerating, instant. He disappears, reappearing on Carp, the Heaven Slash entwined with Haki. He swings down, slash. The air is torn apart. Not just that, it's a slash capable of tearing through dimensions, carrying the power of divine might. Wind. Carp also senses the crisis. If he takes it head-on, he might really break his defense. However, he has already wrapped himself in high-level armament Haki. Carp shows no fear, throwing a punch that generates a sonic boom. Wind. Whoosh! That blade cuts through dimensions, instantly tearing through Carp's Haki. Yet, just as it is about to touch his skin, the blade cannot advance. Not even an inch. Because Lake had already been hit in the abdomen by Carp's other hand. That terrifying force directly affected Lake, causing his whole body to go limp for a moment. Cold sweat appeared on Carp's forehead, but his hands did not slow down as he reached out to grab Lake. Laughing heartily, haha, what a terrifying slash. However, it's my turn now. Whoosh! A punch was thrown, landing on Lake's abdomen, boom. Cough! Lake's eyes bulged as he was knocked into a bowing position. The mystery of Haki is the secret of a human body, and it's no less than the power of the devil fruit. Carp grinned, holding Lake with one hand and turning the other into a fist, explaining as he punched. Bang! 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 3 punches landed directly on Lake, who nearly rolled his eyes, blood gushing, and his consciousness gradually fading. Carp saw it all, realizing that there was no possibility of resistance left. It was time to end this. He threw Lake up, letting him fall freely, and pulled back his fist. Although I have a good impression of you, I'm an admiral, so you could just faint for a few days. Fistbone, as the words fell. Rich Haki wrapped around his fist, and he punched towards Lake, whoosh. The fist landed on Lake, and then it passed through him. Stunned, Carp's eyes widened as his punch passed straight through Lake, smashing the Barity's ceiling into pieces. Lake's mouth curled up. Divine might. The phantom of divine might suddenly appeared, and Lake flipped and landed, holding a knife with one hand. Tap. Now, making his entrance, is the resolute drifter, Lake. Lake raised his head, even drenched in blood, still smiling as he said, I'm waiting for divine might. What are you waiting for? Ultimate move. Concentrated slash. Dissipate under the purple moon. Chapter 13, without a doubt. Baratai now resembles nothing more than ruins. Outside the restaurant, a loud bang erupted from within, followed by the entire ship shaking violently, creating tremendous waves on the sea. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying momentum and the frightening sound. Most of the guests had already left Baratai by boat. A few remaining guests felt that such battles were too rare and thought that witnessing this fight was worth the ticket price, even if it meant death. In this battle, the one most harmed was not Rayleigh, nor Carp, but my restaurant. Calm down. Mr. Zeph, you will die if you go in there. Don't act impulsively. One-legged Zeph was heartbroken, kneeling on the ground in tears. If it weren't for someone holding him back, he would have rushed in. My restaurant. Listening to the loud noises coming from inside, Zeph was nearly heartbroken. However, it was far from over. Bang! All the windows in the restaurant shattered, glass shards flying everywhere. The windows. Whoosh! A shadow flew out from the door and landed on the deck. The table. Boom! The whole ship shook wildly, and with a loud bang, the roof of Baratai was blown away. The ceiling is gone too. You two bastards. This scene had already made Zeph feel as if he had lost all sense of reality. Cough, cough. Sir, please mind your language. Bogart lowered his hat and glanced at Zeph. Although fighting in someone else's restaurant was indeed inappropriate, it was for capturing the vicious pirates, and there was nothing to be done about it. After all, it was all for justice. How amazing! Feeling the vibrations coming from inside, Sanji couldn't hide his surprise, even putting out his cigarette. To actually fight to this extent with a legendary powerhouse like Carp, especially at just 17 years old. Coming back to his senses, Sanji held his cigarette, sighing, Rayleigh is really strong. Indeed, he's the one I want to strive to catch up with. Taking a deep breath of smoke, Sanji smirked, thinking that if it were so easy to catch up, it would be too boring. A Navy officer approached Bogart, asking, Mr. Bogart, that drifting rogue likely has a strength beyond 50 million berries. Another Navy officer chimed in, yeah, fighting Carp to this degree, he probably has over 100 million in strength. Maintain order, do not let anyone approach the restaurant. Bogart did not answer, but instead gave orders. Yes. Bogart lowered his hat again. As a loyal subordinate, he would never speak behind his superior's back. However, Bogart raised his eyes to look at the restaurant, squinting slightly, thinking to himself. Suddenly, an astonishing momentum emanated from the restaurant, causing Bogart's expression to change, and he shouted, Immediately organize civilians to board the warship. Hurry. Yes. Facing the drastically changing expression of Bogart, the Navy officers did not dare to delay and immediately acted. Zeph watched the Navy come to hurry people away. His heart sank even further, and he shouted, What does this mean? What about my ship? The Navy will compensate you. Board the ship immediately. Bogart said in a deep voice. Faced with the serious-looking Navy, everyone did not dare to joke with their lives and hurried onto the warship. Just then, a low roar came from the restaurant, dispersed beneath the purple moon. It was the voice of the drifting rogue Rayleigh. Following that, a deep and sharp momentum spread, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. And then boom! With a tremendous roar, a large part of Baratai was sliced open. Carp's figure was blown out from the restaurant, crashing heavily onto the deck, blood erupting from his chest. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, both Navy and civilians. For civilians, Carp was a legendary figure. How could he easily be injured? And for the Navy, Carp was a genuine monster. How could he be wounded? After the shock, the civilians fell silent, only hastening their boarding. Mr. Carp, you. Bogart's expression changed. He hadn't expected things to develop to this extent, and that kid's strength was so formidable. Carp appeared to be bleeding heavily, but for this blood cow, it was nothing serious. From lying down to sitting up, he rubbed the back of his head and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Pohaha, I didn't expect that kid to be so strange. Old man Carp, come at me again. Rayleigh walked out of the restaurant slowly, holding the heavenly blade, his eyes shadowy, covered in blood, yet a cold smile appeared on his face. Looking like a master. In reality, Rayleigh was horrified. Although Carp had a knife wound on his chest, his momentum had not weakened but instead had become wilder, revealing hidden strength. No, the ultimate technique didn't deal much damage. Does his health bar need to be so thick? Is it difficult to break through Carp's defense? It might be hard for others, but for Rayleigh, the difficulty was dealing damage. Rayleigh took a deep breath, planning to escape. There was no choice, mainly. Baratai had started to take on water and was sinking, with little orange still inside. As for Carp's monstrous strength, well, that was just a secondary reason. Pahaha, that hurts, kid. Carp stood up from the deck, his chest wound already coagulated. Apart from looking scary, nothing was wrong. Looking at Rayleigh, he immediately cracked his neck, moved his wrists and grinned. Not bad. Very spirited. Don't. Rayleigh's heart sank, and he couldn't help but grip the handle of his sword tightly. While Carp had already charged at him, moving at an incredible speed, almost flashing past already above his head. That fist was infused with armed color hockey, and Carp looked like a fierce beast, his eyes red with a sinister grin. Fist bone. One sword style. Moon tracing. Rayleigh, stubborn as ever, held the heavenly blade, immediately wrapping it with hockey, a crescent moon flashing behind him. Whoosh! Then he slashed towards Carp, the blade tearing through the air, the blade aura condensing into a half moon, momentum soaring in an instant. Boom! The two clashed, generating a shockwave that lifted the wooden planks of the deck in layers, the exaggerated aftermath nearly leveling half of Baratai. Carp let out a hearty laugh. Poohahaha. Then, his fist continued to exert force, pushing Rayleigh's blade back, his feet sinking into the ship's body, carving deep grooves, causing the whole Baratai to tilt severely. Can't hold it anymore. Divine might. Rayleigh released the handle of his sword, while a hint of mockery flashed in Carp's eyes. He paused for a moment before throwing a punch. Stunned. This isn't perfect intangibility. Carp's fist wind directly pierced through the ship, and seawater rushed in. Taking advantage of the intangibility time, Rayleigh immediately distanced himself from Carp. Meanwhile, on the warship, Zeph was in so much pain he could barely breathe. My ship. Mr. Zeph. Calm down, Mr. Zeph. Bogart stood quietly on the warship, but the hand gripping the handle of his sword revealed that he was not at peace. The drifting rogue is too young. He will definitely be a major threat in the future. The headquarters was right. He must be nipped in the bud. But with Mr. Carp here, where can he escape in the vast sea? He will inevitably lose. The employees of Baratai couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect that kid Rayleigh to be so strong. The nearby employee nodded in agreement. Yeah, he actually fought back and forth with the hero Carp. A nearby Navy officer overheard and was not pleased, immediately retorting, Are you blind? Is that called back and forth? Clearly, Mr. Carp was overpowering that drifting rogue. The employees blinked, quieting down considerably since it wasn't their territory. It turned out to be flowing hockey. Kapu clenched his fist, a mix of surprise and astonishment on his face, his eyes shining as he looked at Lake. Drifting kid, you've really given me a lot of surprises. That blade, the hockey on it was flowing, and I could clearly feel it. As for discovering a little secret about Lake's divine might, there's nothing to be surprised about. Having fought all his life, his battle experience far exceeds that of this young lad. Clearly, the hockey was so weak, yet he managed to learn how to use my hockey in battle. Ha ha ha. You really are something else. Kapu grinned widely, his admiration nearly overflowing from his eyes. I'm increasingly impressed with you, drifting kid. This is talent, old man. Lake slowly rose from the ground, heavily exhaling, casually speaking, but inside, he felt a weight that words couldn't express. This unprecedented high pressure, high explosive battle had his nerves tense to the point of being tricked. Damn it. As for the flowing hockey, sorry, even though it's a watered-down version of divine might from the heavens, I can still see through hockey and copy simple, physical techniques. However, Lake was almost bursting with joy. If he had to figure out such advanced techniques on his own, it would take ages, but now, he learned it just by fighting with Kapu, this superhuman. Kapu, without a doubt, you are also a great teacher. So, I will gladly accept your flowing armed color hockey. Chapter 14, I have a blade that can split the sky, can sever the sea, can cut through mountains and rivers. Your flowing armament hockey, I shall gladly accept. Rake exhaled, the sky splitter resting across his chest, a faint flow of armament hockey coursing along the blade. The flowing hockey, Carp witnessed it firsthand. Although it was very slight, it indeed existed. Clearly, he couldn't do this before, but now. Stunned, Carp's fists were enveloped in armament hockey, grinning. Drifting kid. Let me see where your limits lie. Whoosh. Although Carp spoke of admiration for Rake, the power of his punches showed no sign of diminishing. He bombarded Rake relentlessly, causing Rake's expression to darken. He had no choice but to activate Shuinpa to dodge, with no time to talk trash. In an instant. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. With each punch from Carp, Rake dodged. Even with his superhuman dynamic vision, Rake still couldn't catch Carp's recovery time. The alternating punches, as long as Rake stopped using Shuinpa, those fist-sized fists would brutally kiss his cheek, sending his teeth flying. This is terrifying. Therefore, Rake kept using Shuinpa. While Carp kept attacking, the only ones getting hurt were Bartai and the unconscious owner Zeph. Hurry, Mr. Zeph has fainted. Quick, save him. No, if this continues, it will really be over. Whoosh, whoosh. Rake continuously used Shuinpa to create distance, and just as he stopped, he found Carp already above him. Moreover, his hand was grabbed by Carp, unable to unleash his power. It's over. Wind. Ha ha ha. Carp quickly reached out, grabbing Rake's head and squeezing tightly. A vicious smile appeared on his face, veins bulging on his arms. Being anxious in battle is a big taboo. Drifting kid. This is bad. Rake grabbed Carp's arm with both hands but couldn't budge him an inch, feeling as if his thoughts were locked, his mind blank. Give it to me. Fall to the bottom of the sea. Carp pulled Rake's arms back, using terrifying strength to throw Rake downward. Boom! Rake shot down like a high-speed meteor, crashing through the deck and plunging into the sea. The terrifying force upon impact created huge waves, sending Bartai flying out, resulting in a 90 damage rate. The surging waves rushed towards the warship. Everyone was shocked, just about to shout loudly. Bogart was already standing on the ship's wall, one hand resting on his sword. Swoosh. A sword drawing slash cut through the towering waves, splitting them in two as they rolled back past the warship. Once the sea calmed slightly, everyone looked up at the battlefield, only to find Bartai had capsized. The others were filled with endless fear. The scene was too terrifying. This was actually a battle between humans. Those guests who hadn't left looked excited. This is the battle of the strong. Worth it. So worth it. Good kid, haha. Carp stood on the overturned Bartai, his smile unwavering. Truly a son of the East Blue. With good training, he would surely become great. That's right. Carp had already decided to recruit Rake into the Navy. As for his pirate identity, what a joke. Killing mice is for the Navy. Eliminating threats to one's own. Ha ha ha, this feels good. Carp twisted his neck, looking at Bogart, loudly declaring, Bogart, have someone fish that kid out. Mr. Carp. Bogart suddenly shouted. Carp's expression changed, immediately jumping away from his spot. At the moment he jumped, swoosh. A purple flying slash shot up into the sky, slicing through Bartai and the sea in half, causing the water to surge once again. After a while, splush. Water splashed everywhere as Rake leaped from the surface of the sea, standing on the deck, drenched, panting heavily, and cradling the unconscious Little Orange in his arms. With Barity's disintegration, Little Orange also lost her footing and fell into the sea. If Rake hadn't noticed in time, she would have been in serious trouble. Carp was utterly shocked. Not a devil fruit user. Carp was momentarily at a loss, staring at the soaked Rake. How could he get up after falling into the sea if he wasn't a devil fruit user? But what was even more terrifying was how those bizarre moves came from someone who wasn't a user. Rake held Little Orange upside down with one hand and gripped Sky Splitter with the other, exhaling a heavy breath. Coldly smiling. I don't remember saying that I was a devil fruit user. Meow. Little Orange, held upside down, rolled her eyes, her tongue out, spewing seawater, looking like she was on the verge of passing out. After a short moment of shock, Carp quickly accepted this bizarre fact. Ha ha ha, drifting kid. You always bring me so many surprises. Rake's expression turned extremely serious, an aura of killing intent emanating from him. The surprise will soon turn into a fright. You old bastard. Oh, I await with great anticipation. Watching Rake, who appeared quite serious, Carp grinned, secretly feeling quite serious about it. Kid, give me more surprises. That way I can better bring you back to Navy headquarters. Huh. Rake exhaled a breath, placing Little Orange in his arms and sheathing his sword. His body slightly bent. The expression on his face vanished, and in a flat tone, he said, I have a blade that can split the sky, can sever the sea, can cut through mountains and rivers. I ask you, Vice Admiral Carp, to evaluate. Wind. As soon as the words fell, Rake erupted with a terrifying aura. Even his hair standing on end, the sharp intent of his blade leaving everyone speechless. Carp became even more excited. The surrounding Navy and civilians were also thrilled. I want to see rivers of blood. Sanji, although worried, couldn't help but feel his blood boiling at that moment. Rake, I want to be your little brother. Zeph was also alive, but his heart was dead. Huh. Rake exhaled a breath, his aura like a sword. One. Blade. Flowing essence. Stunned. The momentum intensified. Good. Carp's eyes sparkled with excitement, clenching his fists, armament hockey flowing through his body. Creak, creak. Rake's body bent, standing in a sword-drawing pose. The ship's bottom cracking inch by inch, the erupting aura incredibly shocking. Clang! The blade slowly emerged from the sheath, the resulting shockwave wildly sweeping. Rake's madness rapidly escalating. Even ordinary people could see that he was about to go all out. One instant. Whoosh! Rake instantly vanished from his spot, appearing in the distant sea. Then, in an instant, in just 2 or 3 seconds, Rake had created several kilometers of distance from Bartai, and his speed was still increasing. By the time everyone snapped back to reality from their astonishment, Rake had already disappeared from their sight. Carp maintained his fighting stance, frozen in place, watching Rake vanish from his view. Chapter 15, Freedom. The sunset began to fade. The moonlight started to brighten, and the stars gradually revealed themselves. In the East Sea, in an unknown sea area beneath the night sky, the ocean shimmered with glimmers of light. Apart from the rolling waves and occasionally passing birds, there was nothing else. No, that's not right. There's something. A head of a cat, without a body, was actually floating on the sea. Meow. The cat head looked around, seemingly observing its surroundings, and after finding nothing unusual, it meowed. Glug, glug, glug. After it meowed, a series of bubbles suddenly appeared beside it, splashing seawater onto the little cat's face. Meow. The cat head showed a human-like expression of speechlessness, along with a faint sense of despair. Glug, glug, glug. Another round of bubbles emerged, splashing its face again. Meow. Meow. This time, the little cat couldn't hold back anymore, swaying its body left and right, its voice becoming sharper. At that moment, a shadow floated beneath the little cat, instantly becoming enormous. Splash! Ha ha! Good job, Little Orange! What a luxurious cat! Water splashed everywhere as a figure leaped from the sea, while the little cat was also lifted high. The person and the cat were none other than Lake and Little Orange, who had just escaped from Carp. Lake was lying on the surface of the sea, holding Little Orange, letting the waves wash over them. Ah, we survived! Lying on the sea, holding Little Orange, gazing at the starry night sky, feeling the gentle sea breeze on his face and the movement of the seawater. This is freedom. Lake's smile couldn't be contained any longer, and he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Meow. Listening to Lake's wild laughter, Little Orange stood on Lake's body, vigorously shaking itself, splashing seawater onto Lake's face and even into his mouth. Tui. Bold Little Orange. Lake grabbed Little Orange and rubbed it vigorously in his hands, messing up the fur that Little Orange had just tidied. After playing with Little Orange for a while, he finally stopped when he was about to gasp for air. Lake lay on the sea in a star shape, looking up at the night sky, with a gentle smile on his face. Well, at least we survived, right? Just thinking about Carp's earnest and expectant gaze made him want to laugh, as well as the others. They were all forced into submission. Ha ha ha, didn't expect that. You old man, this is my escape route. Lake raised his hand to cover his face, laughing freely and openly, feeling happier than he had in a long time. However, with such big movements, he inadvertently pulled at his wounds, which made him gasp for breath. That move of falling into the sea was no joke. Most of his internal organs had been jolted out of place. Moreover, he had forced himself to unleash a moment of power that he couldn't even count, draining all his stamina. So tired. That old man is really strong. I was treated like a punching bag. Lake looked at the night sky, recalling the battle from not long ago, realizing too many shortcomings, the biggest problem being that he was too anxious during the fight. When he got anxious, mistakes were easy to come by. If Carp hadn't mistaken him for a devil fruit user, it probably wouldn't have been as simple as being thrown into the sea. He might have just gotten knocked out cold with a punch. Meow meow. Little Orange was lying on Lake's chest, gently rubbing against his neck. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a pity about the 20 million berries I just earned. Lake smiled, raising his hand to pet Little Orange. Thinking of this, Lake couldn't help but sigh. And after sighing, he felt anger. That damn old man. If I had known, I wouldn't have left it at Bartai. Meow. Little Orange continued to nuzzle against Lake. But it wasn't without gains. Lake's mouth curved slightly, a smile appearing on his face again. Humph, the advanced use of armament hockey. That's much rarer than berries. The use of hockey is the key to climbing the ladder of power. With that thought, Lake burst into laughter, filled with a sense of grandeur. Let's just consider the 20 million as tuition fees. Meow. Little Orange, our adventure can't stop because of a little setback. Lake sat up, raising Little Orange high above his head, his face brimming with confidence and youthful spirit. Meow. Haha, that's right. Let's set off again. Lake stood on the surface of the sea with his hands on his hips, Little Orange perched on his shoulder, both filled with boundless confidence. At that moment, the stars in the sky were willing to serve as a backdrop for their spirited demeanor, and the vast ocean couldn't contain their unwavering determination. However, both the person and the cat faced a serious problem, perhaps the most serious one since they set sail. Where are we? Lake scratched his head, looking around at the sea, which all looked the same, with no islands in sight. Moreover, their navigation charts and equipment were all left on the small sailboat, which was at Bartai. So, we might be lost, Little Orange. Lake tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying with a sense of hopelessness. Meow. In the sea area where Bartai was located, on a warship, Verity's staff and some guests were on the warship with nowhere to go. Not only was Verity's ship destroyed, but the surrounding small boats were also swept away and sunk to the bottom of the sea. The guests had their fill of excitement. Although it was a bit unexpected in the end, they still had a blast and could brag about it for decades. However, they still paid an economic price. The Navy would not care about them, as they had already advised them to leave. Bogart looked at Carp, who was sitting at the bow of the warship, slowly approaching, and said softly, Mr. Carp, it was really too interesting. Carp lowered his head, covering his face with one hand, his body trembling slightly. And when he couldn't hold it in any longer, he began to laugh out loud. Pwaha, that drifting kid is really too interesting. Mr. Carp, aren't you angry? Bogart stood behind Carp. Carp stood up from the bow, patted his butt, and laughed carefree. Of course I'm angry. I was played by him. Bogart. Can't tell it all, but he is quite self-aware, isn't he? It's normal to run away when you can't win. It's just that he actually succeeded in escaping. Carp scratched the back of his head, seemingly appreciating Lake even more. Pwahaha, it's been a long time since I met such an interesting guy. He really thought Lake would fight him to the end. The atmosphere was so well set. In the end, it was just a setup for his escape. Should I report to the headquarters? Bogart continued to ask. Carp thought for a moment and nodded. Go ahead, but don't let the headquarters raise his bounty. 50 million is already the limit for the East Sea. If the bounty goes up, the citizens of the East Sea will panic. Let's hold off for now and raise it when he shows up in the Grand Line. It won't be long, I have a feeling. After hearing Carp's instructions, Bogart nodded in response. I understand. At this moment, a relatively restrained figure slowly approached, sporting a mustache and a prosthetic leg. It was Zeph. Ahem, Mr. Carp, hello. Zeph said with an awkward smile and a nod. There was no helping it. Although he was a restaurant owner, he had been a pirate in his early days. Naturally, he felt intimidated in front of such a legendary marine. Carp didn't quite understand yet, and Bogart immediately bowed. He is the restaurant owner, Zeph. Oh, a restaurant owner? Carp glanced at the sea, Only a few wooden planks remained. Oh, it's already sunk. Carp's mouth twitched. The fight between the two caused this. But that little brat Lake ran away. Haha, hello, Zeph. Carp responded with a loud laugh. But Zeph wasn't there to watch Carp laugh. Zeph looked at the few wooden planks on the surface of the sea and said meaningfully, "That one, that's my restaurant." Carp's expression was serious. "Don't worry. The Navy will compensate you. But for this kind of issue, just talk to Bogart. I'm a bit too injured." Then he got up and left, acting nonchalantly, completely unable to tell he was injured. Zeph, Bogart, Sanji sat on the wall at the stern of the warship, fingers pinching a burning cigarette, exhaling smoke. Remembering that scene, Sanji couldn't help but laugh. Rake, you guy, really. Suddenly recalling the few encounters over the past year. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. He was just that kind of person, traveling the world, seeing all the rivers and mountains, leaving his own unique mark in every corner of the world." Sanji thought of what Rake once said. Back then, he was just admiring it. But now looking back, chasing dreams? Once upon a time, I had dreams too. Sanji pinched the cigarette, his eyes flashing with longing. That is to find a legendary all blue. In the new world, in a resplendent hall, two figures were conversing. "The treasure of Royal Port is in the East Sea. Please take care of it." What? The East Sea? How boring. Chapter 16, Snowflakes Falling. For days later, East Sea, damn it. We finally made it to shore. Meow. A person and a cat knelt on the snow-covered beach, howling at the sky, their deep howl dancing with the hidden dragons of the abyss. Mourning like a lonely widow in a solitary boat. It was indeed Lake and Little Orange. It's hard to imagine what they had gone through to be like this. The pure white snow slowly fell from the sky, seemingly lamenting the experiences of the person and the cat. But why was it snowing? Perhaps, in the 4 days at sea, the person and the cat had crossed thousands of kilometers, even crossing seasons. The Hilbert-style method of finding a way out, always walking in one direction, would eventually lead to an island or a ship, and then they persisted for 4 days. During this time, not a single ship, not an island, not even a reef was seen. The person and the cat embraced and wept. Boo-hoo, it was so tough. Drifting on the sea for 4 days. Meow. After a long time, the person and the cat separated. Lake stood up, his face filled with determination and resolve. "This is also part of our journey. Just a small setback, it's nothing." Meow. Little Orange raised her paw, her entire cat face revealing excitement. "Yes, great, full of spirit." Lake nodded in satisfaction, then squatted down and extended his hand. Little Orange climbed onto Lake's head. A person is iron, and food is steel. After eating fish for 4 days, I might as well turn into a fish person. I must eat some grains. Lake patted the white snow on his knees, chuckling as he raised his hand. "Let us go. Let us see the village ahead." Meow. Not far from the beach was a village, also covered in white snow, turning it into a white world. Lake and Little Orange excitedly walked towards the village. But as they walked, their steps slowed down and the excitement on their faces disappeared. Because a stench of corpses. Lake stood at the village entrance, his face gradually becoming grim, while Little Orange squatted on Lake's head, looking around. Although the smell of corpses was faint in such heavy snow, the fact that it could still emit a smell of death meant that a lot of people had definitely died. This village had been attacked. Concluding this, Lake pondered for a moment before walking into the village. At the same time, his right eye transformed into a kaleidoscope, the heavenly severance gripped tightly in his hand, always alert to his surroundings. As he entered the village, the white snow made it appear clean. However, Lake soon saw a corpse lying on the ground at a corner, covered in snow, but he could vaguely see the dried body, looking like a skeleton. Lake stood still, staring at the fallen corpse, frowning slightly. A dry corpse? Has it been dead for a long time? He picked up the heavenly severance and used the sheath to push away the snow on the corpse, muttering to himself. No, the clothes don't look like they've been dead for long. Meow. Little Orange curled up, staying on Lake's head, her long tail sweeping away the snowflakes on his shoulder. After clearing some snow, he saw the fatal wound, a stab wound to the back, the opening the size of a wrist, and the face showed pain, as if drained of blood. Lake's face darkened, realizing the horror was not just simple murder, but purposeful. To drain blood. Of course, Lake couldn't guarantee whether his conclusion was correct, so he continued to observe. Walking further into the village, he found more corpses covered in snow, both male and female. There were definitely more in the houses, but Lake didn't go inside. After walking for a while, Lake stood deep in the village, very close to the entrance, where a sign was hung and a warning line was drawn. Lake glanced at the corpse leaning against the wall, which also had a stab wound from behind. All of them were stabbed from behind. The wounds were the same. A massacre without suspense. Lake clenched his teeth secretly, his eyes flashing with anger. And they are all dry corpses. Turning people into dry corpses. Could be a devil fruit user? Meow Little Orange suddenly meowed, her tail pointing towards the yard of a house beside Lake. Lake looked over and could no longer remain calm. A female dry corpse lay in the snow, and it was evident that she was holding a baby that was only slightly larger than Little Orange. Moreover, even the baby was a dry corpse. Lake stood in place in silence for a long time, slowly exhaling a breath of hot air, the veins on his arm gripping the heavenly severance bulging beasts. At this moment, footsteps came from the alley ahead, and two soldiers quickly approached. One black-faced soldier spoke angrily. It's truly inhumane. An entire village of hundreds of people is dead. The other handsome soldier couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it's shocking. The deaths are too tragic. And the murderer hasn't been found yet. The black-faced soldier was outraged, his voice filled with disgust. It must be those people who came for the treasure of Royal Port. The handsome soldier suddenly leaned out his head, looking towards the entrance of the alley, his expression confused. The black-faced soldier noticed his companion's strange behavior and curiously asked, "What is wrong?" The handsome soldier shook his head. "It's nothing. Probably an illusion. Let us continue the patrol. Who knows when we'll solve the case." Probably just a hasty conclusion. The two soldiers chatted back and forth as they walked away into the distance. Lake at this moment was standing on a rooftop, having overheard their entire conversation. He captured a key term, the treasure of Royal Port. This meant that the cause of this tragedy was likely due to the so-called treasure of Royal Port. Such inhumane beasts, not killing them would not quell my anger. Let us go to the town. Meow. After a long while, the two soldiers spoke again. The black-faced soldier was shocked. "Is there someone there?" The handsome soldier covered his mouth. "Shh. Lower your voice." "Boo-hoo, how did you know?" "I saw footprints there." "Then why didn't you shout? It could be the murderer." "Huh. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Chapter 17, Do You Think I'm Handsome? The small town was bustling with people, with pedestrians brushing past each other, but these passers-by seemed not to be easily provoked. Fierce expressions, wielding knives and swords, sporting pirate tattoos, holding 3 blades, the atmosphere was intense and overwhelming, countless in number. It felt like these people were on the verge of fighting at any moment. Yet they maintained a deliberate balance that kept the scene relatively stable. However, amidst this atmosphere, there were those who disregarded the delicate equilibrium and engaged in fights, much to the delight of the onlookers. Although they couldn't fight for certain reasons, watching others fight was equally entertaining. For example, Sword St. Johnny, Blade God Joseph, such arrogant titles. A handsome young man with a cat perched on his shoulder exclaimed in surprise. "I wouldn't dare say that." The man in sunglasses next to him coldly remarked, "I don't know. Maybe it's the audacity of youth." The man with earrings beside the sunglasses guy stroked his chin, deep in thought, "But I think they might actually have real strength. So why do they fight?" The handsome young man continued to ask curiously. "I don't know. Perhaps it's love and hatred." The sunglasses guy replied blandly. "However, I think they might be competing for the title of the strongest swordsman in the East Sea." The man with earrings pondered. "How long have you been watching?" "Just arrived." "Haha, mainly came over to see the excitement." There were so many people around that the 3 of them couldn't see the situation inside at all. They were relying solely on what they could hear, but the information coming from the front had already been passed around dozens of times. So, they were indeed just joining the fun. "Hey, do you guys know about the treasure of Royal Harbor?" The handsome young man asked out of curiosity. "I don't know. It's probably just hearsay." The sunglasses guy continued to respond coldly. "However, I think the treasure of Royal Harbor might be real. Many outsiders have come here because of it." The man with earrings responded thoughtfully. The handsome young man could only nod helplessly inside. The usually taciturn sunglasses guy suddenly sighed, putting his hands in his pockets and murmuring to himself, I wonder if that drifter with a 50 million bounty from the Navy will come. Oh, the handsome young man leaned in and asked, You guys know about the drifter? Yes, the Navy has a bounty of 50 million. They want him. The sunglasses guy nodded, his voice still as flat as water. Of course, he asked the number 1 pirate in the East Sea. The man with earrings appeared excited, clenching his fists, his face turning red. The handsome young man nodded in agreement with the 2 guys' words. His strength must be very strong. He must have killed many Navy men. The sunglasses guy pondered. Not necessarily. The handsome young man solemnly disagreed. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately looked at him, their expressions revealing curiosity. The handsome young man stroked his chin for a moment, then said seriously, Maybe the Navy thinks he is handsome, feels ashamed, and is envious and jealous, which is why they put a bounty on him. The sunglasses guy straightened up, continuing to listen to the dozens of versions of the fight. It said that they have already started exchanging sword and knife energy from hundreds of meters away. Interesting. The man with earrings smirked and said, brother, are you serious? Even if you want to flatter him, he is not here. To be honest, it's fine to fool your friends, but don't fool yourself. The handsome young man suddenly pointed at his own face and leaned in to ask, So, do you think I'm handsome? The sunglasses guy and the man with earrings. Where did this narcissist come from? However, after the 2 carefully examined him, they nodded in agreement. Very handsome. Stunningly good looking. If they had to say he wasn't handsome or just average, then those 2 really would have to lower themselves to an inferior level, even to the level of ordinary people, to avoid lowering the average attractiveness. They could only endure and compliment him. Listening to their responses, the handsome young man didn't feel proud. Instead, he sighed and shook his head, his eyes filled with stories, lamenting, What a pity, I'm not even 1/10,000th of a drifter. The sunglasses guy and the man with earrings. So flattering. Meow. The small cat, like a keychain, meowed on the shoulder of the handsome young man, drawing attention, and its tone seemed to carry a hint of disdain. A misunderstanding. The man with earrings' expression suddenly changed. This cat looks a lot like the luxury cat, Xiao Chum. The sunglasses guy also furrowed his brows. Deep in thought, the handsome young man smiled helplessly. Since it was like this, he had no choice but to reveal it. Yes. The man with earrings exclaimed, Brother, are you a mimic of the drifter? The handsome young man. Oh, how do you know? The man with earrings smiled confidently, striking a pose as if in control. Same cat, same hairstyle, profile looks very similar. Even the clothes are quite similar. The handsome young man. The sunglasses guy. The man with earrings took out a wanted poster from his pocket and confidently said, But the crucial point is that your eyes lack ferocity. The handsome young man's eyes were dark-circled and tired. The handsome young man patted the man with earrings on the shoulder and laughed. Brother, you have good eyesight. The man with earrings waved his hand, feigning modesty. Not at all, just a bit knowledgeable. All right, then you guys continue watching. I'll take my leave. The handsome young man nodded at them and then walked out. Meow. All right, brother, see you later. The man with earrings smiled and waved. Once the handsome young man disappeared into the crowd, he gave the sunglasses guy a thumbs up. I have to say that brother is pretty good. Indeed. Indeed. The sunglasses guy raised his hand, trembling as he wiped the cold sweat pouring down his forehead. What's wrong with you? Why is your back wet? It's nothing. It's raining. Huh? Light snow was falling, bringing a faint coolness. The handsome young man, also known as Rake, walked along the street, forming an eye-catching duo with the small orange cat lounging on his shoulder, especially among the opposite sex on the street. From women in their 40s who looked like tigers to cute girls aged 13 or 14. Rake attracted the tiger women, while the small orange attracted the young girls, making them particularly conspicuous. Therefore, Rake turned and walked into a small alley, stopped, turned around, and asked, So, what is your purpose in following me? Before Rake stood a girl with a faint smile on her face, with short, light purple hair and a slightly youthful, delicate face. Her bright eyes held a mischievous glint. Dressed in a white shirt and hot pants, she showcased her curves, with deep valleys on full display. Although she looked young, she had an enchanting beauty, and given time, She would surely become a stunning beauty. But what did this have to do with Rake? The girl stepped forward, her voice sweetly teasing, as she flaunted her charms. Ah, as expected of a drifter, you're really amazing. My name is Karina. Gulp. In the last sentence, the girl said it in a very serious, earnest, and loud voice, and after finishing, she unconsciously swallowed. Oh, Rake held his sword, Tian against her neck. So, do you have something to say? Chapter 18. Excuse me, how do I get to Frost Moon Village? So, is there something going on? Snowflakes drifted slowly, bringing beauty along with a hint of chill. However, one person felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her heart frozen. This was Karina. In an alley, there was a man, a woman, and a cat. Lake held the heavenly cutter, the sharp blade approaching the fair skin of the girl Karina's neck, making her, who originally had ulterior motives, quiet down considerably. After all, the coldness and the threat of death were not to be taken lightly. No wonder he was the first man in the East Sea to be offered a bounty of 50 million. Could you put the knife down? I'm a bit scared. Karina slowly raised her hands and awkwardly said, cold sweat appearing on her face. Lake raised an eyebrow, but made no move. Seeing this, Karina understood that this man would not be easily swayed. She immediately explained her reason. Hilbert Lake, I want to collaborate with you. I come with sincerity. Collaborate? Is it for the so-called treasure of Royal Harbor? Oh, you know me. Lake casually replied, without rushing to clarify the specifics. He sheathed the heavenly cutter, but kept a small knife spinning between his fingers. With the thread of the blade gone from her neck, Karina felt much less tense. Looking into Lake's eyes, she nodded seriously. Of course, after all, it's the unique bounty of 50 million in the East Sea. Upon hearing this, Lake's lips curled slightly. Although he was forced into piracy by the Navy, he couldn't deny that he had become famous, albeit infamously. Well, first tell me who you are. Lake found a box to sit on, nodding to Karina, while Little Orange climbed into his arms. My name is Karina, and I'm a phantom thief. Hearing Lake's question, Karina placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and her face practically screamed pride. A phantom thief? Lake couldn't help but frown. There were phantom thieves in this world. Although there was Kid, he was a pirate. That's right. Karina nodded emphatically, clearly satisfied with her identity as a phantom thief. She continued with a confident smile on her face. I believe women should rely on their own hands and wisdom to steal. I didn't ask you that. Lake directly interrupted, raising his eyes to look at her. A phantom thief was just a thief, and the only thief he knew was Xiaomei. Thinking of Xiaomei, Lake finally realized who this woman was. No wonder she looked so familiar. She was a character from that theatrical version about the Golden Emperor, and someone who could leave an impression on him was certainly not ordinary. He knew her thunder was significant. Cough, just kidding. After being interrupted by Lake, Karina's face turned slightly red, as if she had said too much. So she got straight to the point. Are you here for the treasure of Royal Harbor? I am indeed looking into the treasure of Royal Harbor, Lake replied after a moment of thought. Although he wasn't specifically after the treasure, it seemed that the beast that had slaughtered the village was somehow related to this so-called treasure. Of course, if he could make a fortune from it, Lake would be willing. Hee, I know about that. Karina smiled slyly. So you go ahead and tell me, and I'll consider it. With Lake's approval, Karina wasted no time and immediately explained to him. The treasure of Royal Harbor is news that has recently come out, but this matter dates back over 300 years. Over 300 years? Interesting. Lake's interest was piqued, and even Little Orange perked up. Go on. Karina laid out all the known information and explained to Lake. Over 300 years ago, Yamaga Island was the largest pirate gathering place in the entire East Sea, and Royal Harbor was the largest port of Yamaga. It is said that the pirates of that island plundered the wealth of the entire East Sea. In other words, Yamaga gathered the wealth of the entire East Sea 300 years ago. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Lake admitted he was intrigued. Plundering the wealth of the entire East Sea. How much could that possibly be? If he got his hands on it, wouldn't he have to worry about food for a lifetime? Karina also noticed Lake's interest, her eyes flashing with a hint of a smile. No one could refuse such a large fortune. One Piece may be far away, but the treasure of Royal Harbor was right before their eyes. However, but the heavens can be unpredictable. A A sudden earthquake and tsunami caused that island to completely disappear into the sea. Over the past 300 years, many people have indeed searched for that island. But in this vast ocean, how difficult it is to find an island that has sunk to the bottom. So it has reappeared now? Lake smirked and couldn't help but comment, "This news sounds fake." Karina waved her hand dismissively, her tone firm and certain. "No way. Someone has spread the news that the island, which gathered the wealth of the East Sea, will resurface. Is the information you mentioned reliable?" Lake silently asked. Karina stroked her chin, contemplating. "I think it's better to believe it exists than not, especially since many people have gathered here." Lake couldn't help but cover his forehead, and Little Orange was almost falling asleep. Seeing Lake's lack of enthusiasm, Karina grew a bit anxious and quickly said, "No, I've heard that someone has already found that island, and it's said to have surfaced 1/10. Wow, someone has found this immense wealth, but doesn't want to keep it all for themselves, even inviting the whole world to share. Ha ha. Shakyamuni should give his position as the Buddha to that person." Lake leaned against the wooden box, staring at Karina with a deadpan expression. Although he wasn't there for treasure, hearing about such an obvious trap that many people believed and left him speechless. Even Little Orange wouldn't believe it. Meow. Little Orange lifted her head from Lake's arms, her cat face showing confusion. 3 days later, Karina exclaimed. 3 days later is the once-in-a-century extreme low tide, and the whole Yamaga Island will reappear. I believe that with your strength and my treasure hunting experience, we can definitely find the treasure. Karina clenched her fists. Her cheeks flushed with urgency, and without hesitation said, "If it turns out to be fake or dangerous, you can just leave me and run. You will definitely be able to escape." Lake half opened his eyes as he looked at Karina, his gaze sparkling, but not because of what Karina had said. Instead, he thought deeply about why someone would spread the news and let everyone know. However, what would happen if everyone knew? They would come here, and if they wanted to get rich overnight, they would have to come here. Then there would be more people. The more people there were, the better they could prey on them, right? Beasts. Thinking of this, a murderous intent flickered in Lake's eyes, and a bone-chilling aura filled the surrounding space. Gulp. Karina's heart skipped a beat, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to help but take a step back. Could it be that he really isn't interested and is about to go on a killing spree? Is this island the closest to Yamaga? Lake raised his head and looked at Karina. Yes. Karina nodded firmly, her expression extremely serious. This small country, which originally had less than 10,000 people, is now filled with all the bounty hunters, pirates, adventurers, and commoners and nobles flocking to it from the East Sea. It has far exceeded 10,000 people. Interesting. Lake's lips slowly curled up. The time of death for the villagers was just these few days, which meant that the beast might be on this island, perhaps brushing past him. But there was no rush. It would definitely appear in 3 days. Seeing the corner of Lake's mouth curl up, Karina felt a surge of joy in her heart. Great. Ha. It seems he still can't resist the temptation of treasure. Just as the two were silently pondering, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the alley. "Excuse me. Do you know how to get to Frostmoon Village?" Chapter 19. King of the East Sea. In a white little town, snowflakes continued to drift down from the sky. The lively town was stirred again, and the culprit behind this commotion turned out to be a cat. Meow. Little Orange jumped back and forth between the streets, occasionally leaping onto rooftops, discovering that no one would chase it there, before jumping down again to let people pursue it. A group of people were running wildly in the streets, but they couldn't keep it up for long, stopping after a while. However, 2 people were different. They were determined to catch the luxurious cat, Little Orange. The 2 were Johnny and Joseph. Johnny charged forward with big strides, shouting, "That's right. That's the luxurious cat, Little Orange. The bounty is as high as 5,000 berries." Joseph was not to be outdone, quickening his pace and shouting back, "Don't steal my catch, I saw it first." Johnny yelled, "Stop talking. How can you prove you saw it first? Whoever catches it gets it." Joseph looked furious. "Damn it. I will kill you sooner or later, Johnny." Johnny was unafraid, laughing loudly, "Ha ha. If you have the guts, come at me, Joseph." Little Orange was quick, and the 2 could not catch up. Their figures dashed from the east of the street to the west, then back from the west to the east again. The whole street was shrouded in the snow mist raised by their running. After several minutes, Little Orange seemed to tire of the game, standing on the roof of an inn, gently licking its body. Johnny and Joseph arrived, panting heavily. Meow. Little Orange glanced down, turned its head, and walked elegantly into a room. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances and rushed into the inn, found the room, and kicked the door open. Bang! The door burst open, and Johnny and Joseph immediately rushed into the room. Johnny threw his head back and laughed. Ha! You have nowhere to run now. Joseph, holding a knife in one hand and supporting his face with the other, shouted, Surrender! Luxurious cat, Little Orange. However, there were 3 people in the room, sitting around a table, and the luxurious cat Little Orange was sitting on a man's head. The man slowly stood up, quietly looking at them. They were very familiar with that face. It seemed to be the overlord of the East Sea. He was holding a long knife, and the reflected cold gleam instantly made the two awaken. Then, bang, bang. I'm sorry, super loud. Johnny and Joseph almost simultaneously knelt on the ground, apologizing with the loudest voices of their lives. The hand raised by Lake couldn't help but stiffen. Wow, such a quick kneel. Lake pulled at the corner of his mouth and sheathed his long knife. You guys get up and fix the door first, then come over and kneel. Yes. Karina couldn't help but support her forehead. What is going on here? This should be my line to say, fine. A man with green hair and 3 swords looked speechless. Half an hour later, Lake looked at the 4 in front of him, feeling that something was off but couldn't quite articulate it. A green-haired 3-sword swordsman, Roranoa Zoro. A light purple-haired, self-proclaimed thief, Karina. 2 bounty hunters, the sword god Johnny and the sword saint Joseph. The 2 slid to their knees again, loudly denying it. No, this is just something we were joking about. Brother Lake is the real sword god. Yes. Only Brother Lake is worthy of being the sword saint. Get up. Yes. Lake glanced at Karina, his voice hesitant. So, our team now consists of 5 people? It should be. Karina stroked her chin, deep in thought. Bang. Hey. Zoro slammed the table, standing up with a tight grip on the hilt of his sword. Fierce expression. I just asked for directions. Why did you bring me here? What are you all up to? Clang. Johnny and Joseph drew their swords simultaneously. What? How dare you disrespect Brother Lake? Quick, hold me back, or I might not be able to help but kill him. Bang. The 2 fell to the ground as Lake retracted his fist, glancing at Zoro with a faint smile. Once we finish, I'll tell you the way to Frost Moon Village. All right then. Zoro thought for a moment, slowly sat back down, and loosened his grip on the hilt. Johnny and Joseph lay on the ground, raising their hands in agreement. We'll listen to Brother Lake. Karina felt a bit of a headache, supporting herself on the table, mumbling, although there are a few more fillers, it's not a big deal. What? Johnny stood up from the ground, half drawing his knife. Quick, hold me back, or I won't be able to help but kill her. Bang! Ouch! Lake retracted his fist, looked at the 4, slowly nodded, and said seriously, Although things have developed unexpectedly, it's still not fundamentally wrong. Good. We set off in 3 days to Jamaga. Rumble, a steel battleship sailed through the waves, crossing the doldrums and entering the weakest sea, the East Sea. We've reached the East Sea, Captain. The man sitting on the battleship's throne slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with coldness, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. The weakest sea, the air here is truly foul. With red, rectangular-shaped hair, his body wrapped in iron chains. He was quite burly. Ha. I hope there will be some treasure that makes me a bit happier. Made Tolega, the most ruthless treasure hunter. Tolega stood up from the throne, twisted his neck, and grinned savagely. 3 days left, plenty of time. There must be other treasures in the East Sea. Let's plunder some of the East Sea's treasures first. Ha. Below him stood nearly 100 people, heads bowed in silence, quietly listening to Tolega's wild and arrogant laughter. In a cave, glowing with a faint light, hundreds of people stood silently, and in front of them stood a hooded man on a stone platform. Hee. The man in the black robe slowly raised his hand, his hoarse, deep voice echoing through the cave. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 days from now will mark the beginning of my rule over the East Sea. Hundreds of people knelt in unison, shouting, King of the East Sea! King of the East Sea! King of the East Sea! Ha 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 ha. I am a king of the East Sea. Chapter 20. Don't fire, Commander. We are civilians. 3 days later, in the early morning, snowflakes continued to drift down from the sky. This day marked the arrival of an extremely low tide in the northern part of the East China Sea. It was also the day when the sunken Yamaga briefly surfaced, driving the entire East China Sea into a frenzy. Although the extremely low tide would last less than an hour, many people flocked to the sunken treasure of the shipwreck in Royal Harbor. All the outsiders in the small town set sail today, with tens of thousands of ships heading out to sea, resembling an enormous fleet. The destination of this fleet was the long-lost Yamaga. Lake and his group also set off, but that was an hour after the main force departed. As for the reason, it was certainly not because Lake and the others sensed something unusual, nor was it because they had an evil intent to reap the benefits. Instead, they were misled by someone, Roronoa Zoro, an unprecedented, incredibly rare, super directionally challenged person. The five raced through the streets, kicking up snow and mist, attracting curious glances from passers-by. It was indeed bizarre. It was truly strange, after all. Not everyone could be as directionally challenged as Zoro, and not everyone, like Lake and his friends, would let Zoro lead the way. I'm so foolish, really. I only knew Zoro was bad with directions, but I didn't expect him to be a super directionally challenged person. Zoro, my dear horse, Lake shouted elegantly while running alongside Zoro. Meow. Little Orange, perched on Lake's shoulder, huffed at Zoro. No, you guy, if you don't know the way, why are you leading us? Karina took off running, bringing along 2 mountains. She was fuming at Zoro, her chest aching with frustration. Finally realizing why this guy had asked them for directions, Johnny was about to draw his sword, his face contorted. Damn it, pull me back, or I want to be able to stop myself from killing this directionally challenged fool. Joseph held Johnny back, advising him not to act impulsively because they really couldn't win. Zoro's forehead bulged with veins, and he retorted loudly. What the hell? It's obviously you all who followed me. Then why did you walk in front? Karina clenched her fists tightly, her face flushed with anger. She really wanted to punch Zoro to death. Well, it's because you all woke up too late. Zoro showed no signs of regret, even wearing a nonchalant expression. Now even Joseph couldn't hold back, ready to draw his sword, but Johnny immediately stopped him. Just talking about it is enough. Zoro is a monster, and they couldn't beat him. Then why? Why did you manage to lead us to the other side of the island on such a simple route to the port? Karina gritted her teeth, glaring at Zoro with an expression that suggested she was about to eat him alive. Sigh. Truly a man who treats geography class as a language class. Lake sighed, secretly determined that even if he had to jump off a cliff in the future, he would never let Zoro lead the way again. Well, the situation suddenly arose, and I can't help it. Zoro scratched his head, still unrepentant. You guy. This drove the treasure-hungry Karina mad with rage. We arrived at the port. Hurry. Lake had just boarded the ship, while the large fleet was already nearing the island. A strange island suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. If normal islands were compared to a snow cake, then Yamaga was like a heavily damaged snow cake that had broken off at a steep angle but was still partially connected. And in that steeply inclined area, due to the extremely low tide, it was exposed. Clearly visible, the drop from the inclined part to the smaller section of the island could reach 100 meters, with an inclination exceeding 30 degrees. The fleet of countless ships was now buzzing with excitement, and the clamor on the sea intensified. That island, Yamaga. I see it. So many mini shipwrecks. At the bottom of the inclined position, visible shipwreck ruins could easily be called a graveyard for pirate ships. Just looking at it, it was an endless sight. Those ships were covered in large patches of deep-sea green moss and had corroded significantly, with not a single ship intact. But this only fueled their excitement, as it indicated the long history of these pirate ships, making the story of plundering the wealth of the East China Sea even more credible. At this moment, everyone was a treasure hunter, and upon seeing the shipwreck ruins, all treasure hunters were thrilled. Ha ha ha, there must be a lot of treasure. Row faster, row faster. That's the wealth from plundering an entire sea area. However, Among these thousands of treasure hunters, there were certainly differences in strength. Ordinary civilians were the lowest tier, followed by nobles, bounty pirates, renowned hunters, and the navy. Those were the main forces for seizing the treasure, and civilians were mostly just following behind to pick up scraps, and they might even get killed. Bang! The first gunshot rang out, and everyone turned to look at the source of the noise. A pirate, dressed in a mink coat and holding a pistol that was still smoking, stood out. His skin was dark, with tattoos on his head, and his face seemed to scream villain. Ha ha! No one is allowed to rob from me. Anyone who dares to compete with me for treasure. He laughed maniacally. I'm the bounty of 15. 5 million berries, the Northern Sea pirate, and the enemy of the Northern Sea pirate crew. Behind the bald pirate, there were hundreds of pirates, all grinning with wicked smiles, their faces twisted with malice. All of them were villains. Who cares about you? Anyone who dares to block my way, I will kill them all. A hoarse voice came through, unapologetic. Who is so brave? The crowd turned to look, and a shadowy man wearing a black top hat, with 2 curved swords at his waist, stood at the bow of a pirate ship cutting through the waves, coldly observing the so-called Northern Sea pirate. Others also recognized this man. A small pirate gasped in shock, holding a wanted poster, comparing it back and forth, before gritting his teeth and growling. It's the dual-wielding Jack with a bounty of 16. 3 million berries. The bloodthirsty executioner, born from a country of executioners. He is said to have killed more people than he has seen, just as everyone was stunned by the 2 major pirates with bounties in the millions. Another voice came from the other side. Ha ha! After all, it's unclaimed treasure. Whoever grabs it is theirs. With a single eye patch over his right eye and a pirate eye patch over the left, he carried a sniper rifle on his back. He was thin, looking somewhat weak, with a flippant smile on his face. Although he seemed like someone who could be killed with a single punch, not a single person present dared to underestimate him. A noble saw him and immediately broke into a cold sweat, retreating repeatedly. It's the sniper killer, Hawklow, with a bounty of 13 million berries from the Navy. Don't be fooled by the low bounty. In the underground world, this guy has a bounty of up to 35 million berries placed on his head by noble lords, just to take his life. The underground world's assassins are here. Who else hasn't he come? Of course, bounty hunters wouldn't miss out. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was wild and extremely arrogant. A small, dirty-haired man with a big knife stood on the ship's wall, grinning wickedly. Looks like today we can not only get the treasure, but also collect a few pirate heads. Ha! Behind him stood a tall, crew-cut man holding a dagger. His face calm. They're all scarce pirates who are rarely seen. There is plenty to kill. Their appearance sent all the pirates into a frenzy. What? A pirate captain turned pale as a sheet, his body trembling uncontrollably, cautiously raising his hand. The most famous bounty hunter in the East Sea, the Rulik brothers. Even they have appeared, a robust civilian, with an extremely ugly expression on his face. It is said that the bounty pirates who died at their hands number in the hundreds. Moreover, his eyes trembled as he looked at the Rulik brothers, unable to help but grip the newly bought long knife tightly, trying to draw courage from a blade. He gritted his teeth and said, "These 2 are even worse than pirates, and we often hear news of them burning down villages." The companion beside him looked shocked. Huh? Why haven't they been put on a bounty? They have powerful figures from the Navy behind them. Speaking of the Navy has arrived. Bang! Bang! 2 naval cannons fired, aimed at the most concentrated area of the ships, unleashing 2 deadly tongues of fire. The shells soared over the sea, falling into the dense area. The treasure hunters in the concentrated zone panicked. Whether they were pirates or hunters, the East Sea currently does not exist, except for drifters who can catch cannonballs barehanded. People below scattered in all directions, with some even abandoning their ships and jumping into the sea. Shells. It's shells. Run. There are too many ships. We can't dodge at all. We are just civilians. Chapter 21, Double the Fun. Boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed, and the shells showed no mercy, regardless of whether one was a civilian. 2 naval shells struck the ship directly, the shockwave flipping both nearby people and vessels. Flames erupted, quickly taking shape, and hundreds of ships that couldn't escape were engulfed in flames, with the fire spreading further. It was like a low-budget version of the Battle of Red Cliffs. This explosive scene left many in shock, watching helplessly as the warships continued to fire, completely disregarding whether the targets were civilians or pirates. They actually opened fire, the Navy, even the Navy, facing the terrified or enraged gazes of the crowd. A Navy officer cloaked in a justice cape stood at the bow of the ship. He bit down on a cigar, held his head high, his face marked with scars, and his eyes full of defiance. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The Navy is the true ruler of the seas. Unclaimed islands are naturally managed by the Navy. Ha ha! The pirates were very familiar with this man, their teeth grinding in hatred. The current commander of the Roachtown Naval Base, Navy Colonel Marickson, the Flying Bird. Even such a big shot has come. Among the pirates, some hated him, while others admired him. For instance, the wealthy pirates. For Marickson, stationed in Roachtown, pirates were a source of wealth. If pirates paid, he would let them pass. If it didn't pay, then he better stay in the East Blue and not think about approaching Reverse Mountain. As a colonel of the Navy, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. A towering mountain for East Blue pirates. Gulp. Notorious pirates. Underground assassins. Bounty hunters. Even the Navy has come. The sunken treasure of Royal Port has attracted the top powerhouses of East Blue. A man looked at the series of top figures in East Blue and felt his scalp tingle, swallowing his saliva. No, there's still one person. The one-eyed man beside him looked up, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Difficult, could it be that you're talking about? The man's eyes widened, his heart racing. That's right. The one-eyed man slowly curved his lips, his voice hoarse. That legendary pirate with an initial bounty of 50 million berries. The drifter, Hilbert Lake. Achoo! Lake rubbed his slightly red nose, confused. Who is talking about me? Is it Carp? Damn it. Carp is still chasing me. Just kidding. It was clearly Little Orange, bored, wagging its tail and sweeping it across him. Little Orange dared to be reckless. Instantly refined, Lake grabbed Little Orange from his head, holding in his arms, and started petting it. The sea, the morning sun, bringing its always intoxicating warmth, human language. Lazy. A slightly worn-out sailboat sailed on the sea, with 5 people and a cat on board, making the already cramped boat even more crowded. And there were 2 idiots holding hands, spinning around and singing a double torture. Johnny and Joseph's arms were locked together as they excitedly sang and danced. La 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 la, treasure hunting. Treasure hunting. Following Brother Lake to hunt for treasure. Ah, you guys are so loud. Lake, with a black line on his forehead, looked up at the 2, his eyes filled with drowsiness. Sorry, we got a little carried away. Johnny and Joseph immediately lowered their heads to admit their mistake. They are professionals at admitting mistakes quickly. Lake simply turned his head away, out of sight, out of mind, holding a flask of sake he had taken from Zoro, sipping it slowly to refresh his mind. Little Orange coiled around Lake's neck, trembling its little nose to sniff the smell of alcohol, its eyes flashing with excitement. Karina spread out the map, busying herself. Lake glanced at Karina, casually striking up a conversation. To be honest, I'm a bit afraid of the sea right now. Upon hearing this, Karina looked up, her eyes strange. You? Afraid of the sea? Isn't the sea your plaything? After 3 days of getting along, she found that the notorious pirate with a 50 million bounty in East Blue. Quite easy to get along with, just occasionally a bit silly, creating a contrast. Ha ha ha, the sea is not anyone's plaything. Lake was amused by Karina's somewhat ignorant remark, not thinking too much about it, and immediately explained. One must hold a sense of ought to know when to stop, so as not to lose one's true self. Oh, classmate Karina. Quite profound in speech. Karina looked at him, somewhat surprised. A new understanding. Ha ha, not bad, right? Lake couldn't help but laugh. Then his smile turned bitter. If you wander lost at sea for 4 days without rest, you'd feel this way too. Ah, Karina tilted her head and immediately burst into laughter. Huh, you're Zoro. Lake, don't use such foul language. Did I forget something? Lake frowned, having a bad premonition, but the effects of alcohol made him unable to recall. By the way, Brother Lake, why were you offered a bounty of 50 million? I think you're quite good. Johnny leaned closer to Lake, giggling. Yeah. Joseph followed suit, also curious. Interrupted in his thoughts, Lake simply decided not to think about it. Sighed, shook his head, and spoke seriously. Well, Sai, it's also my fault. The Navy was too envious of my handsomeness, consumed by jealousy, and couldn't take it anymore. Feeling embarrassed, they put a bounty on me. Wow, as expected of Brother Lake. Johnny seemed to discover a new continent, praising him profusely. Such a refreshing and unconventional reason. So cool. Joseph rubbed his chin, unable to help but exclaim. Karina, 3 idiots. Johnny stood up, immediately drawing his sword. Hey you, don't think just because you're a beauty, you can insult my Brother Lake. Joseph followed suit, drawing his sword. Exactly, don't make me chop you. Lake's bad premonition grew stronger, scratching his head in deep thought. What exactly went wrong? What's wrong with you? Karina also noticed Lake's distress. Lake stroked his chin. I just feel like something bad is about to happen, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances. Johnny pondered, and said, what bad thing could happen, except for that guy Zoro getting us lost? Today has been quite good. But where did Zoro go? Johnny scratched his head, not seeing him on the deck. Lake and Karina's pupils dilated instantly. Zoro, what are you doing? Zoro turned to look at them from the bow. What are you doing? Lake and Karina exclaimed in unison. Zoro looked confused, pointing at the helm in his hands, and said matter-of-factly, steering the ship. You guys just sat there when you got on, and no one came to control the course. I'm telling you all, can't you think a bit? Yamaka, in a dim cave, a man in a black robe, looked at the image projected on the ceiling, showing treasure hunters landing on the island and heading towards the pirate ship ruins. He raised both hands, his hood slipping off, revealing a hideous face and a maniacal laugh. Finally, they took the bait. The King of East Blue, right in front of me. The sea, on an invisible warship. Maid Toriega stood at the bow, tilting his head back, his face exuding immense arrogance. The sunken treasure of Royal Port is right ahead. The hip-hop style man pushed up his sunglasses with one hand, a smirk on his lips. A drunken woman, bubbling with alcohol, her gaze hazy yet radiating danger. Ha ha, it's our turn to make an entrance, giving the people of East Blue a taste of the shock of the new world. Chapter 22. Killing you. The treasure is mine. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from the other side of the sea, shaking the heavens and the earth. Yamajiga. All the treasure hunters had landed on the island and began their treasure hunting journey. However, this treasure hunt was accompanied by both the ecstasy of discovering treasures and the anticipation of the future, as well as savagery and death. Often, the treasure that could make one rich overnight was not the favor of the goddess of fortune, but rather the echo of death's calamity. Ha 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 ha, I found it. A young man suddenly laughed maniacally, holding a golden crown with both hands. Although it was covered in dirt, the crown still sparkled brilliantly. What a big crown. I'm rich, however. Just as the young man was excited, blood suddenly erupted from his chest, his eyes losing focus as he painfully collapsed to the ground. A pirate with yellowed teeth grinned as he approached, showing off a pig's liver and holding a revolver. Looking at the young man, writhing in pain on the ground, he cruelly laughed. Kid, you can't handle such a treasure. Let me take it. Whoosh! Bang! The pirate's head suddenly burst open, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The one who acted was none other than the northern pirate who had fired the first shot in the robbery. He tossed a small iron ball in his hand, his smile extremely arrogant and wild. Licking his thick lips, he sneered. The treasure definitely belongs to my northern pirates. He then raised his arm and shouted, Boys, start robbing. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed. Hundreds of pirates behind him responded loudly, waving their weapons. Oh, oh, oh. Kill. Rob. The surrounding civilian treasure hunters were doomed, completely unable to compete with those pirates. However, if they were also pirates, this group of northern pirates would think twice before robbing, as they were very skilled at picking their targets. Many civilian players felt dissatisfied, but unfortunately, it was of no use. They lacked the courage and strength to resist, only able to avoid the pirates while searching for treasure. Meanwhile, the dual-wielding Jack, a fellow seed player, merely glanced and then withdrew his gaze. He swung his curved sword forward, whoosh. Thud! A head rolled off, blood gushing out like a fountain. The treasure hunter who was struggling to find treasure was immediately confused, collapsing to the ground. He, I have no interest in any treasure. A cruel smile appeared on dual-wielding Jack's shadowy face, grinning. I'm only interested in killing. Saying this, he looked towards a group of treasure hunters ahead, seeing them merely as playthings for his amusement. Some to kill, he. Bending his body, holding his curved swords, he charged forward, his smile growing even wider. Yalalala. Dual-wielding crescent moon dance of chaos. In an instant, cold glimmers flashed. The two curved swords danced like skilled dancers, mercilessly taking lives. Whoosh, 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 splatter. Blood sprayed everywhere, and more people fell to the ground, along with the gold and jewels hidden on their bodies. Perhaps they were still thinking about how to use such a large sum of wealth when they lost their lives, just a fleeting dream. Dual-wielding Jack's reckless killing naturally drew attention, and those treasure hunters who were targeted immediately fled for their lives, even abandoning their treasures. Ah, help me. Please don't kill me. However, begging for mercy only made dual-wielding Jack kill with more pleasure. Of course, some people try to make ridiculous deals to save their lives. Dual-wielding Jack, as long as you let me go, all these treasures on me will be yours. Whoosh. Jack decisively killed him with a single stroke, his face filled with disdain. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, he sneered, killing you. The treasure is also mine, fool. Unfortunately, the drifting wanderer did not come. Otherwise, he. Meanwhile, the impotent sniper killer, Hakro, was lying in wait for someone, specifically a rather attractive girl. Hakro, looked at the girl in front of him with a half-smile, holding a flintlock pistol, the threat in his voice evident. That golden item was seen by me first. Can you give it to me, little girl? Gulp. The girl swallowed hard, tears welling in her eyes, trembling as she raised her hand, presenting the exquisite golden object that hadn't even warmed in her grasp to Hakro. All right, here you go, don't kill me. Her tone was filled with fear, feeling like she was about to cry at any moment. Don't joke. My sniper rifle doesn't kill women. Hakro took the item without hesitation, tossing it in his hand, a self-satisfied smile appearing on his face. Don't look at me like this. I'm actually a gentleman, he. Survived. The girl displayed a hint of relief, quickly bending over and then hastily fleeing the area, her steps surprisingly cheerful. However, with a bang, her body quickly stiffened, blood bursting from the back of her head as she fell heavily into the mud, still adorned with some exquisite accessories. Unfortunately, she ultimately failed to escape with the gold and became someone else's wedding dress. The so-called gentlemanly sniper rifle that would kill women was now in Hakro's hand. Smoking revolver in tow, licking his lips, he grinned. But my pistol will, he. Just then, a boisterous laughter rang out not far from him. Ha ha! Hakro, finally found you. The bounty of 35 million. Immediately after, a deep voice followed. Though low, it was filled with confidence. Your head will allow us to live a prosperous life. So please surrender. Hakro looked at the two men, who were the notorious bounty hunter brothers, Rulik. Finally here, a sinister smile appeared on Hakro's face. His voice cold. Surely you two aren't joking. Moreover, doesn't any random treasure here worth more than my head? He. This statement seemed to enlighten the Rulik brothers, as if they had an epiphany. The tall hunter stroked his chin, looking at his smaller brother. I think he has a point. If we can get the sunken treasure here, we won't have to worry for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, the smaller hunter nodded in agreement. Right? Then we'll let you go first, you can leave. Hakro smiled helplessly at this, immediately raising his pistol to shoot at the two. Bang! Clang! The shot was blocked by the smaller hunter's long knife, creating sparks. You bastard! The hunter brothers were filled with rage, their eyes seemingly questioning why he would ambush them. Hakro merely watched them quietly, his eyes showing no fluctuations. They're all old foxes. What kind of game are they playing? The two brothers exchanged glances and simply dropped the pretense, revealing cruel smiles simultaneously. Having roamed the seas for many years, how could they be easily swayed by a few words? Ha! The treasure isn't the key. Just your head. The smaller hunter, shouldering his long knife, laughed loudly. Your head will be the stepping stone for us to become nobles. Exactly. The tall hunter nodded in agreement, his voice heavy. We can even say that you are our second target here. I'm his second target. A hint of surprise appeared on Hawkro's face. Hee. Let me guess, your first target wouldn't be that one, would it? The smaller hunter, satisfied with Hawkro's surprise, immediately revealed the name. Exactly, the drifting wanderer, Hilbert Lake. The first pirate in the East Sea with a bounty of 50 million. The tall hunter spoke calmly. As long as we kill him, that lord will give us many benefits, even comparable to becoming nobles. Ha ha! What a pity that kid doesn't seem to have shown up. The small, thin hunter tightened his grip on the long knife, his expression growing more brutal. So we can only kill you. Blame that guy for his cowardice. Oh, you don't really think you have victory in your hands, do you? Chapter 23, A Shock from the New World. Oh, you didn't think you had it in the bag, did you? The wind blew fiercely, ruffling the long hair of Hawkro, who had his head slightly bowed. Suddenly, an unexpected remark made the atmosphere turn strange. The Lulu brothers couldn't help but frown. Just a bunch of tricks. The two brothers exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Just as they were about to launch a strong attack, a wave of dread surged through them, making their hairs stand on end. Retreat! The small hunter shouted and quickly backed away. The tall hunter followed suit without hesitation. When they turned to look, they found that, unbeknownst to them, a Navy officer draped in a justice cloak was standing behind Hawkro, biting a cigar and looking at them defiantly. Lord Marickson, Hawkro, still with his head bowed, displayed his respect to the fullest. Marickson, the hunters' faces turned ashen. A colonel from the Navy headquarters, undeniably the strongest force in the EC. Though it was just on paper, he was definitely not someone they could handle. Huh. Marickson exhaled a puff of smoke from his cigar, his expression calm, starkly contrasting with the tense hunters. This was the confidence that came from immense strength, or perhaps the confidence granted by the weakest sea. After repeatedly slaughtering civilians and burning down villages, Lulu brothers, in my eyes, you are already pirates. Your bounty will be announced after your deaths. Marickson said casually, but it directly determined the fate of the Hunter brothers. Damn it! Marickson, the flying bird. The small hunter's pupils dilated, pointing his knife at Marickson, growling. It's clearly your struggle with that lord, yet you speak so grandly. Don't you find your words laughable? The tall hunter gripped his dagger tightly, his expression betraying his panic. Marickson remained silent, continuing to smoke his cigar. Instead, Hawkro licked his lips and said, Huh. Pirates really are eloquent. A great battle is about to break out. On the other side of the ruins of Royalport, a group of three stood on what was once a seabed mire. Mater Tolega, the drunken archer girl, and a hip-hop invisible man. Tolega held a handful of golden ornaments, but there was not a trace of joy on her face. In fact, she looked quite angry. Treasure, no, what's wrong, boss? The invisible man looked at Tolega. Too little, too light. Tolega suddenly exerted force with her arm, crushing the ornaments in her hand and flinging them away. Someone took the real, precious treasure early. What's left are just a bunch of worthless trinkets. Tolega laughed in anger, veins popping on her forehead. Daring to play tricks on me. Just a bunch of EC people. The drunken girl and the invisible man behind her fell silent. It's better not to provoke trouble. However, there are always people who fail to see the gap in strength, foolishly trying to suppress others with numbers. A middle-aged man with stubble saw Tolega and her group, along with a pile of golden ornaments behind them. His eyes were greedily glinting, but he knew very well that he was definitely not their opponent. He immediately raised his arm and shouted, attracting the attention of everyone nearby, pointing at Tolega's group. Everyone look, there's so much gold behind them. Quick, grab it. The crowd turned to look at Tolega, and when they saw the pile of gold behind her, their eyes nearly popped out. Wow, how'd they do it? They actually collected so much. Who cares how they did it? Grab it. Driven by greed and desire, they rushed in like pirates, fighting and scrambling. A massive army of treasure hunters charged towards them. Watching this scene, Tolega was almost laughing in anger. Oh dear, how naughty they are. The archer girl stepped forward, still drunk, and began to draw her bow. She raised her hand, and then shot out arrows, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 special arrows fell towards the treasure-hunting army. They looked up at the sky, bows and arrows. Just 3 arrows, and they look pretty trashy. What can a bow and arrow do? Boom! Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted, and a powerful shock wave instantly knocked over hundreds of people, leaving a scene of carnage and endless wails. Those treasure hunters who narrowly escaped the blast did not dare to advance any further, their faces filled with fear and unease. Yes, those arrows explode. It's too dangerous over there. Many felt fear, while some believed that fortune favors the bold. If such powerful arrows are not many in number, that makes sense. The group stayed in place, neither advancing nor retreating, staring greedily at the pile of gold behind Tolega, completely unable to hide their greed. Clang! Iron chains emerged from Tolega's hand, wrapping around her arms as she stepped forward. Crossing over the archer girl, looking at the greedy treasure hunters, she grinned savagely. East Sea trash, just in time for me to vent my anger. She immediately bent her knees and rapidly charged forward, her expression terrifyingly fierce. I'll take it out on you guys. Swoosh. It was only then that the treasure hunters realized what kind of person they had angered. They're coming. So fast. Quick, counterattack. Ha 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 ha. Tolega charged into the crowd, laughing maniacally as her fists slammed down hard. Boom. With a loud bang, the shockwave centered on her instantly spread out. Those around her turned into a mist of blood, flesh flying everywhere, instantly killing everyone within a 10-meter radius. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, shocked by such a crazy display. So strong. She actually killed so many people with one blow. A monster! A monster! Run! It was only then that they remembered to flee. She was an existence they could never touch. The massive treasure-hunting army collapsed in an instant. Tolega stood up, stretched her neck, feeling refreshed. As for how many died or ran away, she didn't care. The real treasure must still be on this island. She looked up at the small island above and shouted loudly. It might be up there. Psychope, get people, let us go up together. Yes. Chapter 24, Call Me Admiral. Yamajiga, a small island that has not collapsed on an open space, stands a black-robed team of hundreds of people, and in front of them stand two leaders, one tall and thin, the other short and fat. They are the cadres of this evil organization, Gao Kuei and Zhu Yang. In front of the two leaders stands a man, who is their chief. Dressed in a black robe, he has a sinister face, a pair of shadowy eyes, and a bald head, resembling a demon incarnate. Fight, fight. Let us fight to the fullest. He looks down from a height at the people fighting below, spreading his arms with a look of ecstasy. Your bodies, your blood, will all be mine. The mastermind behind the so-called treasure of Royal Port, the leader of the evil organization intending to dominate the East Sea, Bloodskin Wayne. Gao Kuei and Zhu Yang slowly approach Wayne. Gao Kuei whispers, Boss, call me Admiral. Wayne immediately breaks character and glares at Gao Kuei. Gao Kuei awkwardly scratches his head, looking foolish. Yes, Admiral. Are we just guarding here? Zhu Yang silently stands behind, not saying a word. Wayne can't help but facepalm. This fool has no merits aside from fighting. Zhu Yang, being mute, at least can follow orders. If it weren't for their shared village background, he wouldn't let them be cadres. However, they're the only 3 living people in the organization. Who else could he let take the position? Wayne sighs. Sigh, with the IQ gap between us, it's hard for me to explain clearly. Upon hearing this, Gao Kuei looks dejected. But since you asked sincerely, I will generously tell you. Wayne looks up, full of pride, and Gao Kuei looks at him in admiration. The extremely low tide will soon arrive, at most in 10 minutes. Gao Kuei, confused, scratches his head and asks, Why? Wasn't it said to last for an hour? Ha ha ha. Didn't you hear that long rumble just now? Wayne smiles confidently, feeling the joy of intellectual superiority. I heard it, but what does it mean? Gao Kuei looks puzzled. It's the sound of the seawater carried by the extremely low tide crashing against the red Earth continent. Wayne can't help but lick his lips, grinning cruelly. According to calculations, it should indeed last for an hour. But the impassable chasm of the red Earth continent greatly shortens the time. In other words, facing the suddenly arriving seawater, if they don't want to die, they have to come to higher ground, right? A voice suddenly sounds not far behind. Upon hearing this, Wayne laughs heartily. Well said. Gao Kuei is making progress. Gao Kuei scratches his head, confused about why he is being called smart. Zhu Yang has already drawn his long knife. Meanwhile, Wayne is immersed in his grand plan. So, I just need to wait for them to come here naturally. He takes a step forward, looking at the crowd below, a cruel smile on his face. Once I absorb the blood of everyone here, I will be the strongest man in the world. The East Sea will be mine. Ha ha, ha ha. Wayne seems to envision all the kings of the East Sea bowing to him. Ha ha, you really are impressive. A mocking voice sounds not far behind him. You should call me Admiral. No. Wayne quickly turns around, looking back, and the hundreds of black-robed people follow suit. They find that a group of 5 people has appeared behind them without them noticing. It is Lake and his group. Lake stands in the center, little orange on his shoulder, with the others standing in formation. However, the moment is broken as Lake genuinely admires Zoro. He gives Zoro a thumbs up and can't help but exclaim, Zoro, I have to admit, you're truly a genius. To break this situation all by yourself is impressive. Your navigation skills must be too high priority. Zoro smiles confidently, hands on his hips, head held high. Humph. Now, daring to not believe in me. What are you so proud of? Karina looks at the two with a face full of black lines, gritting her teeth. You idiot and navigator, if I hadn't T-turned at the right time, we wouldn't have made it here. Zoro immediately becomes displeased, widening his eyes and retorting, what? If it weren't for me leading you off course, we would have fallen into the trap. You finally admit it was you who led us astray. Huh? Karina feels like she is going to have a heart attack. Why are there 4 idiots in this group? Johnny, who is obsessed with posing, feels an itch in his nose. Enough. Wayne, who has been ignored, can't take it anymore and yells. His eyes bulge with rage. If looks could kill, Lake and his group would have died hundreds of times. Who are you people, and why have you come here? Gao Kuei, startled, nervously points at Zhu Yang and loudly says, It must be Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang slowly turns his head to look at him, remaining silent. Gao Kuei has a look of I knew it. Look, boss, he doesn't even dare to speak. Shut up, idiot. Wayne wishes he could strangle Gao Kuei, accusing him mute and an illiterate. He considers Gao Kuei an idiot. Hey, Lake looks at Wayne, calmly asking, Have you ever massacred a village? Oh, which one are you referring to? Wayne twists his neck and cruelly smiles while sticking out his tongue. I'm sorry, I've massacred many villages. And if one of them is yours, I would truly be delighted. Perhaps my puppet army has your family members. Wouldn't it be nice to have a reunion? Ha ha ha. Wayne laughs loudly, and Gao Kuei joins in but is silenced by a glare from Wayne. Then I found it. After hearing the response, Lake nods slowly. He puts Little Orange down into Karina's arms and turns to her, saying, I'll leave Little Orange with you for now. Find a place to hide. Meow. Little Orange blinks at Lake. It'll all be quick. Lake smiles gently. Then he turns and looks at the hundreds of puppets and the 3 of Wayne. Johnny, Joseph, you 2 protect Karina. Understood. Johnny and Joseph respond loudly. That bald guy is mine. You can handle the rest. Lake looks at Zoro. Clash. How interesting. Zoro immediately draws 3 long knives, taking a combat stance, grinning. So many people, it's been a while since I felt this excitement. Stunned. Lake's eyes flash red and purple. He raises his hand to wipe his right eye, holding the long knife Skybreaker in his hand, emitting a chilling aura. His eyes, cold as frost, lock onto Wayne, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Soon, I will make you regret living in this world. Chapter 25, Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. Lake said this with an indifferent expression. The midday sun did not bring warmth to Yamega, located in the northern lands. Yamega, a small peninsula, would not be intimidated by Lake's words. Instead, it ignited a sense of anger from being underestimated. Who is begging whom? Anyway, everyone can talk big. Vane clenched his fists tightly, veins popping on his forehead. However, these 5 are indeed good puppet candidates. Vane smirked darkly, glanced at the 2 officers, and ordered, You 2 follow my puppets. Don't break them. Zhu silently gripped the knife handle, striding forward with a fierce gaze. Understood, boss. Gao Kuei gave a clumsy military salute. Call me Admiral. Bastard. At the same time, the group of black-robed puppets lifted their robes, revealing their withered wooden bodies. Shuffling toward Lake and his group, emitting unconscious low growls. All lifeless puppets. I'll leave them to you, Lake said to Sauron. Sauron nodded, tied on a headband, and smiled confidently. If you want to fight, go ahead. I'll handle things here. Hearing this, Lake felt reassured. Sauron was quite reliable. Whoosh! Immediately his knees bent, and then his figure flashed, disappearing from his original position and appearing in the air above the puppet army. Such speed. Seeing this, Sauron raised his eyebrows in surprise, a hint of battle intent rising in his eyes. He must be a swordsman too. Maybe I can find an opportunity to fight. However, he soon found himself speechless, because Lake, hovering above the puppet army, couldn't control the impulse to bring down justice from the sky, and thus, flash. Justice from the sky. Stunned. Bang! Lake landed heavily from the air, gripping the sheath of his sword and slamming it down to the ground, instantly generating a terrifying shockwave like a meteor falling. A deep purple shockwave rippled out rapidly, knocking the puppets flying, leaving them on the ground, unable to rise again. Hundreds of puppets were annihilated in a single move. This move has quite a good clearing effect. Crouching slightly, Lake's lips curled up, standing up, the light in his eyes making it hard to look directly at him. This scene left everyone present in shock. To think in one move. Is this the power of someone with a bounty of 50 million? Karina covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with different colors. As expected of Big Brother Lake. So amazing. Johnny was almost moved to tears, raising his arms in cheers. Big Brother Lake, we admire you. Joseph's voice was filled with excitement. What is going on here? There are no people left. What am I supposed to fight? Sauron stood quietly with his hands on his sword, one in his mouth, looking at Lake, who had finished the scene, thinking you make me look foolish. Ahem. Lake couldn't help but scratch his face. He couldn't help it. He was a bit unable to contain himself. The three villains were all surprised, with only Ju-Yang being practical, charging toward Lake with a large cleaver. Has he always been this brave? The other two widened their eyes, shocked by Ju-Yang's tragic bravery. Ju-Yang showed no fear in his eyes, locking onto Lake, and heavily swung his knife toward him. Swish! Lake not only didn't dodge, but walked right into the path of the large knife. Stunned, under everyone's astonished gaze. The large knife swept across Lake's neck, with no scene of flesh flying. Only the divine pattern flashed past Lake's back. This knife wielder is for you. Lake didn't even turn his head, and as his voice fell, he passed through Ju-Yang's body, striding forward. Upon hearing this, Sauron grinned. Now that's more like it. Karina and the others felt like they were seeing things. Why does Lake seem almost non-corporeal? You wouldn't be. Watching Lake rush forward, Vane finally recalled why he found him so familiar. It can't be wrong, it's you. The one with a bounty of 50 million berries from the Navy. Vane's eyes widened. His expression darkening to the extreme, he shouted loudly, "Wandering rogue. Hilbert Lake." Oomph. Lake smirked, maintaining his speed as he charged straight ahead. Gaokui, wielding a giant axe, stood in front of Lake, his face twisted. No matter who you are, if you want to get close to the boss, you have to get past me first. However, Lake did not even glance at him. Feeling the power surging within him, Lake conceived an idea. He whispered to himself, I like to simplify things the most. Combining the two enhanced slashes into one wouldn't be a bad idea. Boom, boom. Gao Kuei dragged the giant axe, charging at Lake, the axe raised high. What are you saying? You're dead. This combined technique is called. In the last half second before the divine time was about to run out, Lake drew his sword and slashed forward, divine might. One slash. In an instant, the sword intense surged, a chilling brilliance flashed, and a deep purple slash rose from the ground. In Gao Kuei's despairing gaze wind. Phew! The slash pierced through his body, cutting a boulder not far behind him in half, and finally dissipated in midair. The area where the slash passed was left in disarray, along with blood. Cough! Gao Kuei's eyes lost focus, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. The left half of his body actually fell off from his torso, blood gushing out, making Karina and the other's eyes twitch. The remaining part of Gao Kuei's body propped itself up with its head, its mouth opening and closing, mumbling its last words. My body. I feel so dizzy. Lake, holding the sky cutter, stepped over him, glancing back at him, softly comforting. Dizziness is normal. Just take a deep breath. Thud. Gao Kuei fell to the ground dead. Sauron was still fighting with that large knife officer, gaining the upper hand. Victory was just a matter of time. There was only this bald-headed rookie left in front of him. Yet, in the face of the brutal death of his subordinate, Vane showed no reaction, even throwing his head back and laughing. Ha 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 ha! He clenched his fists tightly, sticking out his tongue with a grin. Don't think that killing one of my subordinates gives you the right to act wildly. Although he was shocked by Lake's strength, he was even more confident in his own power. Vane slowly walked toward Lake, and as he moved, the ground around them began to shift, rising and falling, as if something was wriggling below. You're also a devil fruit user, right? Although it was a question, Vane's tone was quite certain. Creak, creak. Vane twisted his neck, confidence written all over his face. He looked at Lake with a proud gaze, grinning menacingly. You should know, there are differences even among devil fruits. Chapter 26, Everything Left for Me to Play With. There are also differences between devil fruits. For the overly confident Vane, Lake remained unmoved. Holding the sky-severing blade in his right hand, with both hands crossed over his chest, his gaze was as indifferent as if he were looking at a corpse. Vane thought that Lake was intimidated by his aura, which made him even more confident, and he immediately self-exploded with information. I am the vine man who has consumed the vine fruit. My vines are not only as hard as steel. Bang, bang, bang. Vane raised his hand, and the ground suddenly erupted with dozens of vines as thick as bowls, swirling around him. Moreover, my vines can absorb the flesh and blood of others to strengthen themselves. I'm already 100 times stronger than I was 2 years ago. Vane spread his arms, and the surrounding vines responded, swaying up and down. At that moment, he felt that the entire East Blue was already his own. Lake couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head slightly. To me, your so-called 100 times is nothing more than 0 multiplied by 100 equals 0. Upon hearing this, Vane's expression darkened, and the vines surged even more violently. You dare to look down on me. You will pay the price. The thing he hated most in this life was being looked down upon. He immediately raised his hand, opened his palm, aiming at Lake with a cruel look on his face. Drifting wanderer, as long as I kill you, I can be famous across the seas. At that time, ruling the East Blue will be even easier. Vines, massive explosion. Slap. Vane's palm suddenly closed, and the next second, the dozens of vines swirling around him precisely targeted Lake and shot towards him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Defend. Lake didn't even draw his sword, using the sheath to block clang, clang, clang. In an instant, sparks flew, yet the high-speed attacks of the dozens of vines still couldn't touch Lake in the slightest. Seeing that the vines failed to cause any damage for a long time, Vane's expression grew increasingly anxious, and he urged the vines with all his might. I'm drowning in a torrent of steel. Bang, bang, bang. Another dozen vines shot out, launching a torrential attack on Lake. A hint of crimson flashed in Lake's eyes. One hand held the sheath while the other gripped the hilt. Defend horizontal slash. At that moment, all attacks came to a halt. Clang. Swish. Lake drew the long sword, slashing forward. A pale purple slash cutting through all the vines. In Vane's dazed expression, Lake slowly closed the sword, the slash rapidly expanding. And then bang. The slash exploded. The intense sword energy shredding the surrounding vines, which were as hard as steel, into pieces. Laughing, the boy thought he was Carp. Lake stepped forward, and Vane stepped back. His face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My vines are as hard as steel, ruling the East Blue with the power of the vine fruit. No one is my match. How could it be? In an instant. Swish. Puffed. In the blink of an eye, a cold gleam flashed, and fierce sword intent surged. Lake appeared behind Vane without him noticing, facing away from him, an arm slowly rising in the air, and blood seemed to lose gravity. Freezing in midair. You are a bit too noisy. Clang. Closing the sword. Everything in the space returned to normal. The arm fell halfway, and the wailing immediately echoed throughout the area. My hand. It hurt so much. No one at the scene understood what had happened. They only noticed that Lake disappeared from his original spot, then appeared behind Vane, and then his arm was severed, followed by the sound of wailing. Even the person involved, Vane simply rolled his eyes back, the intense pain flooding his brain in an instant. Lake glanced at Vane, who was busy howling, drew the short knife from his waist. Whoosh! Puffed. The short knife stabbed into Vane's body, then twisted hard, thud. Vane's pupils suddenly constricted, and he screamed in agony. Ah! Ah! Under the stimulation of death and excruciating pain, Vane finally remembered to save himself. He threw a punch backward, and Lake jumped back, easily dodging. Vane raised his remaining arm. Clenched tightly, vines entwined. Vines suddenly sprouted from under Lake's feet, wrapping around him. Divine might. Freeze. Reaction capture. A shadow of divine might flashed behind Lake, slowly stepping away from the area where the vines were rampant. He looked at Vane with a mocking gaze. Seeing the scene, Vane decisively decided that this was not an opponent. He had to escape. He immediately turned and ran, gritting his teeth. I can't die. I can't die yet. I still want to rule the East Blue. Defend charge. Lake tightened his grip on the short knife, raised his hand to block in front of his chest, then lunged forward, his figure transforming into a purple sword energy, flashing to appear behind Vane. Whoosh. Puffed. Blood splattered everywhere, and Vane let out a cry of pain. Ah! Bang! Lake raised his foot and delivered a kick, sending him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Familiar, right? The villagers you slaughtered, perhaps this is how it feels. Lake approached slowly, the short knife still dripping with blood. Who cares about them? Vane struggled to get up from the ground, a frenzied look on his face, shouting, I'm the man destined to become the king of the East Blue. My life is worth 100 times more than theirs. Upon hearing this, Lake couldn't help but frown and said solemnly, Indeed, hell is your rightful place. Whoosh! Countless vines grew, instantly wrapping around Vane's entire body, confidently shouting, This is my strongest form. Drifting wanderer, die for me. And then, whoosh! A vine shot out from his arm, wrapping around a distant boulder, pretending to attack, but in reality, escaping. Ha ha ha! Drifting wanderer, this is my escape route. Seeing such poor acting, Lake couldn't help but facepalm and shake his head. Everything is left for me to play with. However, his movements did not slow down at all, his hand tightly gripping the sheath. The arm suddenly shook violently. The long knife was pushed out. Whoosh! Bang! The hilt directly struck Vane's back, and Vane didn't even understand what was happening. Suddenly, Lake flashed, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, directly appearing at the position of the blade. He immediately gripped the sword, delivering a spinning slash, swish. The purple sword light suddenly appeared, creating a large gash in Vane's chest, exposing his innards. Ah! Just as Vane was about to howl in pain, Lake lifted his leg, delivering a downward kick right on Vane's bald head. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground cracking inch by inch, raising a cloud of dust. Cough! Vane looked dazed, as if he saw hell beckoning to him. He was immediately drenched in cold sweat, regaining his senses, and just as he was about to rise despite the excruciating pain, a size 45-foot infinitely enlarged in front of his eyes, then bang, it directly stomped him into the ground. Lake held the sky-severing blade and swept it, the dust being cut in half, instantly dispersing, revealing the situation inside. No power to fight back, invincible stance. So handsome, want to fight, meow. These words flashed in the minds of Zoro and the other 3 people and 1 cat. Lake stepped on Vane, sheathing the sky-severing blade, looking down at the newborn beneath him. Although I don't think I have the right to judge others. But a butcher who doesn't even spare newborns, I don't consider him human. Lake's voice was like the cold ice of hell, chilling to the bone. So, will Vane have any regrets or feelings of remorse? No. Although he was being stepped on by Lake, Vane still forced out a cruel smile. Ha! You talk too much. Boom! 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 The ground suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to break through the earth. Wine screamed wildly. Ha ha! The world of vines. Bang! Suddenly, a strong vibration hit him, and then his mind went blank. He even felt his body become much lighter. Wine opened his eyes, looking at the sky, the white clouds, and the sparse snowflakes. No, wait. Wine surveyed his surroundings and found that he was flying. How did I fly? No, why is it so slow? He couldn't figure out the situation for a moment, but the four spectators saw everything clearly. They saw Rake swinging his long knife and smashing it down. That bald man was suddenly jolted upwards. Then the color of the space changed, and the bald man who was sent flying descended at an extremely slow speed, almost at a snail's pace. This scene was too bizarre. Karina felt her brain wasn't quite working. She completely couldn't understand it, but thought it looked really impressive. The Atmosphere group, Johnny, Joseph, and Little Orange, exclaimed, "Wow. Brother Rake is amazing. Brother Rake is invincible." Meow. Zoro, stepping on the giant's son, couldn't take his eyes off Rake, his fighting spirit surging wildly. This world seemed to be much more interesting than he had imagined. Chapter 27. Evil men need evil men to grind. Lake quietly leaned against the sky cutter, his head slightly lowered, as if everything was irrelevant to him. In this eerie space, the only sound that could be heard was the heavy breathing. "You, what have you done to me?" The floating Vane felt immense terror in his heart. The fear of life and death being completely in the hands of others. The despair of being at the mercy of fate engulfed him. Why haven't my vines released yet? The ultimate move he had been charging for a long time, the Vine World, was now also out of his control. It was a move that had drained all his stamina. It was unexpectedly shattered as if it were child's play. What on earth was happening in this world? He was already 100 times stronger than before. Why was he still so powerless? Moreover, he was about to bleed to death. "Help me." Lake slightly raised his head, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He drew his knife and slashed at the suspended Vane. Swish. A flash of cold light appeared, and Vane's other arm was severed, blood splattering everywhere. Ugh! Vane was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. His muscles atrophied to the point where he couldn't even scream. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. The soil mixed with blood turned dark red. Lake raised the sky cutter and brought it down. The next moment, fire ray. Boom! A scorching breath erupted. Flames shot up into the sky, and the ground made a sound as if it were being scorched. Along with it came Vane's screams. Soon, the flames disappeared, and Vane's entire body was charred black. Yet he still had consciousness, letting out unconscious cries of pain. The stronger the life force that grows by absorbing others' flesh and blood, the more people Lake killed, the angrier he became. If you were to kill pirates, navy, or bounty hunters with clear factions, he would not care. But this initial killing was against unarmed civilians. Lake was a civilian in this life, and a civilian in the last life as well. Bow! Lake slammed the long knife into the ground, causing Vane to be jolted again. Lake sheathed the sky cutter at his waist, drew out a short knife from his side, and muttered to himself, "I rarely, almost never use this move. You will be the first to experience it." After saying that, Lake raised his hand. The short knife, spinning rapidly on his fingertips, spin knife. Vane fell down, and just as he was about to touch Lake's short knife, he would be jolted up again by a rotating slash, taking a chunk of flesh with him. Puffed. Bang! Puffed. Bang! The scene became a bloody mess. Blood splattering everywhere. Even the four spectators felt uncomfortable, swallowing hard. Karina thought Lake was too complex. Usually cheerful and carefree, he showed no airs, but in battle, he was so indifferent that he seemed not to get angry. In terms of personality, he was sunny and cheerful, hated evil like a good person. But sometimes he was worse than evil people. Karina was a bit curious about such a person. Spare me, please, spare me. It's too painful, really." Vane finally couldn't hold on anymore and began to plead for mercy. Lake's lips curled into a cruel smile. "I already said, even if you beg me, I won't let you go." Vane fell into the abyss of despair. Gulp, it feels so cruel. Johnny swallowed hard and felt very uncomfortable with this scene. "Are you deaf? That guy is a psychopathic killer. Dying too easily would be letting him off easy." Joseph directly punched Johnny on the head, scolding him. Zoro glanced over, arms crossed, and said lightly, "Lake has a saying, the best way to deal with evil men is to be more evil than them." Johnny lowered his head, humbly accepting the criticism. Karina suddenly remembered and quickly said, "I'm going to find the treasure." After saying that, she placed Little Orange on Zoro's shoulder and ran towards a cave not far away. Joseph extended his hand. "Hey, you guy." Johnny raised his head and asked, "Should we follow?" Joseph nodded. Follow. Brother Lake told us to protect her. All right. The two ran towards Karina's direction, leaving only Little Orange and Zoro staring at each other. Are you male or female? Meow. Huh? Someone is coming. Lake looked to the side and immediately gripped the short knife tightly. As Vane descended again, he stabbed it into his neck, pulled it out, and blood sprayed out. Bang, he fell heavily to the ground. The feeling of death surged instantly. Vane's eyes quickly became vacant, losing focus, and then lost life, dying. Could it be? Lake ignored Vane and jumped onto a nearby boulder, gazing at the sea, then suddenly understood. The seawater began to recede. At a glance, a tsunami towering dozens of meters high and stretching for dozens of kilometers was roaring towards them. The treasure hunters below also dared not continue searching for treasure, quickly running towards higher ground. They were densely packed, at least 6,000 or 7,000 people, and what was left behind were not only footprints but also thousands of corpses. It seemed that some creatures in this sea area had eaten well. Lake sheathed the short knife, jumped back to the ground, and found that only Zoro and Little Orange were having a staring contest. Where's everyone? Lake scratched his head. Just after Lake finished speaking, 3 people ran out from the cave, not far away. It was Karina and the others. Karina held a book in one hand and a golden head in the other. Johnny and Joseph each held a golden scepter and a golden crown embedded with jewels. Seeing that Lake had finished the battle, Karina's expression brightened, and she shouted, Lake, why are you dragging it out? Lake's lips twitched. Look! Karina raised the gold in her hand and waved it in front of Lake. This is the treasure from the cave. And these? Johnny and Joseph raised their gold together. Yo, not bad. Lake nodded. With so much gold, it would probably be worth several 100 million berries if exchanged. No, we were deceived. Karina's expression turned heavy. The others looked at her in confusion. She picked up a diary and handed it to Lake, explaining, this is his notebook. It says that the sunken treasure of Royal Port is fake. Everyone was instantly surprised. Karina nodded seriously. Most of the gold was taken away 300 years ago. On the other side of the cave, there's also a warship, and then there are these golden ornaments, which should be worth a lot of money. Lake smiled, unconcerned. Well, having is better than not having. After all, his goal had already been achieved, and he felt very comfortable. His thoughts were clear, and he felt his strength had increased. Moreover, today, he discovered that the operational space given by the heavens for the drifting template was really large, for example. In the future, he could call himself a Zoan type, everyone fruit, drifting species drifting with Earth form. Stunned, Lake's expression darkened as he looked toward the nearby open area. While warning, Johnny, Joseph, take Karina and Little Orange and hide. Meow. Isn't it over? Little Orange and Karina both looked confused. No, it is far from over. Lake stood in front of the group, hands on his hips, coldly smiling. After all, that group of guys below are those who would risk their lives for treasure. Johnny scratched his head. If there is no treasure, why still fight? As soon as Johnny finished this sentence, the air suddenly froze. Notre Asure? What do you mean? You see people. Chapter 28. An interest-driven. No treasure? You see people. What do you mean? Not far from the group, an angry voice suddenly questioned from an open space. Karina and her companions were startled, wondering where the voice came from. They noticed that Lake had a calm expression, his gaze fixed on one direction. Following Lake's line of sight, they saw an open area. Literally, an invisible person. Lake stood in front of the others, his voice cold. Looking at Lake's back, not just Karina, even Zoro felt a strong sense of security. Karina swallowed hard. There are actually people here. Johnny nodded, feeling quite tempted. And it's actually an invisible ability. How I wish I could have it. Joseph and Johnny exchanged glances, understanding instantly. At that moment, over 100 figures suddenly appeared in the open space, led by a muscular man with blocky hair. The treasure hunter, Mad Tolega. 2 people stood beside him, a hip-hop invisible man and a drunken archer woman. Behind them was an elite team of over 100 subordinates, a force that had fought alongside Mad Tolega in various battles. They were definitely not ordinary pirates from the East Sea. Say that again. Treasure, what's going on? Although Tolega wore sunglasses, his fierce eyes seemed to pierce through the lenses to strike at the soul. However, Lake paid no attention and remained silent, quietly observing them. The 4 people and 1 cat behind him were also very quiet. The atmosphere became oddly tense. To break the tension, the hip-hop Invisible Man leaned in and whispered, "Boss, they say there's no treasure here." Tolega glanced down at the Invisible Man, somewhat speechless. He had heard him. He just wanted. At that moment, Johnny stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Hey, who are you? Do you know who my older brother is? The EC Overlord with a bounty of 50 million. The EC Overlord? Me?" Lake blinked, wondering when he had earned that title. However, Tolega ignored Johnny. He often didn't care about the provocations of ants. He looked at the charred corpse lying on the ground, already cold, and even someone as ruthless as him was taken aback by the sight of death. What kind of grudge was this? This guy must be the mastermind, but he is dead now. The lead is cut off. Tolega's gaze shifted to Lake's group, or rather, to the 3 golden ornaments held by Johnny and Joseph behind Lake. The golden Azura statue, the royal scepter, and the Bumanu crown, all items that guy wanted. Although they couldn't take everything, it was better than nothing. Tolega lifted his head to look at Lake, adopting a proud demeanor. "Hey, EC people, hand it over." Hee. Lake couldn't help but laugh, but his eyes grew colder, grinning coldly. "You want it? Then come and take it. Take it? Ha ha ha." Tolega licked his lips and laughed. What an interesting East Sea person. No, an East Sea person who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Tolega twisted his neck and moved forward, not taking Lake seriously at all. The Invisible Man stepped forward. "Boss, let me show the EC people." Tolega pushed the Invisible Man back, quickly bending down and lunging forward at high speed. A shockwave from the new world. In the blink of an eye, Tolega appeared above Lake and threw a powerful punch towards Lake's head. Wind. Tolega wore a sickly expression, seemingly envisioning Lake's brain exploding. Yet Lake raised his eyes to look at him, his face showing no panic. "Your so-called speed is nowhere to hide in front of my kaleidoscope Sharingan." Swish! A crescent moon suddenly appeared. Lake's long knife was unsheathed in an instant, cold light flashing, the blade slashing towards Tolega's fist, one sword style, retracing the moon. Boom! The two collided, kicking up sand and dust from the ground, creating a shockwave that swept out. Karina and her companions quickly retreated. This scene was too exaggerated for them. Bang! The two separated. Tolega was sent flying backward, rolling to land steadily, while Lake took 2 steps back. Tolega's eyes lit up. The pain from his fist was incredibly real, blood dripping from the wound. His subordinates behind him were astonished. They knew very well how strong their boss was. To be defeated in the weakest sea was unexpected. Tolega, unfazed by his injury, laughed loudly. Not bad. East Sea Kid, what's your name?" Before asking for someone else's name, he should first introduce himself. Lake slowly sheathed his sword and looked up at him. "Meltulige, a treasure hunter. Hilbert Lake, an interest-driven wanderer." Chapter 29, The Gift of Parting. Snowflakes fell sporadically, adding a touch of white to the fleeting world of Yamaga. In the open space, Hilbert Lake, "Good, I've remembered you. You're the only one in the EC who can be my opponent." Thud! Thud! Tolega couldn't help but feel excited, his blood surging within him. After several days in the EC, he finally encountered an opponent worth seeing. Clang! Chains shot out from his palms, wrapping around his strong arms, transforming into a steel arm, simultaneously entwining with armed color hockey. In that moment, his wild nature was fully unleashed, his eyes turning crimson. Like a fierce beast about to hunt its prey, a manic smile spreading across his face. "Come, please me." This line, I return to you verbatim. Lake held his sword in one hand, his purple and red eyes emitting strands of dual-colored light. A wicked smile etched on his face. A faint purple aura enveloped the surroundings, a blend of mystery, danger, and eeriness. Karina and the others had already taken Little Orange far away. Next, it was time for an all-out battle. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked, Tolega's figure cutting through the air, charging towards Lake, raising his right hand in excitement as he approached. Wind! A punch was thrown, the sonic boom audible even to Karina and her group, who were far from the battlefield. Lake did not dodge at all, allowing the attack to hit him, but at the moment of contact, a strange red light flickered in Lake's eyes. Divine might. Stunned. Boom! Tolega pierced through Lake, the attack landing on the ground behind him with a resounding crash. In an instant, the ground caved in, cracks rapidly spreading, raising clouds of dust that were then scattered by the shockwave. As expected, this is not a natural ability. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Tolega's eyes. For even Haki could not affect it. It might be an extremely rare spatial ability. The Invisible Man, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain his astonishment, blurting out, "The boss's attack really passed through?" Once again, it passed straight through. Karina, hiding behind a boulder with Little Orange, was secretly shocked, tightening her hold on Little Orange and saying to it, "Little Orange, why is Lake so powerful?" Meow. Little Orange's cat face showed signs of pain, feeling the tremendous impact. This terrifying presence is even more exaggerated than that previous human. Tolega half squatted on the ground. How could Lake not be moved by such a significant recoil? The heavenly slash flickered with purple light, and Lake immediately turned around with a slash, divine might. One slash. Clang! Tolega reacted quickly, lifting his hand to cross and protect his neck, the slash falling suddenly. Bang! The iron chains clashing against his arms sparked and scattered iron shavings. The tremendous force even sending him flying, while the iron chain armor wrapped in Haki exploded. Win! Tolega rolled several times before finally stopping, standing up and turning to face Lake. The astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable, and the others around him felt the same. He glanced at the broken iron chains on his hands, a strong battle intent flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha, this is too interesting. Hilbert, I acknowledge your strength. Boom. Tolega's body shook, an astonishing aura erupting, all eyes on Lake. The rising shockwave spread out, the gravel rolling, and to others, it was like a war god descending. Meanwhile, Lake's gaze remained as cold as ice. Is that all? He could do that too. And that arrogant demeanor still maintained the pride of the new world coming to the four seas. As an alien, he had been taught by the locals, Cap. Yet he still dared to be arrogant. Let me be merciful and wake you up. Lake slightly bent his waist, his gaze locking onto Tolega, and then, in an instant, his figure vanished from Tolega's sight, reappearing right in front of him, and the blade had already sliced across his chest. Blood had already begun to spray out. Tolega's expression changed dramatically, gritting his teeth. This speed. It's teleportation. It really is a spatial ability. Unbeatable. In an instant, he vanished again, appearing behind Tolega. Lake's eyes also held surprise, as his slash had been aimed at the heart. Surprisingly, at the moment of descent, Tolega had moved slightly, causing him to miss. However, having dodged the first slash, what about the second? Lake swung his blade towards Tolega's neck. Swoosh. Wake up. Or perhaps wake up in hell. Tolega was enveloped by the aura of death, not even having time to break into a cold sweat, using the fastest speed to activate his fruit ability. Bang. 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 Dozens of iron chains shot out from his body, instantly sealing off the space. Lake had no choice but to abandon the idea of taking his head, instead slashing through the chains rushing towards him. Boom. As the blade passed, the iron chains shattered, and Lake quickly stepped back, looking over, centered on Tolega. That area was soon filled with chains. Truly exaggerated. The miracle of power lived up to its name. Lake held the heavenly slash, secretly amazed. AoE counters with high burst. Should I say, as expected of someone from the New World? Hoo-hoo. Tolega gasped for breath, touching the bloodstains on his chest. It hurt. The earlier sense of impending death was true, his forehead already drenched in cold sweat. Too careless. Tolega straightened up, his subordinates hurriedly coming over. They couldn't believe their eyes. The usually invincible, strongest treasure hunter was actually in such a predicament. No, it wasn't that their boss was too weak, but the crowd's gaze turned to Lake, who looked like an ice sculpture not far away, his face stern, exuding a chilling aura. It was that guy who was too abnormal. Tolega stared hard at Lake, his eyes holding not just battle intent, but more apprehension. Your devil fruit ability is too bizarre. He and T lost to Lake. He had lost due to the information gap. Damn it. A true man's way of fighting is to hit hard. Yet he used this invisible, Een-like ability. Not worthy of being a true man. Lake quietly watched him, saying nothing, already guessing that Tolega was cursing him for being shady. But, afraid of the shady? If you're afraid of the shady, don't go into the sea. The sea is no safe haven. The invisible man raised his head and asked, Boss, should we go together? No need. Tolega shook his head, already feeling a desire to retreat, immediately explaining, since the treasure is fake, and the value of those 3 golden ornaments is not enough for me to go all out. Retreat. Lake also heard their words, slowly sheathing his sword, standing still. Just for the sake of treasure, there was no need to kill his whole family. Plus, Little Orange and Karina were still not far away. Karina, hiding behind the boulder, scratched her head. Has it already ended? It feels so abrupt. She hadn't had her fill of watching. Such intense battles were rare. Johnny and Joseph were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. So amazing. This is the battle of the strong. Victory can be decided in an instant. Although Zoro stood with his arms crossed and said nothing, his trembling hands and wide-eyed shock betrayed him. That was also a swordsman. If Lake, with a bounty of 50 million, is this strong, then how powerful could Mihawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman, be? This world, just how vast is it? Zoro was reconstructing his worldview, while Karina curiously asked, Who won? Joseph raised his chin. No doubt, it must be Boss Lake. Back to Tolega. He and his group had already climbed onto the boulder, at which point he suddenly looked at Lake, clenching his fist and placing it in front of his chest. He laughed heartily. Ha, Hilbert Lake. Come on, enter the new world, where your true stage awaits. Lake remained silent, quietly watching him, with not even a flicker in his eyes. A kaleidoscope, a reincarnation eye. An ordinary person probably wouldn't notice any change in his gaze. Torrega continued to shout, Our battle is far from over. When you reach the new world, we'll continue the fight. Let's go. Lake shook his head. He couldn't defeat him now, and he certainly wouldn't be able to in the future. Effort? Please, as if he wouldn't put in the effort. Just as Lake was about to turn around, he suddenly heard something. However, let's have a farewell gift. Torrega grinned. The crowd still didn't understand why there needed to be a gift, and Lake couldn't help but darken his gaze. It couldn't be. Sure enough, Torrega looked towards the treasure hunters rapidly approaching from below the giant rock and immediately shouted, Hey, EC people, the treasure from the sunken ship at Royal Port, enough to buy the entire EC, is right in Hilbert Lake's hands. Chapter 30 This world, the sunken treasure of Royal Harbor, enough to buy the entire EC, is in the hands of Hilbert Lake. His voice echoed through the sky, deafening, and almost everyone heard it. They all looked towards him. What did they hear? The sunken treasure of Royal Harbor is in Hilbert Lake's hands. In an instant, various movements stirred. A strange emotion began to spread. Those wanting the treasure, those wanting to kill Lake to make a name for themselves, those eager for battle. All sorts of ideas took root, broke ground, and grew rapidly in the hearts of the more than 6,000 surviving treasure hunters. At that moment, at least 1/3 of the people changed direction and headed towards the open space where Lake was. Seeing his goal achieved, Torrega's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. This is great. Although he couldn't defeat you, he could still annoy you a bit. Glancing at Lake's deep-set eyes, Torrega laughed. Ah, lads, let's go. After saying that, he led his group of underlings away, not knowing how far they could go in the face of the overwhelming waves. But he believed it wouldn't be too far. Lake's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold, killing intent. Karina became anxious and immediately jumped out, her face filled with confusion as she loudly questioned, No, what is that guy talking about? Where's the treasure? Lake gently shook his head. Spreading rumors really costs nothing. He then turned to Karina and her group, mainly focusing on Karina. You take them back, as far away from here as possible, understood? Lake's expression was quite serious. All right. Karina nodded heavily, immediately picking up Little Orange and leaving, while Johnny and Joseph pulled the dazed Zoro to follow. Watching them leave, Lake finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, they were still too inexperienced. Feeling the vibrations caused by the dense footsteps, Lake knew that many people were approaching. He looked towards a giant rock, listening to the chaotic mixed voices, and soon they arrived. The first to appear was the bald pirate. Before he arrived, his loud voice was already heard. Hilbert Lake. That guy is here too. Ha ha. I was just worried about not being able to find him. The bald leader, leading his group of underlings, climbed over the giant rock and stopped about 100 meters away from Lake. Following them were the Navy, with Marixen standing atop the giant rock, looking down, surrounded by a group of Navy officers, along with the captain's aide and the sniper killer, Hawkrow. The real treasure is on Hilbert? What does that mean? Marixen frowned, holding a cigar between his fingers, looking at his aide. Just as I thought. The aide adjusted his glasses, wearing a knowing expression, and immediately explained, Mr. Marixen, the treasure below is all defective. It only excels in quantity. I wanted to say this a long time ago. He added at the end. Huh. Marixen exhaled a puff of thick smoke, nodding lightly. No wonder. I thought it was due to 300 years of seawater corrosion. It turns out it was already taken away by someone. Hawkrow nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it were the drifter with a bounty of 50 million berries, that could certainly be done. Others began to climb over the giant rock and came down to the open space below. The previously strong figures from the East Sea also rushed to the scene. Upon seeing Lake standing in the middle of the open space, discussions erupted. That's the living 50 million bounty legendary pirate. Among them, the dual-wielding Jack was so excited that he was practically bouncing. Indeed, you're the drifter. Hilbert Lake. He had been watching Lake's bounty poster every night before sleeping for the past few days, dreaming of 108 different ways to kill Lake. Now, with his dream idol right in front of him, it was already quite rational of him to hold back from rushing over. Today he must taste his blood. Brother Rulik. The skinny hunter laughed loudly. Ha ha, drifter, I thought you wouldn't come like a coward. The tall hunter coldly said, if we take that head, our worth will skyrocket. The two of them, along with Marixen and Hawkrow, were interrupted in their battle due to the sudden tsunami. However, neither side was in the mood to fight now. Their eyes were fixated only on the young pirate standing calmly ahead, holding a knife. More and more people arrived, quickly filling up most of the open space. With at least 1,000 people. The remaining half-circle space was quiet, with only Lake standing alone, and no one dared to step forward. This 1,000-plus crowd was just the limit for the venue. Others who found it impossible to join had to find alternative routes. The chaotic sounds in the open space never ceased, with gasps, curses, and jeers echoing throughout. The entire scene descended into chaos. At this moment, the Navy standing atop the giant rock finally descended. The aide led the Navy forward, clearing the way with their swords, while Marixen, draped in a justice coat, slowly approached. Puffing on a cigar, the treasure hunters had no choice but to make way, further squeezing the already crowded space. Standing in front of everyone, Marixen took down his cigar, looking at Lake with steady eyes, gently exhaling smoke. With his slick back shining with oil, Marixen spoke indifferently, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Drifter, hand over the treasure, and I can absolve you of your pirate identity. I always keep my word. Marixen was not afraid that Lake would refuse. After all, only those who wronged you would know how wronged you truly are. He had also participated in the East Sea Navy Conference and even contributed to drafting Lake's bounty. With Marixen's words, the entire venue fell silent, everyone looking at Lake, eager to see what the East Sea's dominant pirate would choose. Lake raised his head, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he was laughing. Could it be? Far from the battlefield, in a tall tree, Karina and her 3 companions, along with a cat, were watching the battlefield ahead. Karina's expression was anxious as she gritted her teeth. There are so many people there, Lake. Bang! Johnny couldn't help but bang on the tree trunk, angrily saying, but we clearly don't have any treasure. They won't care about that. Zoro half squatted on another branch, shaking his head at Johnny's naive comments, explaining, whether there's treasure or not is another matter. Being able to kill the East Sea's first pirate with a 50 million bounty is naturally a cause for celebration. The sea is this dark. The 3 of them, who had just set sail for a short time, fell silent at once. Zoro shifted to a comfortable position, leaning against the trunk, just able to see the entire battlefield. Worried? No. Rather than worrying about Lake, they should think about how to face the mountain of corpses. Because if Lake wanted to escape, he could definitely do so. Since he wasn't running, he had absolute confidence. That guy Lake is a genuine monster. This is really something. You forced me to become a pirate, and now you want me to surrender as a civilian. Why is it always you doing everything? Lake couldn't help but laugh. Although he was smiling, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Although he indeed didn't like the pirate identity. Agreeing would mean being led by the nose. In the future, if anything happened, they could easily say, "You wouldn't want to return to being a pirate, would you? This damned world." Lake ignored the unfriendly Marixen, scanning the surroundings with his eyes. "So, you want to make a move against me, huh?" Chapter 31, What Flew Past? "So, you want to make a move against me, huh?" Lake's voice was devoid of warmth. Only a chilling intensity could be felt. Many people felt fear rising in their hearts, contemplating retreat. And then the loudmouth appeared. The northern pirate laughed uproariously, saying, "Ha, drifter, do you really think you can swallow the treasure of Royal Harbor all by yourself? Your appetite is too big." Perhaps it was the sheer number of people present, or perhaps the allure of the treasure, but many glared angrily at Lake. Sensing that his provocation was having an effect, the northern pirate raised his voice further. "There are so many of us here. If we all rush at you, even you won't be able to kill us all before you tire out." The people around him, though somewhat puzzled, found no fault in this logic. With so many people, even a single spit from each could drown him. Just go for it. Marixen gestured for Hokro to speak. Hokro nodded slightly, stepped forward, and loudly advised, "That's right. Why not take out the treasure to share? You can't just eat the meat and not let everyone drink the soup." He seemed to genuinely care about the people. Others chimed in to praise Hokro, calling him down to earth. They seemed to have forgotten that just a few minutes ago, he had killed several treasure hunters in their way. Even if he did, it didn't matter. They weren't the ones dying. Instantly, voices of agreement rose one after another, including pirates, navy, bounty hunters, and so-called civilians. "That's right. Take out the treasure. Hand it over. You think you can hog the treasure all to yourself?" The angry shouts intertwined, creating a symphony named Greed. Lake listened quietly, his eyes unmoved, even feeling a bit amused. To the crowd, his silence seemed like retreat, cowardice, and so they became even more enthusiastic. This scene fell into the eyes of Torrega, not far away, who had already turned invisible. Torrega couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Hilbert, what are you going to do now?" Looking at the ferocious Torrega, the invisible man couldn't help but ask, "Boss, didn't you say we were leaving?" Torrega, he was speechless, looking at the invisible man, and couldn't help but scold. "Are you blind? Can't you see the huge tsunami coming our way?" The invisible man looked over and saw a tsunami dozens of meters high, surging toward them like a wall. It wouldn't be long before it reached the island below, with only a small part of the island that hadn't collapsed being safe. Back on the battlefield, even if it was a threat, it was a bit too weak. Regarding these shouts, Lake shook his head and smiled. Even if he really did have the treasure, he wouldn't hand it over just because of a few words. They really thought he was a pushover. Killing was his specialty. Upon hearing this, the northern pirate grinned and stepped forward a few paces. Pointing at Lake, he loudly declared, "This is not a threat. We are just representing fairness." And in an instant, whoosh, a flash of cold light, and the voice cut off abruptly. The northern pirate fell to the ground like Louis XVI. "You really like to be the loudmouth, huh?" Lake said, standing behind the northern pirate, slowly sheathing his sword. The headless corpse behind him gushed blood forward like a fountain. Thud! As the corpse fell, the crowd finally came to their senses, each one horrified, hurriedly retreating. The northern pirate, with a bounty of 5 million berries, was killed in an instant. This voice rang out among the crowd, and panic spread instantly. Why, didn't he already retreat? Marixen's eyes widened in shock, spitting out his cigar, and shouted loudly, "He wants to keep it for himself. Kill him." The lieutenant immediately echoed, shouting, "Everyone, let us go together. Kill the drifter. Share the sunken treasure." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The rationality of the crowd was ultimately swallowed by desire. They rushed toward Lake, the surge of people kicking up clouds of dust. Lake looked at the approaching crowd, gripped the hilt of his sword, and his eyes flashed with madness and extreme killing intent. In an instant, a flash of stars. Whoosh! Lake disappeared from his spot, reappearing within the crowd. This time he no longer simplified. He unleashed the enhanced normal attack brought by the instant, exerting all his power. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of enhanced slashes, accompanied by a shattering space effect, erupted among the crowd. Of course, just effects. In an instant, limbs flew, blood splattered, and cries of anguish filled the air, the sword light flickering like stars in the night sky. "Oh, my hand! Cough, cough, I cough." In an instant, in an instant, in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Lake's figure flickered among the crowd, and each flicker meant the end of several lives. Such slaughter. The thick smell of blood quickly spread, blood and white snow intertwined, forming a river of blood. Before long, it had turned into a river of blood, with downed corpses numbering in the hundreds piled high. Swish, swish, swish. His figure flickered, watching the blood constantly erupt in front of him and the expressions of fear. Lake's eyes grew colder, and his heart surged with excitement. Slashing, slashing, slashing. Ha! What a joyous slaughter! At this moment, Lake embodied the killing god in the minds of the crowd and the distant observers, Karina and her group. If the killing god didn't look like this, then it must be the killing god's own problem. Just then, the dual-wielding Jack, who had been looking for an opportunity, finally found a flaw, charging toward Lake with dual curved blades in hand, a mad grin on his face. "You've shown a flaw. Drifter. Ha ha. Such a rich smell of blood. I'm going crazy." Ah, Wolf Fong charge. His body quickly surged forward, leaping up, spinning like a gyroscope, charging at Lake. This scene sparked expectations in the eyes of others. It was indeed a flaw. Great. It's dual-wielding Jack. We're saved. Huh. What is that? Chapter 32. Pirates will be pirates. Huh. What is that? Lake felt a killing intent beside him. Without looking, he drew the short knife at his waist and slashed sideways. Swish. Puffed. Thud. Ugh. Double knife Jack fell to the ground in a dog-eat-dog position. Blood flowed from his neck, his eyes rapidly losing focus, twitching a few times, then he died. From the moment the flaw was discovered to death, it was less than 2 seconds. The treasure hunters stared wide-eyed, in disbelief. He was killed in an instant? If the northern pirates were ambushed and killed due to carelessness, how could this one be explained? It was originally an ambush, but he was killed off like swatting a mosquito. At that moment, bang, a gunshot rang out. A specially made bullet pierced through the air, hitting a treasure hunter next to Lake. Meanwhile, Lake merely flashed a kaleidoscopic pattern behind him. Divine might. Hawkro's face brightened. Haha, I hit. What the hell, just 50 million. It's nothing. Haha. But soon, Hawkro could no longer laugh, because he realized that the killing god did not die as he had imagined, but turned to look at him. Gripping the knife hilt, his eyes narrowed, and then he drew the blade from the sheath. Divine might. One slash. Swish. In an instant, the hunters along the way were cut in half. Alarm bells rang in Hawkro's mind, and he immediately jumped aside. He survived, but his legs were severed. A brief moment of daze, followed by the pain flooding his brain. Ah, he was not the only one howling. There were plenty of whales around. Huh. Lake exhaled slowly, sheathing his knife. This scene gave the desperate hunters a glimmer of hope again. He has no stamina left. Quick, kill him. Come on. Various voices arose, but no one moved forward. Instead, they retreated even more. They were truly terrified. They had never seen such a scene in their lives, only able to see such scenes in comic books. One person against over 1,000, slaughtering until rivers of blood flowed, corpses piled up everywhere. Bodies could even stack into mountains, blood flowing like rivers. Furthermore, even after killing so many, his eyes showed not a hint of fluctuation, not a shred of compassion. If Gandhi saw this, he would drop dead right there. Lake scanned the crowd, standing still, gripping the knife sheath, raising it high. As for what they said about having no stamina, a perfect counterattack replenished it all. So, this is Hilbert Lake with godlike power. Just kidding. That's just what he thought in his heart. In reality, weaklings, take your leave. Fire flame array. Lake tightened his grip on the knife hilt and slammed it down onto the ground. The next second, boom, flames burst forth, engulfing an area of dozens of meters, rumbling and roaring. The sky was filled with flickering firelight. A scorching breath erupted. The heat wave swept across the scene, leaving everyone in a daze. Their eyes filled only with the soaring pillars of fire. Wind. As the flames disappeared, all that remained in that area was Lake standing alone, with only the sound of intense heat. Over 100 people in that area were completely consumed by the flames, turning into charred corpses. It collapsed, morale plummeted, and no one dared to strike at Lake again, nor did anyone dare to utter another word. Run. Everyone, run away. Quickly escape. The 600 or 700 people on the periphery, due to their inner collapse, scattered and fled, no longer able to organize any fighting force. Lake was too lazy to attack them. Now, only the dazed Rulik brothers, the pale-faced navy, and some daring pirates remained. Your bounty of 50 million is indeed too low. Marixon trembled as he lit his cigar, clenching his fists tightly, snarling. To actually kill civilians, he is indeed a ruthless pirate. You still have a chance to turn back. You don't want to live forever under the title of a pirate, hated and hunted, do you? I know you. You're not that kind of person. As for his attack on civilians, sorry, he was just killing pirates. And what he knew about Lake was entirely based on the descriptions from the villagers of Caucasia. A definite good person and very law-abiding, a traveler who despises pirates. So will Lake be swayed? Don't be ridiculous. As long as a stance is clear. Then in my eyes, they are no longer civilians. Lake quietly looked at Marixon and said indifferently, as for pirates, then let us just be pirates. Although having the title of a pirate doesn't sound good, it's better than being a coward. Pirates are always eloquent. Marixon bit down hard on his cigar, tore off the justice cloak, revealing a fitted suit and tie, his muscular physique evident. He immediately commanded, everyone, charge together, take him down. Nearly 100 Navy raised their long guns, aiming at Lake, just as they prepared to shoot. Lake wielded the sky slicer and slammed it down. A purple shock wave instantly spreading out. Others were startled, but there was no harm done. Everyone looked toward Lake's position, only to find he had vanished. Before they could search, Lake's low, emotionless voice came from their midst. It's time to end this. Ultimate technique. Heaven, Earth, Annihilation. Chapter 33. I'm here, returning the favor. Supreme. Heaven, Earth, Annihilation. As the heavy voice of Lake echoed, a chilling sharpness surged forth, dyeing the space purple. At the same time, everyone's thoughts paused in a state of terror, especially Marixon, who finally realized in the moment before time stopped. He had provoked a true powerhouse. At that moment, whether it was the falling snowflakes or the roaring tsunami, everything froze. Space and time solidified together. The only one unaffected was Lake alone. Time stopped. Lake's lips curled into a smirk as the divine kaleidoscope pattern beneath his feet rapidly expanded, enveloping a third of the ground and all the more than 100 people present, including the Navy, pirates, and bounty hunters. Clang! Lake slowly drew his sword, the white blade reflecting Lake's indifferent crimson and purple eyes, a cold smile appearing on his lips. To be my enemy is your greatest mistake in this life. Severing illusions and causality, the wandering vagabond. I am here. Wind. The divine kaleidoscope continued to gather power, and then, clang. Swish, swish, swish. Lake's eyes flashed with madness. His arms suddenly jerked. The tightly gripped sky severance swiftly unsheathed, the cold gleam flickering by in an instant, and in just a moment. Countless arcs of light appeared, the divine space engulfed by dazzling cold brilliance. Countless cracks emerged in the divine space, filled with slash after slash, and along with the more than 100 people present, shattered together with the divine space. Huh! Lake half-squatted, slowly sheathing his sword. Time resumed its flow, but also took away everyone's life force. Thud! Bang! The sword returned to its sheath, and the divine space was completely shattered. On the scene, over 100 people, whether it was Navy Colonel Marixon or ordinary small pirates, or swords and spears, were all severed, with no complete existence left. One person was still missing. Everything returned to normal. Lake held sky severance, slowly stood up, and looked towards the mountains not far away. Besides him, there was not a single person standing. Corpses lay everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. This was no longer an exaggeration, but the simplest and most real description of the scene. Lake. Karina covered her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes revealing an uncontrollable fear. Not just her. Even Johnny and Joseph couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. In just this battle, over 400 people had died at Lake's hands. There were no complete corpses at all. Looking at Lake standing on the pile of flesh in the battlefield, It was hard for an ordinary person's heart to bear. Is this still the sunny and cheerful Brother Lake? So strong. However, I will definitely reach this height in the future. Zoro's body also trembled, but it was an excited tremble. Just thinking about reaching such a level in the future made him want to roar. Little Orange squatted on Karina's shoulder, blinking. Meow. This scene also fell into the eyes of Torrega, who was invisibly watching the battle. No way, is this how it's played? What a joke. Before he could react, he found that Lake had killed everyone. He was almost dumbfounded. So strong. Torrega gritted his teeth, his fists clenching involuntarily. Moreover, it was too abnormal. What kind of good person kills while laughing? No, I can't fight him. I will definitely be killed. Boss. The invisible man looked up at him. Torrega said in a deep voice, let's go right now. But the tsunami. Don't worry about the tsunami. The tsunami can't kill them, but Hilbert can. Just as Torrega was about to turn around, the drunken archer spoke. Hey, he's already here, boss. Torrega suddenly turned around, and in front of them stood a man holding a long knife, looking at them with a seemingly amused expression. What? Torrega's face turned ugly. Isn't this Hilbert Lake? He not only spotted them from hundreds of meters away, but also arrived in just a second or two after discovering them. There actually exists such a freak in the East Sea. The boss was scared, and his subordinates couldn't escape. Gulp. The sound of throat swallowing echoed faintly, and fear quickly spread through this small team of 100. In the education I received, reciprocity is quite important. Lake's calm voice slowly emerged, his eyes deep and indifferent. Looking at Torrega's ugly expression, Lake's lips curled slightly. Since you have given me a farewell gift, it would clearly be against etiquette not to return the favor. Don't you think so? Clang. Lake raised sky severance high, gripping the hilt with his right hand and the sheath with his left, slowly unsheathing it. I'm here, returning the favor. After Lake left, people gradually arrived at this battlefield. Before they even reached, they were hit by the overwhelming smell of blood. When they saw the scene before them, almost no one dared to believe their eyes. What happened? What on earth happened here? More and more people arrived, all shocked by the sea of blood and mountains of corpses before them. Ugh, cough, cough, cough. They all died. Ugh. In fact, many people ran to the side to vomit. No one's heart could remain calm in the face of this scene. One person gritted his teeth and shouted, I just heard the name of the wandering vagabond. This was done by the wandering vagabond. As soon as this was said, everyone widened their eyes. After all, this was the first living person in the East Sea with a bounty of 50 million, and the influence was still significant. Could it be? There wouldn't be a second wandering vagabond. It must be him, the wandering vagabond with a bounty of 50 million, Hilbert Lake. Silence fell, even fear, completely devoid of humanity. He actually cruelly killed so many people, that damn pirate. Did they know the truth? That didn't matter. Many people stepped onto this battlefield and were astonished by the dead figures inside. A treasure hunter pointed at a corpse cut into 4 pieces, his pupils shrinking. The one called the Iron Wall from the Rogtown Navy Base, the Flying Bird Marixen, is dead. The bodies of those famous figures in the East Sea were successively discovered. The death poses were particularly unsightly. That was Jack, the dual swordsman with a bounty of 16. 3 million. Only a head remained. This head, there is no mistake. This is the northern pirate with a bounty of 15. 5 million. Burned to a charred black, but still recognizable by true fans, the sniper killer with a bounty of 35 million, Hawkrow. And the one who was chopped into meat paste. This is the notorious Lulick brothers. At this moment, a treasure hunter holding a camera squeezed in. Listening to the surrounding people, constantly reciting the death list of famous figures in the East Sea, the smile on his face became more and more twisted, more and more ferocious, even stretching to the back of his ears. It turns out that my shipwrecked treasure from Royal Harbor isn't gold, but Hilbert Lake. The reporter desperately covered his pounding heart. All the big names died here. This is unprecedented big news. At that moment, this reporter seemed to see his ladder to success, the path to his promotion and salary increase. Karina and the others had already come down from the trees. Karina held Little Orange and looked at Zoro. Where did Lake go? You should begin to take revenge on that treasure hunter. Zoro replied while surveying the surroundings, his brows slightly furrowed. What about us? Johnny asked. He and Joseph were holding 3 pieces of gold jewelry, which were quite valuable. Wandering around with them might attract unwanted attention. However, Zhang Suolong drew 3 long knives from his waist, his expression darkening as someone approached. Chapter 34, Do You Want to Dance Too? I'll return the favor. On the open ground, near the cliff, wind. Rake raised his knife and drew Tianshan, its sharp momentum surging out as he stepped forward. Everything you hide is meaningless in front of my Sharingan. Each of Rake's steps felt like stepping on their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. How can he be this strong? Why does such a monster appear in the weakest sea? Ha ha! Tolega laughed a few times, his eyes fixed on the slowly approaching Rake, and shouted, after using such a powerful move just now, do you really still have any stamina left? Hilbert, after speaking, his gaze burned like a torch, hoping to see a decline in Rake. Yes, after all, releasing a big move still consumes a lot of stamina. But perfect phasing isn't a joke. Rake did not slow his pace, and with a faint smile, he said, well, it's more than enough to take care of you guys. Rake never holds grudges overnight, unless he really can't win. But unfortunately, the treasure hunter in front of him does not belong to the ranks of those he cannot defeat. Tolega had also been severely affected by Rake, not in a one-on-one fight, but in a group attack, regarding the lives of his partners. If they're dead, they're dead. As long as he is still alive, there's still hope. This guy is a bit dangerous. Let's all go together. Although group attacks may not be very effective, it's better than being cut down alone. Maybe they can exhaust that monster stamina. Ah, such a dangerous little brother. As her words fell, the drunken archer stepped forward with a light smile. Let you try my bow and arrows too. Saying this, she took 3 special arrows from her back, raised her bow, and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No stamina? Here it comes. Rake shook his head with a faint smile. Perfect phasing is still quite sneaky. Indeed, quite sneaky. Walking forward against the arrows, just as they were about to touch him, divine might. Startled, the arrows passed through Rake's body, causing a violent explosion behind him. Rumbling, rumbling. For a moment, smoke and dust rose, and even the ground trembled. The battle erupting here also caught the attention of the people below the mountain. Did it work? The drunken archer scratched her head, still tipsy. Well, I can't see what's going on inside. Just then, whoosh. Suddenly a long knife shot out from the smoke. The invisible man shouted, quick dodge. But it was ultimately too late. Bang! Ouch, what the? One of the subordinates was hit on the head by the knife handle, staggered back a few steps, hesitated for a moment, and then lost his head. Uffed. Rake appeared at the position of the long knife at some point, gripping the knife and directly beheading him. Landing, he softly murmured the name of the move. Flash flying thunder god slash. Suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, the drunken archer was instantly sobered up and quickly stepped back. The others also followed suit. Tolega clenched his fists, the wound on his chest throbbing. A vacuum zone formed around Rake, leaving him standing alone in it. Thanks for replenishing my stamina. As a reward, I will give you a decent way to die. Rake looked up, scanning the crowd. A slight smile appearing on his indifferent face, a grim smile. After speaking, he leaned forward and quickly charged into the crowd. He coming. Everyone together. The treasure hunter's eyes filled with madness. They charged towards Rake instead of retreating. Wind. The treasure hunters swung their big knives at Rake. Clang. Rake raised his hand to block with his knife, delivering a knee strike that hit one under the chin, sending him flying. Bang. Then, like a wolf entering a sheep pen, he rampantly slaughtered. Holding Tianshan, he pushed forward, cleaving the enemies in front of him with a single strike. He turned to dodge an attack from behind, then executed a robe slash, cutting both the person and the knife together. Then he leaned forward, continuously advancing, swinging his knife upward. Short knife thrust. A long knife and a short knife worked in tandem. No one could get close. Amidst the flashes of knives and swords, in just a few breaths, dozens had already fallen beneath his blade. The knife, Rake was serious. During his travels, Rake had specifically studied knife techniques, consulting famous sword halls across the EC. Although they were called sword halls, there wasn't a sword in sight, only knives. However, with the support of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could understand the knife techniques after just one look. In the EC, no one understood knives better than him. A good opportunity. Suddenly, a long knife appeared from Rake's side, aiming for his heart. Rake stepped back to dodge the thrust. Without looking back, he reached out his hand, grabbing the neck of the attacker and lifting him directly. Ugh! The attacker struggled to pull at Rake's arm, twisting his body back and forth, but it was futile. Seeing this, the others no longer dared to advance. Rake turned to look at the attacker in his hand and coldly said, "Do you also want to dance?" Chapter 35 directly turned into blood mist. "Do you want to dance as well?" Good, so terrifying. The whole audience fell silent. Fear had taken root in their hearts, deep into their minds. At this moment, Rake suddenly exerted force, swinging it behind him like a mace. As if he had hit something, it bounced to the side. "What?" A surprised voice emerged in the air. "Damn!" Immediately, a long knife suddenly appeared in the air, slashing towards Rake. Clang! Rake grinned and immediately blocked it with a knife, then continued to slash forward. For a time, the light of knives and swords flickered continuously. A chilling aura permeated the air. The Invisible Man also revealed his true form, facing Rake's overwhelming assault like a tsunami. He simply couldn't withstand it. Clang! The Invisible Man's knife was knocked away by Rake, and he retreated several steps. Raising his head again, he found Rake's long knife was already heavily slashing down at him. The purple blade light tore through the air, directly slicing into his body. Blood splattered. The Invisible Man opened his mouth wide and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Sikapi. Taraja clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his molars nearly grinding to dust. "Go bring him back." After the slash, Rake flicked off the bloodstains from the blade and slowly sheathed his sword. He raised his head to face Taraja, his eyes still as calm as water. But to Taraja, this was an outright provocation. The Invisible Man lay in a pool of blood, being carried back by the treasure hunters. One slash down, completely unconscious, left with only half a life. "If you must fight, then fight me." Taraja erupted directly, his entire body exuding a fierce aura, looking like a tragic finale. It seemed he had forgotten who was the original provocateur. Well, it was no longer important. Bang! The ground cracked loudly. Taraja charged towards Rake, his fist suddenly falling towards Rake. Rake glanced up, his knees slightly bending. In an instant, his figure disappeared, appearing behind his original position. In the blink of an eye, he drew his sword and slashed. The enhanced tracking normal attack landed directly on Taraja. Swish! 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 Dozens of small wounds were slashed, blood splattered. Boom! The ground was directly shattered by Taraja. Although he was covered in injuries, the muscular man remained silent. Iron chains! Merge! He lifted his leg and heavily stomped on the ground, and the next second, dozens of chains shot out from his body. Those chains wrapped around him, followed by armed color domineering also wrapping around him. He looked just like Iron Man. Even Rake felt surprised. This appearance was indeed quite impressive. Taraja roared to the sky. "Let us fight to our heart's content." Hilbert. He charged towards Rake, his fists moving quickly, turning into countless afterimages, pressing towards Rake. Wind! 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 Block! Rake raised his blade, successfully blocking each of his punches. Clang! 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 Sparks flew, the shadows of fists like wind, like the storm of the sea. And Rake was the lighthouse at sea, seemingly unmoving. Taraja roared while attacking. Why? Why are you so strong in the East Sea? The more he fought, the more despair he felt. No matter how powerful his attacks were, he couldn't break through Rake's defense. Damn! Damn! Taraja gritted his teeth. With your strength, you should be in a new world. If he had known he had such strength, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him at all. That bastard pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Oh, interesting. Rake's lips curled slightly, looking at Taraja. Are you anxious now? Sweating profusely? Is your pressure enormous? Clang! Rake knocked Taraja back with a knife, his mouth curving into an exaggerated arc in Taraja's terrified gaze. Then, perish! Ultimate move, heavenly slash. Stunned. Swish, 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 swish. Turning his body into blade light, moving around Taraja in an instant. Purple blade energy filled the space, and hundreds of slashes suddenly fell on Taraja. His chain armor was cut through, and in an instant, blood and flesh splattered. Wind. After slashing hundreds of times, Rake appeared above Tereja, holding the sword with both hands, raised high above his head. This sword, nothing cannot be cut. Wind. The blade fell, slicing a semicircle dozens of meters long through space, swallowing it whole. Landing, Rake sheathed his sword, while Tereja was left with no bones, dead. This scene happened too quickly. Even Tereja's subordinates didn't react in time, only seeing a flash of blade light all around. Then, their boss was gone, directly turned into blood mist. "Boss!" The crowd cried out in grief. The drunken archer girl touched her face, surprised. "Oh no, the boss is finished. I guess it's time to divide the inheritance." As soon as this was said, the previously wailing voices suddenly stopped. It seemed indeed that way. The boss was gone, but the boss's money was still there. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie. Just then, a roar came from the mountain below. "The tsunami is coming." Rake turned to look. Good heavens, a tsunami dozens of meters high was approaching. But it wasn't a big deal. The island and the seabed had a drop of 100 meters, so this 40 to 50 meter tsunami was inconsequential. However, it still had quite a bit of power, crashing violently against the island of Tamaga. In that instant, the entire island shook violently, causing the rocks to start falling off. Boom, 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 boom. And the group of treasure hunters took this opportunity to run away. Wanting to record such a spectacular scene, of course, one could miss a. Just kidding. Rake hung the heavenly slash at his waist, looking at the surging sea water below the island. That was the roar of the sea. Very terrifying, revering the sea. At this moment, Rake's expression suddenly changed, little orange. In the forest, a group of pirates surrounded Karina and her companions. Zoro was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, 3 long swords stained with blood. Many pirates had fallen around him, while Johnny and Joseph were already on the ground. Karina held Little Orange in one hand and a short knife in the other. Although scared, she still persisted. "Ha ha ha. I am the East Sea Admiral, Clock, with a bounty of 14 million berries. You still dare to resist, truly ignorant of how to write the word death." Clock's pirate group, Captain Clock, a tall man in iron armor, was quite arrogant. He had over a dozen ships under his command, with a huge power and many members. Clock strode forward, glancing at Akin, who was knocked to the ground by Zoro. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, quickly hidden. He looked at Zoro's group and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. How about it? Hand over the gold ornaments in your hands. Otherwise, I won't show mercy." Zoro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Facing Clock's threat, he showed no fear. "Stop with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Besides, he wouldn't go to hell before challenging that man." Clock felt his authority was provoked, immediately hoisting the Gatling, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, a group of people walked out from the nearby forest. Clock turned his head and recognized them at a glance. A black-haired man with slicked back hair, wearing glasses, draped in a captain's coat, followed by a group of fierce pirates. This was none other than the bounty of 16 million berries, the Crafty Crow. Clock felt a bit wary, but since his subordinates were watching, it would be too embarrassing to ignore them. He immediately shouted, "Hey, Crafty Crow!" Crow stopped, turned his head to take a look, his expression flat, and said nothing. Click secretly gritted his teeth but still put on a generous front. "Why don't you join us? I can share a piece with you." "No need," Crocodile replied, and quickly led his pirate crew away. Seeing them escape as if they were fleeing, Click couldn't help but laugh loudly. Crocodile's courage is actually this small. Yeah. It's a shame he's still a pirate with a bounty of 16 million. Soon, the Admiral will take his place. That's right, the Admiral is the true ruler of the East Sea. The surrounding pirates echoed in agreement, showering him with compliments. Click held his head high, looking confident, as if he had truly become the ruler of the East Sea. After walking for a while, Crocodile raised his hand to push up his glasses and realized his hand was actually trembling. The pirates under him were also silent, some even looking pale. They had just passed through that battlefield. Crocodile's inner desire to retreat reached its peak. In the sea, such monsters actually exist. The drifter, Hilbert Lake, simply a monster. Chapter 36, still too weak. I, the great lord, am destined to dominate the Grand Line. In the forest, A group of pirates surrounded Karina and her companions. Click strode forward, his Gatling gun aimed directly at Zoro. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he grinned widely, looking at Zoro, who stood his ground without retreating. Much stronger than that useless akin. A great asset indeed. He immediately extended an olive branch, pretending to be magnanimous. Kids, if you are willing to contribute your gold, I will not only let you live, but also give you the chance to join the Click Pirates. This is the greatest blessing. Shouldn't you be grateful and kneel to thank me? You should know, I am destined to become the Pirate King. Ha 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 ha. Click laughed loudly, and the surrounding pirates immediately echoed him. That's right, the Admiral is destined to become the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Then we will be the crew of the future Pirate King. Heh, become the Pirate King? Just a pile of garbage made up of trash. Zoro looked at the olive branch extended by Click with disdain and even felt like laughing. His perspective had been opened by Lake himself, revealing the door to the real world. The sea is vast and boundless. Click, this standard East Blue pirate, would definitely be sent back the moment he set foot in the Grand Line. Seeing Zoro's unimpressed expression, even showing a hint of disdain, Click's murderous intent grew stronger. Those who do not obey him will meet a dead end. Hey, pirate. Karina stood up, looking at Click, her eyes flashing with surprise, but also mockery. I'm sorry, but if we're talking about becoming the Pirate King, it definitely won't be you. You woman, do you even know what you're saying? Anger surfaced on Click's face. There can only be one. Karina ignored him and continued loudly. That is, the drifter, Hilbert Lake. As soon as she said this, the entire scene fell silent, with only Click's furious breathing audible. You bunch of bastards. His eyes widened with rage, his finger on the trigger, a fierce killing intent flashing in his gaze. Ha ha. Johnny forced himself to smile. You guys aren't even worthy of being Lake's shoe shiners. What the hell? You didn't call me to pledge loyalty? That's right. Brother Lake is the one who will become the Pirate King. Joseph quickly supported, raising his voice. Little Orange jumped onto Karina's shoulder, showing a cute cat face filled with joy. Hee hee hee. Good. Click, infuriated, laughed sinisterly, his eyes flashing with cruelty. I've decided you will all be executed by slow slicing. Meow. Even the big cat will be executed. Wow, Click is simply a bastard. Click laughed cruelly, but felt something was off. Why couldn't he see fear in those guys' eyes, when they were clearly scared before? And why did his subordinates not say a word? What the hell? Have they died? Just as Click was about to turn around, he felt a strong hand pressing down on his shoulder. Thud. Immediately after, a ghostly voice rang in his ear. You said you want to execute who? Bang. As Click's body fell to the ground, the Click pirates were annihilated, with none surviving. Lake sheathed his dagger. Behind him lay dozens of bodies, each with a clean cut to the neck. No pain. It ended in an instant. Not bad. Lake felt he had honed his silent killing technique a bit, and he could still take on some private jobs when he's short on cash. As the saying goes, skills are never a burden. Having more skills means more opportunities. Being a killer isn't bad either. Lake. Karina ran over with a giggle, frowning as she returned. Not giggling anymore. The smell of blood is too strong. It's overwhelming. No. Lake's mouth twitched, pretending to be sad. You hurt me. I thought you were going to give me a big hug. Even Little Orange squatted on Karina's shoulder and wouldn't come down, meowing as if dissatisfied with the smell on Lake. So sad. Karina noticed Lake's sorrow and quickly said, Oh no, you smell too bad. Come back after you take a shower. It was only after saying that she realized what she had said and couldn't help but blush. I spoke too fast. There's south no place to take a shower here. Let us talk about it later. Lake laughed heartily. If it weren't for the blood stains all over his body and face and the strong smell of blood, he would really look like a gentle, neighborly older brother. Johnny and Joseph helped Zoro approach, who still had a stubborn look on his face, appearing somewhat unaccustomed. Probably he's shy. The group left that place, since it was filled with corpses, which was distressing to look at. To leave, they would have to wait for the tsunami caused by the extremely low tide to calm down, so they had to wait. In the cave of Vane, Lake and his companions temporarily rested there. It's no surprise that such a large cave only had Lake and his 5 companions and 1 cat. After others discovered Lake was there, no one dared to approach. The cave was quite simple, with only a throne and nothing else. Finally, some rest. Lake lay on a smooth, giant stone that had just been cut, crossing his hands behind his head, feeling comfortable. Although perfect phasing could recover all his stamina, it couldn't alleviate mental fatigue. He was even close to losing control from the killing. Karina sat beside him, holding Little Orange. Johnny and Joseph were roasting birds by the fire. Zoro was resting with his eyes closed. Aside from the sound of roasting and the roar of the tsunami outside the cave, there was nothing else. Unable to bear the silence, Lake lay on the giant stone, chuckling and saying, "Now that it's come to a pause, it's a bit of a pity not to find any treasure." Johnny turned his head, scratching his head and laughing. "Ha ha ha! Being able to adventure with Brother Lake is already a great joy." Joseph quickly nodded. That's right. I'll remember it for a lifetime." They could see that Lake was no ordinary person. He would definitely be a big shot in the future. When they bring out this experience later, wouldn't he others be envious to death? Ha 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 ha. You two sure know how to talk. Lake tilted his head slightly towards Karina. How about this? You guys could divide those 3 golden ornaments. I don't need them. Huh. Brother Lake did the most work. How can you not take them? Johnny firmly opposed. Hearing Lake's words, Karina was also a bit surprised, while Zoro remained silent. Wealth is external. Only the sword in hand is fundamental to one's existence. Zoro opened his eyes, looking at the long sword beside him, the eyes of the iron-blooded man revealing a hint of tenderness. It seems Lake thinks the same way. He is indeed the man I recognize. Zoro nodded in satisfaction at Lake, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. What's going on feels strange. Lake sensed a burning gaze, turned his head to see Zoro wiping the sword in his hand, the Wado Ikemanji. Strange. Leaning against the giant stone, Lake had a righteous expression, looking like a virtuous gentleman. I'm not interested in treasure or anything. If possible, I'd like that ship below the cave. Ship? Everyone looked towards the cave's entrance below, where a not too big and not too small dual-powered ship was docked. It seemed to be Vane's ship that traveled back and forth to Yamajiga. Just right, for traveling, having a ship would be very nice. Thus, Lake gained a ship. Karina received the golden Shura head, Johnny and Joseph got crowns, and Zoro acquired a scepter. Zoro stood in front of Rake, his expression serious and solemn, and asked Rake, "Can you tell me just how big this world really is?" Rake sat up, looked at him, and smiled gently. "It's bigger than you can imagine. My strength is nothing in front of true powerhouses. My armament hockey can't compare to Garp, and my observation hockey can't predict the future. I haven't even awakened my conqueror's hockey, and I can't compete with my hawk in swordplay. My physical abilities are inferior to Big Mom and Kaido, and my overall strength is no match for Whitebeard. What else do I have? What am I even worth?" Sigh. The road to becoming stronger is long and arduous. Rake couldn't help but sigh. So that's how it is. Zoro looked at Rake's dejected expression and clenched his fists tightly. Even Rake, with his strength, couldn't make a name for himself in the world. The world is actually that big. Is that so? I understand now. Zoro nodded, the fire of ambition igniting in his eyes. So, are you motivated now? Rake looked up, hands on his hips, and chuckled. Zoro tightened his fist, raised his hand, and smiled confidently. I'm filled with determination. Chapter 37. Look behind you. After half a day, the sea finally calmed down, and the water level returned to normal, with Royalport sinking back into the ocean. People began to leave the island one after another, and this marked the farewell for Like and his companions. On the coast, a streamlined ship floated on the sea, while Like and his group of 5 and 1 cats stood on the shore. Xiao Cheng stood on Like's shoulder, watching the four with him. Like raised his hand and waved, chuckling. Well then, goodbye. Meow. Xiao Cheng waved along. After saying that, he jumped onto the ship and turned back to look. Everyone, see you on the sea. Karina bit her lip, wanting to say something, like Big Brother. Johnny and Joseph suddenly shouted, their voices filled with emotion. Tears streaming down their faces, their hearts breaking. Not only did it startle Karina, but it also gave Zoro a fright. Like looked at the two. They shouted through their tears, "We will miss you." Ha ha ha. I will miss you too, of course, and Karina as well. Like nodded at Karina, his eyes filled with laughter. Karina's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away. Who wants you to miss me? No, You will soon miss me to death. Like withdrew his gaze and looked at Zoro, giving him a gentle nod. Zoro stood quietly, locking eyes with Like and smirking. No words were needed. Just a glance conveyed understanding. They would meet again, absolutely, and when they did, it would be at the peak. Ha ha ha. Ghana. Like slowly drove the ship away. While the four stood in place, watching Like's departure, their hearts feeling complicated, all silent. It wasn't until Like disappeared from sight that Karina sighed. What is going on? I feel so guilty. Guilty about what? Johnny wiped away his excited tears and asked curiously. Nothing. Karina shook her head and began to walk back, reaching in her pocket, her body suddenly stiffening. No, no. Then, in disbelief, she continued searching, feeling all over her body. The others looked on, a bit confused. Isn't it a bit stifling? There are still people here. Karina searched for a while until she was completely certain. Like a machine, she turned her head and looked at the three, trembling as she asked, Did you see a treasure map? Treasure map? Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, shaking their heads simultaneously. We didn't see anything. Are you referring to a map with messy handwriting? Zoro raised his eyes, looking at her thoughtfully. Karina's eyes lit up. Did you take it? No. Zoro shook his head, recalling for a moment before answering. I saw it in Like's hands. It seems Xiao Chang took it. Xiao Chang like. Thump. Karina directly knelt down, holding her head, her entire face turning as red as a tomato. Oh, that bastard. Scoundrel. Thief. And he had the audacity to say he wasn't interested in the treasure, saying he didn't want gold. The three subtly stepped back, feeling a bit scared. Just a moment ago they were laughing, and now their faces changed. Indeed, women are too fickle. Look, she changed her face again. You guy. Ha 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 ha. Like you did great. Karina slowly stood up, unable to help but burst into laughter. Her eyes were red, and even tears of laughter came out. It was quite strange. After laughing for a while, the expressions of Zoro and the others became even weirder, and Karina finally stopped. Bastard-like. She exhaled heavily, looking at the distant sea, her eyes filled with fighting spirit, smiling brightly. You think you can run after stealing? There is no such good thing. Hilbert Lake, you will not escape from my grasp. Let us go. Karina tossed her head and strode away. Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph. They didn't understand, but felt quite shocked. Joseph scratched his head and asked, What's wrong with her? Johnny shook his head. I don't know. Probably infatuated with like Big Brother. Doesn't look like it. Women are quite complicated. True. On the sea, during sunset, with clear skies and a long horizon, the shadow of a ship sailing across the ocean was elongated. Still too naive, Karina, like held a map in his hand, lying on a chair, chuckling, while Xiao Cheng lay on the table, enjoying the sunset. Yamaga indeed had no treasure because it had already been taken away by Wayne. Karina discovered this in her diary. But how could she, who considered herself the #1 thief in the East Sea, share the treasure she had obtained? Thus, she tore off a part of the notes and showed the part that said Yamaga had no treasure to Like. What a pity. If she hadn't given the notes to Like, she might not have discovered it. But with the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, all disguises would have nowhere to hide. The location of the treasure from the sunken Royal Port was marked on the map in Like's hands. The treasure from Royal Port was enough to buy the entire East Sea. TSK, suddenly not so interested in money anymore. Meow. Xiao Cheng raised its head, blinking. Ha. Xiao Cheng, you are so cute. Like couldn't help but reach out and pet it, lifting it up high. Meow meow. Xiao Cheng looked up, its cat face filled with pride. Ha. Let us continue our adventure. Meow. That's right. Our goal is the stars and the sea. 3 days later, a newspaper spread across the East Sea, causing a huge uproar, and the world was in an uproar. Some even claimed that the next Pirate King Roger was about to emerge in the East Sea. After the drifting wanderer, no new star in the East Sea, recording the birth of the East Sea Emperor. Interview. Reporter, may I ask how you arrived at this incredible, even somewhat absurd conclusion? Reporter, this is not alarmist. It is what I personally witnessed, without any exaggeration. Interview. All right. Then you said that half of the famous figures in the East Sea all fell under the sword of the drifting wanderer. Is this situation true? Reporter, of course. I have photos as proof. I dare say. The drifting wanderer Hilbert Lake is absolutely the most ruthless pirate in the East Sea after Pirate King Roger. Chapter 38, Two More Orders. Navy Headquarters, Marineford, Sky Tower. Ha 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 ha. It's hard, my fist is hard. Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins, wishing he could punch that bastard Carp, who was still laughing nonstop. Unable to contain his anger, he directly grabbed Carp by the collar, shoving his face close and scolding him. Carp, you bastard! How can you still laugh? Why didn't you capture him when you were in the East Blue? Sengoku's desk was covered with a wanted notice for Lake and a report from the East Blue Navy. Generally, reports from the Four Seas rarely caught the attention of someone of his rank, unless something significant happened, such as the death of a Navy colonel from Marine headquarters, and it was the base commander of the Navy base in Road Town. Well, do you think it's that simple? That kid is quite tricky. Carp waved Sengoku's arm away, leaning against the sofa and scratching his head, a rare, serious expression on his face. Even he was outsmarted by that Lake guy. It's really not following the rules. Oof. Sengoku shot a glare at Carp and tossed the East Blue report onto Carp. Resting his elbows on the desk, hands crossed under his chin, he said solemnly, that guy Marikson was even killed by him. Although Marikson was a despicable person, his strength was undeniable. To be killed in the East Blue, do you know how big of an impact this will have? In the weakest sea, a pirate capable of killing a Marine headquarters colonel has appeared. This is simply an invasion of species. Molik-san. Carp glanced at the report and casually said, dying at the hands of the enemy is not bad either. You. Forget it, it's also a fact. Sengoku sighed, gently rubbing his temples, looking pained. Even if he doesn't die, he would be imprisoned and impelled down. Marikson's actions have already exceeded what Marine headquarters can tolerate. Just in time, there's a hot-headed idealist in the headquarters. Smoker can take over. So even if Marikson doesn't die, he won't have many good days left. Fire Fist Ace, a drifting vagabond. Your East Blue is full of troublesome characters. Sengoku glared fiercely at Carp. Thud! Carp immediately broke into a cold sweat, laughing awkwardly. So what do we do now? What else can we do? Increase the bounty. How much? 70 million. East Blue, Navy base, still holding a meeting, Branu. He furrowed his brow and said solemnly, as expected, the impact is truly terrible. The drifter, Hilbert Lake, actually caused nearly 1,000 deaths. Although there were many pirates, there were also quite a few civilians. A heinous crime, indeed the most brutal pirate in the East Blue. As he spoke, he was righteous and impassioned. And in just a few words, Lake was burdened with this huge blame. The other Navy generals present observed with indifference, as if it had nothing to do with them. They even counted Marikson's death as Lake's doing. But so what? Come on. Are they really going to let the Navy admit that the naval commander guarding a region is a madman who regards human life as nothing? How is that possible? Doesn't the Navy care about its reputation? That would truly be a terrible influence, and to avoid it, naturally, a scapegoat is needed. And Hilbert Lake is the perfect scapegoat. A Navy officer smoking a cigar said seriously, even that guy Marikson died there. He truly has remarkable strength. Others nodded in agreement. Although they didn't get along with Marikson, they had to admit his strength. Brano looked around at everyone and said sternly, enough with the sarcasm. The headquarters has issued an order. Drifter Hilbert Lake. Bounty of 70 million berries. Heinous crimes, dead or alive. 70 million. That's an exaggeration. This bounty is troublesome even in the Grand Line. I didn't expect it to appear in the weakest sea. The Navy still has self-awareness and immediately suggested, since Marikson is dead, how about we be a match for that guy? I think it's better to have the headquarters send someone over. Soon, a Navy officer echoed. Yes. This has already exceeded the East Blue's capacity to handle. Agreed. Hearing this, Branu nodded. In that case, I will send a fax to the headquarters after the meeting. All right. This meeting is adjourned. Everything for justice. Everything for justice. Kakochia, Orange Village, impossible. That kid Lake is definitely not that kind of person. He must be wronged by the Navy. A Jien slammed down the newspaper, his words filled with disbelief. It must be like that. Nami. We all know what kind of person Lake is. Nojiko followed up. Of course I know. Nami looked at Lake's bounty and the related reports, playfully smiling. I just didn't expect he's still in the East Blue. I thought he had already gone to the Grand Line. Hearing Nami's words, Nojiko finally relaxed. Although Nami wouldn't admit it, as her sister, she could still tell. Nami still admires and appreciates Lake a lot. If the idol she admires collapses, it would be a huge blow to Nami, who is trying to regain her sunny positivity. Nami, you wouldn't want to go look for him, would you? Ajin looked at the giggling Nami, his heart sinking. Is his precious cabbage about to grow legs and run away? No way, it's still too early. Nami clenched her fists, looking towards the distant sky, confidently smiling. Next time I appear, I will definitely surprise him so much that he won't be able to speak. Hee. Lake, you wait for me. East Blue, a nun kneeling in a church praying. Lord, after such a long period of peace in the East Blue, has the hellish demon finally appeared? On the street, a man holding today's freshly released news couldn't help but tremble. He actually killed over 1,000 people. Too terrifying. At sea, a small pirate cruise captain couldn't help but exclaim, a bounty of 70 million. This is the first time in East Blue history. So enviable. In a tavern, a young man with a thug appearance threw the newspaper away, shouting loudly, this is exhilarating. I'm going to follow him. East Blue Navy, a soldier with an angry face. What the hell does that guy think human life is? East Blue, Dance and Rives, Rob Kenrobuchi. Wow, this barbecue is delicious. Boss, one more order. Meow, 2 more orders. Chapter 39, Have You Always Been So Brave? EC, Dan Sun Li Fu Sea, a member state of the world government. Its land area ranks among the top in the EC, most of which is covered by forest vegetation, also known to the world as the land of dancing leaves. However, its remote location and overall weak strength make it hardly noticeable in the EC. Quite the dancy place. Broken Bridge, a small town in a remote little country, has an even lower presence. But the scenery is still quite nice. Unfortunately, there are always people who ruin it. At the end of a street, I said, how come you're still alive? Last time I clearly broke your legs, yet you're still living. It's really strange. A young boy dressed in splendid clothing, looking like an astronaut, with blue hair and a youthful face, yet full of reckless arrogance, towering high above. At this moment, he stroked his chin, thoughtfully looking at a small, ragged boy collapsed on the ground. The boy was covered in bloodstains, tightly holding his stomach, trembling uncontrollably. In Broken Bridge, anyone who dares to provoke young Master Luke is just seeking death. Another boy dressed similarly, but bowing and scraping, with a fawning expression, was just a lackey. The boy referred to as Luke was surrounded by 7 or 8 boys of similar age. The oldest was no more than 14 years old, and the youngest was Luke, only 12. But there was no sign of youthful vigor on them, only reckless arrogance, lawlessness. Bystanders would walk around them without a second glance. It was simple. Their background was too powerful, completely not something ordinary people could provoke, especially the boy standing in the center like the moon surrounded by stars. His father was a feudal lord, directly giving him this small town to have fun with. As for the small beggar who was targeted, Sai, he could only hope for the best. When will this life come to an end? Ha. A cruel smile appeared on Luke's face as he grinned. Since that's the case, let us just beat him to death today. Luke, will take responsibility for any trouble. Ha. Let us all go. The boys around him received the order and began to punch and kick the small beggar without holding back at all. Woo. And the small beggar could only curl up, holding his head as fists and feet fell upon him, biting his teeth to suppress any sound. This street was already devoid of anyone else. Even shops had closed. This caused Lake and Little Orange, who were enjoying their meal, to be dragged out without even wiping their mouths. The boss, perhaps feeling guilty, didn't he take Lake's money? What is going on? Meow. Lake and Little Orange raised their hands in confusion, standing on the empty street covered in grease. Oh wait, there were others. A group of, rich kids, bullying a small beggar? A group of little brats, hitting so hard. Do they want to kill someone? Lake turned his head to look. The scene at the end of the street caught his eye, and he couldn't help but frown. He also saw that the group of little brats were hitting to seriously injure. Meow. Little Orange tilted her head, rubbing against Lake's clothes to wipe off the grease. Yes, after all, they saw it. How could they turn a blind eye? Lake didn't hesitate at all. and after speaking, he suddenly vanished from his spot. Ha ha! Watching the small beggar being beaten, Luke felt extremely pleased, laughing wildly. Keep hitting, give it to him. Tap! The sound of wind. Ah! Luke's voice suddenly stopped, as an arm rested on his shoulder, and a tall figure overshadowed him, accompanied by a pressure that struck at the soul. The bodies of those lackeys who were attacking also froze instantly, not daring to move. A gulp echoed as they all swallowed nervously, fear spreading. Hey, little brat, that's enough. A calm voice slowly rang in their ears. Thump! Their hearts skipped a beat, trembling. They looked up and found young Master Luke being held hostage by a handsome, ruthless guy and a cute little orange cat. Young Master Luke, perhaps hearing the calls of the crowd, he suddenly woke up. This is bastard. His dazed face immediately turned to one of rage. He was actually frightened. A tremendous humiliation. It was simply a great disgrace. Don't touch me. He forcefully shook off Lake's arm, taking 2 steps back, looking up and pointing his finger directly at Lake's nose. Where did this dog come from, and this dead cat? How dare you point fingers at me? Huh? Meow? Has he always been this brave? Meow, meow, meow. The little brat with incomplete hair. Why is his mouth so foul? Lake didn't indulge him, grabbing Luke's wrist and lifting him into the air. Young Master Luke, the lackeys shouted in worry, but no one dared to step forward, mainly because they were afraid this ruthless guy would harm young Master Luke. Lake lifted him and glanced at the small beggar curled up on the ground, then looked at the arrogant boy. Who was right and who was wrong was still unknown, and he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. One couldn't say that whoever looked pitiful was the side of justice. It still needed to be clarified. What did he do? Bastard. Unfortunately, Luke didn't give Lake the chance to ask, directly shouting angrily. What a thing. Lake pulled at the corner of his mouth, veins popping on his forehead. As expected, no matter which world, his dislike for unruly kids remained unchanged. He needed a beating. How dare you meddle in my affairs? Here, I do whatever I want. Luke was furious, twisting his body, but he couldn't break free from Lake's grip. Yet even so, there was no fear in his eyes, only anger. Get your dirty hands off me. Do you know who my dad is? He glared at Lake, his anger almost bursting from his eyes. What, didn't your mom tell you? Lake didn't care at all, and based on this brat-ass words, he understood. This was a second-generation heir relying on a good family background, bold and reckless. Most likely, he was the one actively bullying others, and bullying a beggar was truly despicable. Luke was momentarily speechless, embarrassment and anger flooding him. He simply yelled hysterically, "Everyone, get him! Kill him! Slap!" A shadow flashed by. Oh. The lackeys covered their faces collectively, unable to believe it was real. Young Master Luke actually got hit. At this moment, a red handprint was deeply imprinted on the boy's right cheek. With this slap, he stopped cursing, even his expression cleared up. Oh, Lake couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The calm method of the Big Dipper was surprisingly effective, but ultimately, it wasn't the genuine article, only lasting a short while. Luke, coming back to his senses, looked utterly incredulous. He had actually been hit. The anger in his heart made him tremble, and he looked at Lake, trembling as he said, You actually dare to hit me? Try hitting me again." Slap. Clean and decisive. Such a request was truly rare. Lake couldn't help but shake his head. Kids nowadays really had strange interests. Dare you? Try again. Slap. I'll satisfy your request. If you hit me again. Slap. You. Slap. Young Master Luke, stop talking. You'll get beaten to death. The group of lackeys surrounded Lake, but dared not approach or run away. Slap. With the final slap, Lake withdrew his hand. Because the face of the brat in his hands had swollen up like a pig's head, he had even fainted from anger. Not for being knocked out, but purely from his own anger. Ugh. Meow. Lake and Xiao Chang simultaneously glanced disdainfully at the pig-headed person. While being disdainful, their hands were not idle. They reached into the pig-head's pockets and pulled out several bills. They also tore off a piece of cloth to wipe their mouths, and then stuffed it back in. Oh, quite a bit of money. This can be used for medical expenses. Lake stuffed the bills into his pocket. He turned to the lackeys and directly tossed the pig-headed person over to them. They fumbled to catch him, unable to help but shout, "Rue, young Master Rook?" No response. Could it be? Looking at Rook, who seemed as if he were dead. Everyone's faces were filled with despair. Not dead, why are you howling? Lake shot them a glare and ominously threatened. If I see you bullying others again, I'll turn your young master into a spinning top. No more, no more. Get lost. The group hurriedly carried Ruck away as if fleeing, and in their haste, one of them tripped and fell. Lake wasn't cruel enough to kill a brat. It was all spoiled behavior from home. He would find an opportunity to give his parents a beating. He ignored them and walked over to the little beggar, squatting down, gently poking him, and softly said, "Kid, can you get up? E. The little beggar struggled to get up, but halfway through, his arm lost strength, and just as he was about to fall, a large hand supported him. He wanted to open his eyes, but couldn't because they were so swollen he couldn't open them at all. He could only vaguely see a blurry, glowing figure and hear a gentle tone he hadn't heard in a long time. Those little brats had indeed held back. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, it seemed like he had encountered an angel. Fainted. Meow, yes, let us do good to the end. Chapter 40. Who do you want to kill? In the room of the Broken Bridge Inn, I don't know for how long. I just felt like I'd been stripped bare and was powerless to resist, but the action soon stopped. After an unknown amount of time, I felt very comfortable, gaining a bit of consciousness. Ugh, so tired, but lying down feels so good. I think I see an angel. He saved me and spoke so gently. Am I in heaven now? At that moment, a low, unfamiliar female voice sounded. Although the injuries are severe, they're also easy to recover from. Just eat more supplements and rest a lot. Then the gentle voice from before appeared again. Okay, thank you, doctor. No problem. It's my duty. Then it fell into silence again. After an unknown amount of time, I vaguely opened my eyes. Then I heard meow, meow. How could there be a cat's meow? Could it be that the angel is also a cat lover? That gentle voice rang in my ear. You're awake. How do you feel? Meow. I tried hard to open my eyes and saw a face with a gentle smile looking at me, laughing softly. It was completely different from the ridicule I'd seen before. It felt so warm. I couldn't help but get lost in thought. How long had it been since I felt warmth? It was him. He saved me. Lake quietly looked at the little girl in front of him. Yes, that dirty little beggar whom Lake thought was a little boy was actually a girl. She had short brown hair and a pair of sparkling brown eyes. Although her face was pale and thin, and her skin was rough from years of hardship, one could still see that she had a good foundation. As for how Lake realized that the dirty child, who was indistinguishable in appearance, was a girl, don't worry about that. Lake just wanted to cry, but there were no tears. He only knew that his lifetime reputation was ruined in an instant. Just as the little girl was about to speak, her stomach made a noise. Gurgle. It was loud, and her small face turned red, unable to contain her shyness. Lake blinked, couldn't help but smile, and reached out to pat the little girl's head. I understand, it's human nature. Can you get up? Come on, I'll take you to eat. Meow. Little Orange squatted on Lake's shoulder, gently calling. The little girl, blushing, was about to get up when she lifted the blanket and found that her originally dirty clothes were now clean casual wear. Where are my clothes? She froze for a moment, many images flashing through her mind, and her face turned as red as a monkey's, but Lake watched this scene and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. No, I was saving someone, and at that time, I couldn't tell at all. Besides, I only saw a little bit, and it was just a little kid. In the end, I let the innkeeper help clean her up and change her clothes, and then I invited a doctor to treat her, and even the doctor was a female doctor. A person of integrity has nothing to fear. Lake's guilty eyes suddenly straightened up, as if a Buddhist radiance surrounded him. My clothes. The little girl, blushing, stammered. However, before she could finish, Lake directly said seriously, Don't worry, the innkeeper helped you change clothes. I didn't see anything. This is a kind lie. Then he continued to explain, Your previous outfit was a bit difficult to treat, so I bought you a few new ones. The girl's face turned even redder, but she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face her benefactor. Suddenly, the little girl's expression became anxious, and she worriedly said, Then, what about the things inside? Lake pointed to her pillow and said softly, Don't worry, it's not lost, it's right under your pillow. The little girl lifted the pillow, and there lay a stack of berries, not a single coin missing. Only then did her heart, which had been hanging, finally relax. She immediately got out of bed, knelt on the ground, and loudly said, "Big brother, thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you." The little girl became less and less confident as she continued, her voice getting smaller and smaller, and Lake almost couldn't hear her. Repay? What did she use to repay? She had nothing left. Lake also sensed the despair that enveloped the little girl. She looked to be around 11 or 12 years old, an age that should be growing up happily, full of hope, but instead, she was filled with despair. This damned world. Lake gently shook his head and helped the little girl up from the ground. "Stop talking about repaying or not. Come on, I'll take you to eat." Lake smiled gently at the little girl, his eyes also filled with kindness. Meow. Little Orange stood on Lake's shoulder, winking at the little girl. "Ha ha ha. Little Orange is also calling you to eat. Let's go. By the way, what's your name?" "Ling Lin." Meanwhile, in Donghai, known as the town of beginnings and ends, Roga Town. This major town in Donghai is directly managed by the Navy. Recently, due to the death of the station naval commander Marixon at the hands of the wandering gambler, Hilbert Lake, the town lost its deterrence and quickly descended into chaos, becoming a paradise for pirates. The pirates ran rampant, and all the pirates of Donghai wanted to take advantage of the leaderless situation to pass through Roga Town to the Grand Line, leading to exceptional chaos in recent days. However, this chaos that had lasted for several days was about to come to an end. A silver-haired Navy officer, biting 2 cigars and exhaling white smoke, looked at the scene of pirates running rampant in the streets, his forehead veins bulging and his face filled with anger. How the pirates of Donghai become this rampant? "Mr. Smoker," a girl resembling a young Navy officer, shouted as she ran towards him. Behind her were the stationed Navy officers of Roga Town, but they didn't seem very convinced. The silver-haired Navy officer, known as Smoker, didn't say much and immediately drew the 10-shot from his back, exhaling a puff of white smoke. Begin the suppression. The Marines, under Smoker's leadership, began to enter Roga Town. This scene was also seen by some pirates, and their eyes instantly lit up. The Marines of Roga Town, except for Marixon, are all useless and can be easily defeated. A pirate captain wearing a headscarf drew his large knife and laughed cruelly. "That's the Navy. Ha. They finally crawled out of their shells. Come on, kill them, and we can raise our bounties." Dozens of ferocious pirates armed with various weapons charged at Smoker, shouting, "Kill the Navy! Dominate Roga Town! Kill the Navy! Dominate Roga Town!" Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke spewed out, rushing towards them. The pirates hadn't figured out the situation yet when they saw the white smoke condensing into a huge hand that came crashing down on them. "Wind! What the hell is this?" Boom! A loud noise, and dozens of pirates were all knocked down to the ground. Everyone was shocked. What kind of move is this? Could it be the legendary devil fruit? The white smoke that filled the entire street flowed toward the end, where Smoker was walking slowly toward them, biting 2 cigars and wearing a navy coat, revealing solid abs, his expression more domineering than the pirates. Standing in the street, looking at the pained pirates, he grinned widely. "Who do you say you want to kill?" "Pirates." Chapter 41, I Am Ryan. "You want to take me as your master?" Broken bridge, inside the inn, late at night, moonlight streams through the window, illuminating the floor. A fragrant aroma fills the air, and the sizzling sounds are constant, due to Ling's injuries making it difficult for her to walk. Lake simply copied the chef's grilling skills and cooked himself. Little Orange squats on the table, eating a piece of grilled meat larger than its own body. It also wants to protest, but it seems no one is paying attention to it. The garlic bird can barely eat. Lake sits on a bench, legs crossed, one hand propping up his chin, lost in thought. And the little girl, Ling, stands in front of him, her head down, her hands nervously tugging at her clothes, as if about to rip them apart. She occasionally glances up at Lake, but quickly looks down again, the word nervous practically etched on her forehead. "TSK, you want to take me as your master?" "Huh?" Lake furrows his brow, his gaze shifting back and forth, not knowing what to think. Yes. Ling quickly nods. She doesn't want to miss this opportunity any longer, or rather, this is her last chance. To stay in a small town, to be slaughtered, or to become a disciple and leave here. It's all up to Lake. I can pay the tuition. I have money. I can also do odd jobs. Seeing Lake still hesitating, Ling hurriedly speaks up. She takes out some money from her pocket and places it on the table. Not much. Only about 40 to 50,000 belly. According to Ling's explanation, she originally planned to use this money to learn a martial art at the town's dojo. But that is no longer possible. Because earlier today, among the lackeys following Rook, there was the young master of the dojo. How could they offend the son of a powerful minister for an orphan like her? And Lake is still deep in thought, which Ling interprets as indifference. Ling's heart sinks, her eyes welling up with tears. Even if he doesn't agree, that's normal. Big brother has already saved me. I still want to cling to him. How annoying. Ling lowers her head, her eyes glistening with tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. No, I can't cry. She forces back her tears, smiles, and looks up, pretending to be relaxed. It's fine. Thank you, big brother, for saving me, treating me, and inviting me to dinner. This money, consider it a token of gratitude from me to you, big brother. I'm full now, so I'll be leaving first. As she says this, she plans to turn and run, only to be pressed back down into her seat by Lake. Hey, she blinks at Lake, feeling dazed, and her tears suddenly overflow. Be careful with your injuries. Lake sighs, looking at her somewhat helplessly. I didn't say I wouldn't agree, so don't be in such a hurry. Saying this, he picks up a tissue from the table and hands it to her, indicating she should wipe her tears. Meow. Little Orange raises its head, glances a few times, and continues to challenge the grilled meat. Lake looks at Ling, whose eyes are red, and an involuntary sense of guilt rises in his heart. Damn it, Abito is still affecting me. I can't treat her as Lin just because her name is Ling and she looks a lot like Lin. Abito, you perverted lowly lover. Her full name is Opalfield Ling, a true local of the pirate world. Lake's internal turmoil continues, but he remains calm on the surface. Looking at Ling, who is still staring down, he gently asks, How old are you now? 12 years old. 12 years old. Lake looks at her frail body, which clearly does not match the physique of a 12-year-old girl. She is too weak. Were your parents? Lake originally wanted to ask this, but he held back. After all, she has become a little beggar, and it would be a bit cruel to ask. Looking at Ling, she really resembles Lin. If her skin were a bit whiter, she would look even more like her. Lake thinks to himself, but then he falls into deep contemplation, perhaps. This is fate, or perhaps everything is an illusion. Cut off the illusion. Cough. Just kidding, my Chinibu is acting up. Ling, do you really want to take me as your master? And why do you want to take me as your master? Lake looks seriously at Ling, his expression slightly stern. Seeing Ling's fearful expression, Lake can't help but reflect if he is being too serious. Yes. Ling takes a deep breath and loudly declares, Because I want to become strong, I want revenge. The last two words are filled with hatred, and her eyes are also full of resentment. That kind of expression should not appear on the face of a 12-year-old girl. Stunned, Lake can't help but break out in a cold sweat, looking at the girl before him consumed by hatred and surprise. Lake exhales, staring intently at Ling, speaking in an absolute serious tone. I'm sorry, but if that's your reason, I cannot accept you. W.Y. Ling's heart, which had just been lifted, suddenly sinks again. Lake states bluntly, Because of your hatred. Shouldn't I hate them? Ling suddenly becomes emotional, her whole body flushing with anger, tears flowing uncontrollably. Meow. Little Orange raises its head again, noticing Ling is crying. It immediately looks at Lake, squinting its eyes as if to say, Look at what you've done. Lake. Bad cat. If it weren't for them, my parents wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have been bullied. Ling trembles, clenching her fists, her fingertips digging into her flesh, but she feels no pain. At this moment, a shadow looms over her. Then a warm hand gently rests on her head. Calming her agitation, she raises her tear-filled eyes, looking at the blurred figure of Lake. Lake takes her hand, gently wiping the blood on it with the tissue, while softly saying, Ling, I don't want you to let go of your hatred. There is no true empathy in this world. I haven't experienced your pain. So how could I dare to tell you to let go of your hatred? Lake's voice is soft, but it reaches Ling's anxious heart. His tone is calm, seemingly soothing her inner turmoil. Then why do you say that? Ling looks at Lake, who is gently tending to her wounds, her voice slightly choked. For some reason, just now, she felt no pain. Instead, it was Lake's gentle treatment that made her feel the pain and want to cry. Lake lifts his gaze to meet Ling's, smiling gently. Little Ling, can I call you that? Uh-huh. Ling nods. Tear. Little Ling, Lake tears a piece of cloth from his body, wrapping it around Ling's wound while saying, hatred can be a driving force to move forward, but can also be a painful lesson. However, it cannot be everything in life, nor can it be the purpose of living. Big brother. Ling looks at Lake, her lips trembling slightly, as if a beam of light has shone through the window of her heart, illuminating her long-closed heart. Huh. Lake lifts Ling's hand and gently blows on it, then puts it back down, looking at Ling seriously. If you live for hatred, then I will not accept you. Although I'm only 17, I have seen and experienced a lot during my 2 years in the EC. In my past life at 18, there wasn't anything particularly special. The only thing worth being proud of is living with integrity. Ling looks at Lake eagerly. Then what should I do? I don't know. Lake chuckles softly, stroking his chin. After revenge, what do you want to do? After revenge, what do I want to do? Ling falls into deep thought, as if she has never considered it. Looking at Ling's dazed expression, Lake continues. Let me rephrase it. What is your dream? It is revenge. But is it really revenge? Dreams feel so distant. Ling shook her head. I don't know. This damn world. Lake sighed, and then gestured for Ling to look over. Today just happened to be the night of the dazzling starry sky. Lake stood up and went to the window, while Xiao Cheng jumped from the table to Lake's shoulder. Let me tell you about my dream. My dream is to see all the rivers and mountains and leave my mark all over the world. Then I will loudly tell this world, I have been here. Meow. Lake and Xiao Cheng raised their right hands simultaneously, their expressions serious and solemn. But there was a strange sense of humor, and Ling couldn't help but smile through her tears. Seeing Ling smile, Lake slowly withdrew his arm and smiled at her. Perhaps influenced by Lake, Ling also raised her right hand, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and shouted, I want to become strong, very, very strong. Strong enough to take charge of my own life and to take charge of all the unfairness in the sea. After Ling finished shouting, her chest heaved up and down, her face flushed, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her voice echoed in the room. Lake looked at her with a smile in his eyes, and Ling's eyes suddenly brightened, filled with light. Then, why are you making noise in the middle of the night? Don't others need to sleep? Exactly. The only thing left in their eyes was awkwardness. Lake and Ling froze, exchanged a glance, and smiled awkwardly. Ahem, nothing happened. Lake sat back down in his seat, his movements noticeably more subdued than before. Xiao Cheng jumped back to the table to eat meat. Ling also sat at her seat, covering her face and giggling. What a unique experience. Lake looked at Ling and said, Little Ling, what you just did is called being a hero. A hero. Ling was a bit excited, stood up, leaned on the table, and pressed her voice down. Can a girl also become a hero? Finally seeing some vitality. Lake let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Who says girls can't become heroes? He raised his hand and playfully ruffled Ling's hair. It's great that you're not a brat. While Ling was tidying her hair, Lake stared at her intently. Little Ling, do you want to see the outside world? Me? Upon hearing this, the joy in Ling's eyes was hard to hide as she hurriedly nodded. I want to see it. I want to go to the outside world. I want to become a hero. Then call me master. Lake smiled gently and nodded at Ling. The joy in Ling's eyes surged, and for a moment, she looked dazed and in disbelief. Lake poked Ling's forehead and teased. Aren't you going to acknowledge me as your master? After hearing this, Ling could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed out in torrents. Unlike before, these were tears of excitement. Master, Ling rushed into Lake's arms, tears and snot flowing together. Ha, you've turned into a little crying cat. Lake gently patted her head. Then Ling blushed and left Lake's embrace, raising her right hand. I will definitely follow my master to become strong, and then take control of my own destiny, driving away all the pirates. If it weren't for the pirates, my parents wouldn't have died. Ling looked at Lake seriously, but the master said, life is not all about hatred. I will live better, live the best version of myself. Master. Very spirited, keep it up. By the way, I haven't asked yet. What is your name, master? Lake, lion, meow. Never mind. Chapter 42, My Dad Will Kill You. The next morning, the sunlight was the most comfortable for Lake. But there are always those who refuse to enjoy it and choose to seek death instead. For example, as Lake was about to leave the town with Ling, they were surrounded by 30 or 40 people. In the streets, all the shops closed again and all the passers-by left. Only Lake, Ling, Little Orange, and a group of people marked for death remained. The leader was a middle-aged man with a big beard, fully armed and holding a sharp blade. Behind it was a group of people in uniform, and at the center, protected like a star, was the pig-headed boy, Luke. Clearly, this was an act of revenge. Moreover, it was very likely to cause loss of life. Luke quickly overturned Lake's assertion. He pointed directly at Lake and ordered, "It's him. Turn him into minced meat." Clang! Dozens of blades were drawn, the cold aura chilling, and the white light flickered. "Master," Ling pulled Lake's hand, drawing close to him, worried that her master would be hurt because of her. "It's fine." Lake glanced down, smiled, and gently patted her little head. Little Orange took the opportunity to jump onto Ling's shoulder and nuzzled her cheek. Lake raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and the sky cutter appeared in his hand. Everyone was startled by this scene and instinctively took a few steps back. Even the bearded leader became more serious. But Luke was still furious. Lake smiled calmly. "It's you again. Didn't you get enough last time? Or did your mom tell your dad who you are? Bastard." Luke swore he had never been this angry in his life, nor had he ever wanted to kill someone so much. Pointing at Lake, he shouted loudly, "Kill them all. I want to hang their bodies on the city wall." Lake looked at him quietly. He was just a 12-year-old boy? No, just an ungrown demon. Seeing Lake's silence, Luke's face turned dark and arrogant, throwing his head back to laugh. "Ha ha ha, now you're scared, huh? Anyone who offends me will be hung on the city wall. Let me tell you, this entire town is my toy, and everyone in it is my slave. I can kill when I want and hit when I want." The guard showed no emotion at Luke's words, remaining indifferent. Lake slowly nodded, his gaze calm. "Is that so? I see. It seems the problem lies with me." Luke felt a rush of satisfaction at getting revenge, becoming even more arrogant. "Ha ha. Now you know you're wrong?" Too late. The guards with large knives charged at Lake. The sound of footsteps was dense like clouds, and the glimmering cold light seemed to herald the bloodshed to come. Clang! "I shouldn't have spared your life because of your young age." Lake slowly drew the sky cutter, his indifferent gaze becoming even more apathetic, as if looking at a group of moving corpses. Luke gritted his teeth, his expression turning increasingly frantic, his eyes nearly popping out from excitement. He would remember this day. "Ha ha ha ha, Master," Ling said worriedly. Lake didn't turn back, just raised his left hand. "Little Ling, it will be over soon." Meow. Little Orange's long tail brushed against Ling's face. Little Orange said, "These people aren't even enough for me to fight." Wind, wind, wind. As they spoke, 3 long knives slashed at Lake, their blades reflecting Lake's cold, dark eyes. Swish! Uft. The sky cutter was drawn, and the blade appeared from the left to the right. The 3 long knives and the guards holding them were cut in half, blood spraying directly onto the storefronts on the street, staining them crimson. The scene fell silent. Everyone looked incredulous. Were they really cut in half, along with their weapons? Lake continued to advance, his indifferent voice slowly resonating in everyone's ears. "I heard the wails of the wronged souls on you. They are waiting for you to go to hell." Luke's face turned from arrogant to as pale as paper in an instant. "Go, go!" Luke shouted loudly, already planning to run away. It was too dangerous. He had to get his father to send the army over. There was no chance left. Lake raised his eyes. Swish! His figure flashed, crossing dozens of people. Appearing behind them, a cold light piercing through. Lake slowly sheathed his sword. At that moment, it seemed even the wind had stopped. Thud! The sword returned to its sheath, and dozens of people were instantly cut in half at the waist, their upper bodies falling to the ground, while their lower halves sprayed blood like a fountain. In just a moment, the street was already flowing with blood. The remaining dozen people could no longer maintain their calm and reason, dropping their weapons and fleeing. "Help! He's a demon! Run!" Lake spoke indifferently. "Can you escape?" In an instant, his figure flickered, appearing in front of the dozen people, slowly closing his blade. Swish! 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 Dozens of purple slashes materialized, blood flowers blooming on the dozen people, who immediately fell to the ground, and the bearded man who seemed to be the leader, looking quite dignified. was now lying in a pool of blood. As for how strong these people were, it made no difference to Lake. From a moment he struck to when they all died, it took less than 10 seconds. Luke collapsed on the ground, inching backward, tears and snot streaming down his face. His pants sticky with blood and urine. He slowly raised his head, only to find that the devil was standing behind him. The long knife was already pressed against his neck, the cold gleam rendering him incapable of arrogance, trembling as he begged for mercy. Aye, spare me, please spare me. I'm only 12 years old. If you kill me, my dad will kill you. Lake curled the corner of his mouth. Oh, I see. Puffed. The long knife immediately pierced Luke's neck, a torrent of blood gushing out. His pupils dilated sharply, fear rising as he trembled on the ground, trying to cover the bleeding wound with his hands, but it was futile. Swish! A flash of cold light, instant death, frozen in fear. Forget it. Let's give him a quick end. Lake sheathed his sword, looking at the pig-headed boy who died with his eyes wide open, unable to help but shake his head. He was indeed too kind. He had originally wanted him to experience the fear of death. Lake looked at Ling and found her looking at him with a fearful gaze. It seemed he had scared his little disciple. What should he do? Chapter 43, Sky Severing, 666. On the street, there were corpses everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. The strong smell of blood stimulating the brain, the sight of bodies scattered across the ground striking a blow to one's worldview. Gulu Ling stood there dazed, her eyes looking at Lake with fear, horror, and trepidation. Master, Lake looked at the frightened Ling and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It seemed he had scared his little disciple. Lake sheathed his sword and hung it at his waist, walking towards Ling. He felt a bit of a headache, but this was a lesson that needed to be taught. It was also the responsibility of a master, although it might be a bit premature and could seriously impact the child's worldview. But, forget it, but this was indeed crossing the line. It was all because the sky severing was too sharp, slicing others in half in an instant. Sky severing, do you know your crime? If the sky severing could speak, Ling instinctively wanted to step forward as she watched Lake approach. But seeing the scene before her, and recalling the earlier events, she forcibly stopped her steps and stood still. My closed-door disciple. Cough. Lake looked at Ling and gently smiled. Little Ling, are you okay? If it weren't for the gruesome deaths of the dozens behind them, Ling could still feel the warmth in Lake's smile. However, all she felt now was horror and coldness. Killing so many people, Ling trembled as she looked at Lake, unable to help but ask, Why? Why, Master? Can you still smile after killing so many people? Sigh. Lake sighed inwardly and retorted, Well, I can't just cry, can I? That is not exactly what I meant. But, Ling suddenly didn't know how to respond. Little Ling Lake squatted down, a gentle smile on his face as he quietly looked at Ling and softly said, You said you wanted to see the outside world, but the outside world isn't as beautiful as you imagine. Meow. Little Orange squatted on Ling's shoulder, rubbing her face with its head, seemingly trying to comfort her. Ling looked at her master's familiar, yet unfamiliar smile, unsure of how to face it. She lowered her head, quietly listening to Lake speak. Really? Is it necessary for me to shatter a little girl's longing for the ocean? How cruel. A sense of guilt surfaced in Lake's heart. No. Who was it that ruined my beautiful memories of passionate anime back then? He laughed, recalling that he was also a passionate boy once, thinking he was Luffy. But reality dealt him a painful blow. A passionate male lead? Don't joke around. On the roadside. However, Lake quickly adapted. Perhaps he possessed an exceptionally large heart. As he had been raised on stories of Meng Mu moving 3 times, Kong Rong refusing to eat pears, and the historical anecdotes of Shangyang, which allowed him to quickly adjust to the pessimistic reality of non-passionate anime. It hurt too much. Although Lake had rich inner thoughts, he still appeared to have the demeanor of a teacher on the surface. The ocean, it holds countless dreams of people, but it also devours countless bones. It writes legends and epics, creating ambition and grand aspirations, while constantly engaging in deceit, accompanied by bloody killings every moment. Lake's voice was soft, but struck directly at Ling's heart. Ling stared blankly at Lake, who smiled and patted her head, seriously saying, Little Ling, at sea. If you don't face it with the right mindset, you'll be eaten until not even bones remain. Woo! Ling lowered her head again, her fingers pinching the hem of her clothes, tears welling up in her eyes. Master, you're right. Maybe the ocean really isn't suitable for me. But I really admire you. Lake said softly, his tone very serious. Huh? Admire me? Why? Ling raised her head, her tear-filled eyes reflecting confusion and disbelief. You can still maintain your innocence and kindness after experiencing so much darkness. I'm proud of you, and I feel honored that the kind you can be my disciple. Lake's lips curled into a slight smile as he quietly looked at her, his eyes filled with admiration and his tone full of satisfaction. Am I really that amazing? Ling couldn't help but feel her ears turning red from Lake's words. But, little Ling, you must remember, kindness towards enemies is cruelty to yourself and to everyone who cares about you. Lake looked at her eyes quietly, his tone very serious, his words carrying a lot of weight. Ling clenched her hands, her heart already acknowledging Lake's words. You said you want to be a hero, but the path of a hero is inherently muddy. As you walk down this path, perhaps after 10 miles, 100 miles, your feet will be covered in dirt. But after walking 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, when you look down, the mud beneath your feet will have fallen away, and when you look back, the muddy footprints you left will have long been dried and blown away by the wind. The ocean is like this. Simply being kind and hoping to change your enemies is foolish. Even Naruto knows that you have to show your fists before you can start talking. Only by defeating your enemies can you trigger the dialogue box. After finishing, Lake looked at Ling with a gentle smile in his eyes. I believe you'll be able to keep going. Ling looked at Lake, her eyes shimmering with tears. She couldn't fully understand Lake's words, but she knew that her master seemed unchanged, not unfamiliar. Her eyes flickered, recalling the cold and ruthless gaze from earlier, and she couldn't help but choke out. Then, will master become someone who isn't master? I am little Ling's master. That will never change. Lake smiled faintly, reaching out to mess up Ling's hair. Ling lowered her head, allowing her master to ruffle her hairstyle, while she quietly felt the warmth of his palm, just as warm as before. Master is still master, the one who saved her and treated her with kindness. This is truly wonderful. Ling looked at Lake, her eyes reddening, tears hanging on the verge of spilling from her eyes, her lips trembling. Seeing this, Lake opened his arms, his eyes curving with a smile as he looked at Ling and gently said, So, do you want to cry in Master's arms? Bang! Without hesitation, Ling dove into Lake's embrace, and he caught her steadily. I'm so scared. Master is not the same master anymore. Ling clung tightly to Lake, her body shaking, her voice choked with emotion. This child lacks a sense of security. However, being depended on is quite a nice experience. Lake gently patted Ling's back, softly saying, So, little Ling, are you sure now? Am I still your master? Hum. Ling buried her face in Lake's embrace, muffled. Master is still master. My favorite master. Ha 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 ha. Your voice is so nice to hear. Come on, let us go have a big meal. We'll train again in the afternoon. Lake couldn't help but laugh, patting Ling's back as he stood up. On this journey of wandering, gaining a child who admires him feels pretty good. Hey, just training in the afternoon? Of course, because you are my disciple. Meow. You just watch little Ling train. Meow. The two of them, along with the cat, left, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and a street stained red with blood. Master, don't we need to care about that place? Nah, no need to worry. Chapter 44. The Limited Return of the Red Mask. 5 days later, the sun was shining brightly, yet it wasn't too hot. The sea was surging, crashing against the cliffs with a thunderous sound. The sea breeze gently blew, stirring the girl's hair and bringing a touch of coolness. On the cliff, Ling was diligently training, beads of sweat streaming down her face. Below the cliff, a ship was anchored in the sea, which was Rake's spoils. Its name was now the Wanderer. The newborn, Vian, not only gifted the ship to Rake, but also packed the sunken treasure of royal port along with it. How should one put it? She was still too sentimental. Now Rake didn't have to worry about money at all. He had instantly achieved financial freedom. The treasure island was located in the Dancing Live Sea, but it was desolate, with cliffs dropping dozens of meters. One could only say that the newborn had a real knack for hiding things. 78, 79, 80. The sea breeze lightly blew, carrying away Ling's panting sounds from the grass behind the cliff. Ling wore a fitted black outfit, doing deep squats, with sweat dripping from her cheeks onto the grass. Meow. Little Orange lay on a large stone, squinting, its tail swaying behind it, looking particularly relaxed. Meanwhile, Ling's complexion had improved significantly compared to before, her eyes sparkling with vitality, her spirit rejuvenated by Rake. She was no longer lifeless, nor was she entangled in hatred. Every day was filled with hope. This was the glow that had been dormant for years since her parents were killed by pirates. She wanted to live well, work hard to grow stronger, and fulfill her dreams, then return to her master and live with him forever. Every time she thought of this, a surge of strength would rise within her exhausted body, enabling her to continue her training. 97, 98, 99, 100. Finished. Huh. Ling let out a heavy breath, lying flat on the grass, her chest rising and falling. Meow. Little Orange opened its eyes, leaped next to Ling, and rubbed its body against her cheek. Haha, that tickles. Ling laughed as she lifted Little Orange, her eyes crescent-shaped. Thank you for keeping me company, Little Orange. Meow. Little Orange looked towards the forest. Ling hadn't thought it through yet when Rake's voice came through. How is the training going? Master. Hearing her master's voice, Ling immediately got up from the ground, looking at Rake, but before she could see clearly, everything went black. Oh no, I got up too fast. Master, save me. Just as she was about to fall straight back, Rake grabbed her hand, lifted her up, and slowly placed her back on the grass. Feeling the prickling of the grass, Ling finally sighed in relief. She was saved. Rake sat beside her, stroking his chin. Deep in thought, it seems you still need to train more. More? Master. Ling slowly opened her eyes, looking pitifully at Rake. Training more is fine, but the supplements are unbearable. They're just too bitter. No way. Rake decisively rejected her, completely ignoring Ling's pleading look. Supplements must be taken. As for the idea that one can't overdo it, that doesn't work in the world of One Piece. It's well known that being able to eat more doesn't mean being stronger, but the stronger you are, the more you can eat. Besides, Ling hadn't overdone it. She trained every day. With the training's consumption, she could absorb better while also strengthening her physique. The deficiencies in Ling's body had been recovering rapidly under Rake's initial concern of not wanting her to go hungry, and the speed was quite fast. Before long, she would be a standard 12-year-old girl in the pirate world. And this feels great. Every time Rake looked at Ling's changes, he felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment. All right. Seeing that he couldn't shake his master's opinion, Ling had no choice but to retract her gaze. She then sat up straight and looked at Rake, reporting earnestly, Master, I've completed 100 squats, 100 push-ups, and 100 sit-ups. I'm just 4 kilometers short of finishing 10 kilometers. The training volume has already caught up with me. Ling puffed out her chest and held her head high, looking quite proud. Very good, Xiaoling, you're impressive. Seeing Ling's proud expression, Rake readily praised her, giving a thumbs up. The traditional oppressive education would end with him. Hearing what she wanted to hear. Ling scratched her head and grinned. All right, stop grinning. Let us take a break and replenish your energy. Rake stood up and gently poked Ling's forehead. He didn't dare to walk away, as it wouldn't be good if she fell down again after getting up too quickly. Yes, Master, Ling responded loudly, then slowly stood up from the ground. I'm back to normal. Watching Ling being cautious, Rake couldn't help but laugh. Train more and eat more. And you want to have that problem. Ling nodded, obediently following Rake. Little Orange stood quietly in place, its cat face showing disbelief. It felt forgotten. It originally wanted to jump onto Rake, but he got up too quickly and walked away too fast. Then it wanted to jump onto Ling, but it took too long to think about it. As a result, they both left. Having a disciple made him forget the cat. That was too much. In the forest, very close to the training cliff, the scent of the sea could be smelled. Leaves fluttered in the forest, creating a picturesque scene. No wonder it was called the Land of Dancing Leaves. 2 tents were set up under 2 large trees, with a fire pit cooking the thighs of some unknown creature. Those thighs were thicker than a human waist. Rake was soothing Little Orange while surveying Ling, and he said with satisfaction, You're finally not so thin. You've gained quite a bit of color. Very good. As for your height, you should have grown, but it's not very obvious. It's all thanks to Master S' good care. Ling giggled, responding while eating. She held a piece of roasted meat as thick as her waist, with a large cup of milk beside her. It was said to be the best method for healing. She wasn't too sure if it was true. It was about that time. Rake set Little Orange aside and took out a package from behind, placing it on his thigh. Ling looked at the package, her eyes flashing with surprise. Could it be? Yes. Xiaoling, it's time for you to equip a weapon. Rake opened the package, revealing a long knife. Awesome. Ling's face lit up with excitement, her eyes filled with unmasked desire. Clang. Rake half drew the long knife, the blade exuding a cold aura, the blade body snow white. Curved just right, looking very beautiful. It was simply a divine weapon among knives. Wow. Ling looked eagerly at the long knife, seemingly imagining herself wielding it to slay pirates. This knife is called the Goose Feather Blade. I forged it myself, so use it for now. Rake sheathed the knife and handed it to Ling, explaining. Wow, Master can forge knives. Ling took the Goose Feather Blade, and hearing that it was forged by her master, her eyes sparkled. This knife is great, and Master is amazing. Rake chuckled at Ling's admiration and explained while managing the fire. Well, my old village chief is a well-known blacksmith in the area, and I learned a bit. In reality, it's the Sharingan. Copy. Ever since he got the Sharingan, he had become addicted to copying everything. He even copied the techniques of his neighbor's chicken raising. Ahem. He wondered if Wang would get so angry at Rake for using the Sharingan this way that he would punch through the world wall, leaving him stuck on the wall. Let's not talk about that critical issue for now. Rake looked at Ling, who couldn't hide her joy, and thought to himself, a bit proud. I really am not bad. The metal used to forge this knife wasn't particularly precious, but it was abundant. Moreover, with Lake's superb forging skills and meticulous operations, after 3 days and spending hundreds of thousands of berries, he successfully forged this Goose Feather Blade. Feeling proud, Lake said to Ling, Xiao Ling, you can give it a name. Isn't it called the Goose Feather Blade? Ling tilted her head at Lake. The Goose Feather Blade is the overall name for this type of blade. You can choose a name you like, Lake patiently explained. After hearing Lake's explanation, Ling slowly nodded, stroking her chin in thought. Oh, then let's call it, I can't think of anything. Ling suddenly turned to Lake and asked Master, what is the name of your blade? Heavenly Slash. Then I'll call it Slash Heaven. Ling giggled, finding it amusing that her blade's name was the opposite of her master's. Slash Heaven. One arrogant name. As expected of my disciple, it's quite domineering, but you still need to have the corresponding strength. You must practice. Lake stated the upcoming training regimen. The previous training content remained unchanged, plus swinging the blade 500 times every day. Shortly after dinner, Lake began teaching Ling how to properly swing the blade. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed, and the falling leaves were neatly sliced. He then sheathed the blade. Seeing Ling a bit dazed beside him, Lake frowned and asked, did you remember? Yeah, I was just looking at Master S' serious profile. Ling immediately snapped back to attention, her gaze flickering a bit as she weakly replied, I should have remembered. Thud! Ouch! That hurts. Lake retracted his finger and said mercilessly, I see you're distracted, so add 100 more swings. If you don't complete it, you'll have to run 3 kilometers. Oh! Ling held her head and weakly nodded. Lake found it amusing and reached out to touch the spot where he had just hit. Practice well. I'll be out tonight and won't be back so soon. Where's Master going? Meow. A girl and a big cat looked at Lake, very curious. It's adult business. Kids and little cats shouldn't pry. All right, let us practice the blade then. The moon hung high in the sky, seemingly bringing an eerie atmosphere. In the town, Lake, wearing a red mask and holding a long knife, stood on the rooftop of a building. His gaze was fixed on the most luxurious building in the entire town, where the lights that had been off for several days were now lit again. This meant that people had moved back in. Well then, it's already night. Let's quietly vanish. Root out the weeds. Chapter 45. Escape from the first day, the moon hung in the night sky, and the stars were nowhere to be seen, as if they were all hiding. In the town, the most luxurious building, which belonged to the arrogant and overbearing Luke, was more of a mansion covering a vast area. Since Luke was killed by Lake, this mansion had not lit up again. All the privileged youths in town had been particularly well-behaved these days, not stepping out of the main gate. The town was first shocked that someone had actually killed that demon, feeling a wave of relief, but soon began to worry. The father of a newborn was a provincial governor. Perhaps he would massacre the town because of this incident. Some had even planned to flee. However, someone soon came out to explain that this was absolutely impossible, because this country still belonged to the royal family. No matter how arrogant the ministers were, they could never reach the level of a massacre. Therefore, the residents who had initially planned to run away also dismissed the idea. The townspeople enjoyed a few days of peace, no longer having to fear stepping outside. These days felt like a festival, with smiles on everyone's faces, and even previously unfriendly neighbors reconciled. But was this real? No, it was an illusion. In a resplendent room, bang, bang, bang. A rugged-looking man with a blue buzz cut, resembling Luke by 6 parts, was clearly his father. He pounded his fists on the table, his face flushed, and his eyes bloodshot, like a beast about to go on a killing spree. His son was dead. His only son was dead. The white-haired man buried his black-haired son. It seemed to mean the same thing as having blue hair. Bang! Luke's father smashed the mahogany desk in half with a punch, the loud sound echoing through the mansion, immediately followed by an extremely angry roar. Bastard! I want this city to accompany Luke in death. This beast, which preys on people, had completely gone mad. There was another person standing in the room, wearing glasses and a suit, with no expression on his face. This was the strategist. The strategist calmly watched the mad minister, his eyes showing no fluctuation, or perhaps he had already gotten used to it. Minister Bandishu, the army will arrive tomorrow morning, and the massacre can begin tomorrow. With a calm tone, he spoke a sentence that determined the life and death of everyone in the town. The man known as Bandishu glared angrily, breathing heavily, his eyes like torches. Not a single person should be spared. Anyone could be the murderer of Luke. Not a single person. The voice of Bandishu squeezed out like it came from between his teeth. Understood. The strategist gently nodded, standing quietly in place. Scum. Scum. A bunch of scum. Bandishu had completely gone mad, continuously stepping on the broken table, gritting his teeth and snarling. My son is dead, and they are happy. Ha ha ha, they all must die. The strategist adjusted his glasses, a glint of light flashing. The rumor that the minister could not massacre the town was spread by him. It must be ensured that every single person in the town must die, and not a single chicken or dog should be left. He looked at Bandishu and asked, But, Minister, how will we explain this to the king? Explain? What do I need to explain to that old fossil? Bandishu showed no respect for the king, his face full of disdain. The strategist adjusted his glasses, solemnly saying, I fear a collective uprising. Dance and lives, there is more than one provincial governor. Upon hearing this, Bandishu calmed down slightly, thinking for a while, and saw a bounty notice floating on the table. He immediately laughed and said, to say it was that wandering traveler who did it. Isn't there a lot of noise about him recently? Perfect for him. The bounty notice under the table prominently displayed a half-face photo of Lake, the wandering traveler, with a bounty of 70 million Baileys. He had brought it from the main city. After all, he was a dangerous figure and needed to be monitored. Now it was time to use him. A smile appeared at the corner of the strategist's mouth. Understood. You understand your mother's egg. Suddenly, a surprised and angry voice came from the ceiling. Boom! The ceiling shattered, and a figure fell from above, landing in the room. Dust filled the room in an instant. Bandishu drew a large machete, and the strategist pulled out a revolver. Who is it? Who's there? Both shouted simultaneously. From the smoke, Lake's muffled voice came. You guys are really something. Thinking of me for a massacre? Why didn't you think of me before? Lake exploded. He couldn't hold back after hearing the two newborns' conversation from upstairs. Especially after hearing the plan to pin the blame for the massacre on him. He blew up. Wind. Lake waved his arm, dispersing the smoke, revealing a man wearing a red mask, holding a shimmering long knife. The knife pointed at the two newborns, and he said coldly, It's a good thing I came. Otherwise, another black pot would be on my head. Bandishu immediately shouted, Come, quickly someone. The strategist's face turned ugly, and he said nothing. He had already guessed it. Stop shouting, you two newborns. Lake raised his head, speaking calmly. The people outside have already taken a lead, but don't worry, you will find them soon. The silent killing technique I learned is just coming in handy. There is no pain, just a puff, and it will end. Outside, more than 100 people, now more than 100 corpses, lay scattered on the ground. The scene was simply reminiscent of bringing soil back to the village. You are the wandering traveler. The strategist gritted his teeth, unable to maintain his calm. It was you who killed Luke. Bandishu pointed his knife at Lake, shouting angrily. Yes, it was all me. Lake nodded in acknowledgement, his voice filled with mockery. You couldn't discipline your son. I just helped you. But I found that it was already hopeless. You should go to hell to be taught by King Yama. Creak. Bandishu's hand, gripping the knife handle, turned white, the bones creaking. Bastard. I will kill you. Wind. He threw the long knife at Lake. Freeze. Divine might. The machete passed through Lake and hit the wall behind him. And Bandishu had already stood by the window, ready to jump down. Divine might, one slash. Wind. Swish. Boom. The whole building was directly sliced in half, and then began to collapse, quickly turning into ruins. The thunderous sound drew the attention of many people, waking them in the middle of the night. Some were curious and formed a team to investigate. After the thunderous sound lasted for 7 or 8 minutes, the curious ones finally arrived and were shocked to find that the mansion had collapsed. No, there are people in the ruins. Someone pointed at the top of the ruins, and through the dust, they could indeed see a figure. Everyone looked over, and in an instant, their pupils shrank sharply. Clad in black, wearing a red mask, holding a long knife, and with crimson eyes. He glanced at them, and then vanished from the spot. Everyone stood dumbfounded, some even kneeling. Is this the messenger sent from hell to take away the evil-doing Bandishu and his son? In the royal city, are you saying that the pirate known as the most brutal in the East Sea, Hilbert Lake, specifically infiltrated the minister's residence and killed Minister Bandishu? Yes, your majesty. The entire town saw it. Is this reasonable? Let the people believe it. All right, let us use your statement then. As you command. Chapter 46. Black absolute. The air over the sea became hot again, and the sunlight grew scorching. 3 days later, Lake took Ling away from the northern East Sea. And a piece of news also emerged from Danson Levis. The drifter, Hilbert Lake, was extremely brutal, having killed all 213 members of the loyal sea.You family, along with countless soldiers, and destroyed 5 or 6 manors. His crimes were heinous, and the royal representative issued a strong condemnation. Damn! Upon hearing this news, Lake couldn't hold back and almost rushed over to kill his entire family that very night. Slamming the newspaper on the table, he couldn't bear to read any further. Continuing would surely give him a stroke. Lake couldn't help but rub his temples. It's outrageous. Is the world really this dark now? Meow. The little orange cat on the table looked up at Lake. It had to be a rich cat. Lake lightly lifted the little orange cat's chin and indignantly said, It's nothing, just cursing this damn world. Just as Lake was venting about the unfairness of the world, Ling's training with her sword was nearing its end. 497, 498, 499, 500. Huff. Ling stood in place, heavily exhaling, her eyes shining with joy. She turned to Lake and exclaimed, I did it. Master. Wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, holding her sword, the sweat of these past few days made her look even more spirited and capable. Sweat dripped down her body, soaking the area around her. Good, let's take a break, Lake gently nodded, discreetly hiding the newspaper about him on the table. Yes, Ling responded loudly. Then she picked up a towel to wipe her sweat, walked over to Lake, and casually threw the towel aside. With wide eyes, she looked at Lake and curiously asked, Master, where are we going? Lake smiled, Rogue Town, preparing to enter the Grand Line. How do you feel, nervous? The Grand Line. Although Ling came from a remote area, she had heard of the Grand Line. If compared to the Grand Line, the East Sea could only be called a paradise, where the pirates were basically elite pirates who had gone through layers of danger and tests. After all, being able to enter the Grand Line meant being a renowned pirate across the 4 seas, which also meant greater danger. But, no, as long as Master is by my side, I won't be nervous. Ling looked at Lake, her eyes filled with admiration, as if they might burst out of their sockets. Did Lake like this kind of gaze? Of course. But Lake's eyes flickered as he gazed at the vast ocean. Sigh. How should I explain to little Ling that the master she admires and respects is actually the pirate she hates the most? Moreover, he is the strongest and most ruthless pirate in the East Sea. Headache. Come on, I really can't bring myself to say it now. What if little Ling can't handle the blow and her hard-earned confidence collapses? Then all the efforts of these days would be in vain. Perhaps from then on, she would fall into despair, believing that this world is fake and wanting to create a world without pirates. Stumbling along, being used by that old hag-im to collect all the devil fruits, summoning the fruit golem, and launching the Eye of the Sun plan. Then she would say to Lake, there is no light, no hope, only despair. I have no interest in this false world. In the end, she would be heartlessly betrayed by Blackbeard. Damn! Huff! Huff! Lake's eyes widened, cold sweat pouring out. Why did such terrifying thoughts arise? Master, what's wrong? Ling tilted her head, looking at Lake in confusion. Why are you suddenly sweating? Does Master need to recuperate? And no, it's nothing. Nothing happened. Lake waved his hand, casually wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This thought is too terrifying. Ling shrugged, moved a long bench to lie beside Lake, stretched lazily, and comfortably closed her eyes. The little orange cat stood up, jumped onto Ling's stomach, and continued to lie down, looking completely at ease. Lake looked at Ling, his gaze flickering with complex emotions. Little Ling is only 12 years old. Should he really let her wander with him? Should he let her grow up all alone, without friends? Although he is there, he is still an elder and a man. Friends are an irreplaceable presence for healthy growth. Can she really grow well while wandering the world with him? Little Ling. Lake took a deep breath and quietly said, Little Ling, did you want to be a Navy before? Hearing Lake's words, Ling opened her eyes, looking at him with a bit of confusion. Although she didn't know why her master asked this, she answered truthfully, as a master should be answered. Ling nodded and replied, Yes, before I met you, I wanted to learn martial arts at a dojo and then join the Navy to uphold justice. But if I hadn't met you, I would have been dead by now. Ling looked at Lake, her eyes curved with a smile. But now I just want to follow you, hee. Master is the best master. Meeting you must have used up all my luck. Lake gently nodded, pursing his lips. His little apprentice relied on him a lot, which felt good. But this relationship felt like a bubble. It would burst with a poke. It was built on lies. Lake rested his head on his hands, lying back in the chair. The air fell into silence once more. Ling sensed that her master seemed a bit strange, but she decided to let it go. She couldn't figure it out. Being beside her master made her feel like her mind could go blank. Little Ling Lake propped his head up, gazing at the distant sea, and slowly spoke. Actually, the Navy isn't as just as you imagine. I know. Ling opened her eyes, turned her head to look at Lake's profile, and smiled in response. Master said before that the sea isn't as beautiful as I imagine. So, I guess the Navy might not be as just as I think. Perhaps she already knew that there were Navy forces in Danson Levis. She just regarded it as something to rely on and didn't want to believe it was dirty. But now it didn't matter. She has family now. Very good. She can make inferences from one instance. For Ling's rational response, Lake strongly affirmed and immediately praised her. Little Ling has made great progress these days. Master teaches well. With that, he felt relieved. Although the Navy might not be as just as imagined, most of them still uphold justice. Pirates aren't necessarily villains, but most of them do engage in burning, killing, and plundering. Lake looked at Ling and softly said, So, Little Ling, in the future when you view issues, you need to be dialectical, not absolute. Understand? Got it. Master. Ling obediently nodded. Ha ha ha. Lake couldn't help but reach out to mess up Ling's hair, causing her to pout. Stretching lazily, his gaze turned toward the distant outline of an island that had already appeared. All right, we've arrived. Rogue Town. Chapter 47. The Skills of Little Dance Rogue Town. Known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, is the last town on the way from the East Sea to the Grand Line, and also the forefront of Reverse Mountain. 17 years ago, the Pirate King, Roger, declared the existence of One Piece to the whole world in this town. Since then, countless people have flocked to the sea, marking the start of the great age of pirates. So that's how it is, but Ling held onto Like's hand, nodding as if she understood. Then looked up at Like and curiously asked, Master, why are you wearing a mask? Like wore a white mask on his face. with a small orange cat perched on a shoulder and holding a small disciple's hand as they walked down the street. Ling had a sword on her back that was almost as tall as she was. This combination turned heads at nearly 100, but no one dared to provoke them. Because, in this world, the strong always have peculiar quirks. Hiv. In response to Ling's question, Like simply shook his head and smiled helplessly, saying, Yulu. It's because I'm so handsome that I'm afraid it will cause a commotion if people see me. For the safety of others, I have to seal my lips with a mask. Ugh. The little orange cat supported Like's face with one paw and pretended to gag with the other. Hearing this, Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, master. You're so narcissistic. Slap. Meow. Like flicked the little orange cat's head, causing it to cover its head and crouch down. Then he looked at Ling and calmly said, Go home and add 100 times to your sword practice. At the end of the street, an old man with white hair stroked his beard, standing on a platform surrounded by dozens of people, looking very interested. The old man spoke animatedly. Speaking of that drifter, don't be fooled by his handsome looks. His heart is actually poisonous. Relying on the allure of a pretty boy and a unique killing technique, he kills without a trace. Just when you're amazed by his beauty and lost in a daze, swish, swish, 2 blades can send you away. Like thought about sending that old man off the platform with 2 blades. The crowd below was a bunch of idiots believing whatever they heard. Sigh. BC is just like this. That drifter sighed. Ling vaguely saw a bounty notice behind the old man and was about to speak when Like pulled her away. Don't listen. It's a bad review. Like hurriedly dragged Ling away. It was too outrageous. He couldn't stay in the EC any longer. Even the allure had come. They were using Little Dance's skills to mess with him. If he stayed longer, who knows what strange news would come out. Whose cake did I touch? Walking down the street, Ling occasionally glanced at Like. Although he wore a mask, she could still feel a chill emanating from him. So cute. Is this jealousy? It's time to play the role of the disciple. Ling tightened her grip on Like's hand, and Like looked down at her. Ling said, Master, don't worry. That drifter is definitely no match for your beauty. Like, is drifting Like not as good as that drifter? Interesting. Watching Like shake his head, Ling continued, besides, he's a pirate who has killed so many people. He must be ferocious. Thud, why are you hitting me again? Ling covered her head and looked at Like pitifully. Don't just follow the crowd, Like said seriously. Oh, okay, master. Ling nodded gently and leaned closer to Like. At this moment, she suddenly looked at a telephone pole with a bounty notice posted on it. It seemed to be about the drifter. Little Ling? Feeling the resistance from his hand, Like turned to look at Ling. Ling pointed at the telephone pole in the distance, looking up at Like and said, Master, I found that drifter's bounty notice. Should we? Don't. Huh? What's wrong, master? I'm afraid you might be charmed by him. Okay, master. Ling's cheeks turned slightly red as she bounced while holding Like's hand. Like, what are you imagining? He felt that his disciple was a bit silly. But that's fine. Silly people have their own blessings. Being able to enjoy life every day is nice. It seems he has taught his disciple some real skills. We're here. After crossing most of Rogue Town, Like finally arrived at his destination. Roger's execution platform. It is said that this is a spot every traveler must check in at. Even those chosen ones with systems can trigger super rewards here. Unfortunately, Like can't. There weren't many onlookers. Most were outsiders, while the locals had grown tired of seeing it every day. Like stared blankly at the execution platform, as if he had crossed 17 years and witnessed that day's scene. Go find it. I put everything there. Like stood quietly, unable to help but sigh. Seeing the execution platform of Pirate King Roger with my own eyes is truly shocking. Huh? Ling looked up, puzzled. Why do I feel nothing? Because you haven't watched One Piece. Cough. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Like chuckled and patted Ling's head, while Ling blinked, utterly confused. At that moment, a weak voice came from behind him. Hello? May I please take a look at that sword? Like and Ling turned around to see a slender girl wearing glasses standing in front of them, with a long sword hanging at her waist and a smile on her face. Her cheeks were flushed with shyness, making her look quite cute. Like pondered. The girl looked familiar, a character from the story, named Da Vinci. The two, along with the cat, looked at the girl Like thought was Da Vinci. Ling blinked and, seeing that her master didn't speak, decided to take the initiative. Hello, may I ask who you are? The girl introduced herself, My name is Dasky, and I'm a just Navy officer. Like, just one word off. Your Navy? Ling's eyes widened in surprise after hearing Dasky's introduction. Perhaps noticing the joy in the little girl's eyes, Dasky bent down with a smile, resting her knees, and said, "Yes, my rank is still a private." Wow, that's amazing. Ling's eyes sparkled. Ha! It's actually not that impressive. Hearing the genuine praise from the child, Dasky really became shy. What's your name? Ling hurriedly introduced herself. My name is Ethereal Ling, and this is my master, named Like. Like? Oh, that's right. Like nodded slowly, acknowledging it. Based on the story, Dasky is a good Navy officer, and she doesn't seem too old. Perhaps she could become friends with Ling. At this moment, Like felt like a worried father. Can I call you Ling? Sure. Ling, can you show me your sword? I'm very interested in famous swords. Dasky asked softly. Ling looked up at Like, her eyes questioning. It's okay. You decide for yourself. Like patted Ling's shoulder. Go ahead. Be brave and make friends. Meow. The little orange cat raised its head, sensing Like's inexplicable enthusiasm, feeling a bit speechless. Why is it getting more and more abnormal? The little cat sighed and continued to squat on Like's head, licking its paws. Ling immediately took down the sword from her back and handed it to Dasky. Here you go. Sorry for being so forward. Dasky took the Tian with both hands, holding it up. It wasn't very heavy. As the blade was drawn from its sheath, it emitted a series of humming sounds. Dasky's eyes narrowed. This sound was from a good sword. She quickly rummaged through her belongings for the sword catalog, flipping through it without a care for her surroundings. After quite a while, she realized she couldn't find anything similar. This was a brand new famous sword. Dasky's expression changed as she stared at the sword, while Lake and Ling observed her. Dasky wiped the sweat off her forehead and handed Tian back to Ling, saying seriously, "This sword is not inferior to any recorded famous sword." Ling, feeling a bit impressed, but not fully understanding, took Tian. Lake tilted his head. Huh? You can feel it just by looking? Yes, Dasky nodded seriously. As long as you listen carefully, you can hear the voice of the sword. Okay, very idealistic. Lake pursed his lips, impressed by the open world and all its wonders. Dasky looked at Ling and asked, "What about this sword?" Ling's face brightened with a smile. "This was given to me by my master. He forged it himself." What? Dasky's pupils shrank again. He actually forged it himself. She realized she was in the presence of a swordsmith. No wonder he wore such a strange mask. She thought he was a pirate trying to hide. But he was actually a unique swordsmith. Wow, that's amazing. Moreover, the shape of the sword was different from the ones commonly known. Dasky looked at Lake, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was a true sword enthusiast, and now she had seen the swordsmith of a famous sword with her own eyes. So impressive. Ahem. Yes, that's me. Feeling the girl's admiration, Lake straightened up a bit, and even his voice became deeper. Actually, it's not that great. Boom. Chapter 48. Kong Rong's Brothers. Boom. Boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted in the densely populated town area, and in the blink of an eye, thick smoke rose, flames spread wildly, and the sound of gunfire followed one after another. The wails of ordinary citizens could also be heard. Run. The gangsters are fighting again. Damn it. Why did the pirates leave? And now the gangsters are here. Boom. The house has been blown apart. Hundreds of civilians found themselves caught in the crossfire between two gangs. But the gangsters paid them no mind. Gunfire continued unabated. If you die, you die. Who cares? The shooting and artillery were particularly intense, and the citizens dared not show their heads, as peeking out could mean instant death. Gangsters. Just kidding, you could die even without showing your head. Whoosh. A poorly powered shell landed inside a civilian shelter. Boom. The cannon exploded, and black smoke quickly billowed into the sky. The intensity of this gang fight could not even pass censorship in a Hong Kong film. It was war, not just a gang fight. Moreover, the two groups were getting closer. It was estimated that 5 or 6 streets would become a battlefield, and the residents inside would become cannon fodder. Run. The gangsters are coming. Help. Oh no. The safety of the citizens. Hearing the sound of cannon fire not far away, Dasky's face changed dramatically. She immediately apologized to Rake and Ling. "I'm sorry. I have to go over there." After saying that, She rushed against the crowd towards the center of the fight. The originally sparsely populated square was now filled with citizens fleeing for their lives. Rake stood in front of Ling, blocking the crowded crowd. Frowning, he thought that it was too arrogant for these gangsters to fight in such a densely populated area. Master, Ling hid behind Rake, tugging at his clothes. Rake turned to look at Ling. Ling looked at the eyes peeking out from Rake's mask and gently said, "That older sister seems like a good person." Indeed, she seemed a bit silly. Squatting down, he placed his hands on Ling's shoulders and asked, "So, do you really like that older sister?" "Yes, I like her." Ling did not hesitate. Although the older sister looked a bit silly, she could feel the kindness and gentleness emanating from her. Rake smiled slightly under the mask. "My good disciple has made a friend. How could I let mere gangsters bully her? All right, let's go over too." With one hand carrying little Chung and the other under little Ling's arm, they set off. This strange combination turned many heads even among the fleeing crowd. Boom! Flames erupted, and the once intact street had now become ruins, with citizens trapped beneath the rubble, their cries drowned out by the gunfire. Those gangsters! Dashki's face turned red with anger as she looked at the motorcycle gang shooting ahead. Clang! The long knife sea.You was drawn from her waist, and she rushed forward, followed by a series of slashes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two gang members operating the artillery suddenly fell to the ground. "Who is it?" The motorcycle gang leader looked at Dashki. Dashki pointed her knife at the motorcycle gang leader and shouted, "Who allowed you to fight here? Can't you see that there are ordinary citizens all around?" Other gang members looked fierce, seemingly intending to take out Dashki. "I am Navy Corporal Dashki. If you don't want to provoke the Navy, stop immediately." Dashki pulled out her Navy credentials from her pocket and displayed them. The gang members, upon seeing this, stopped thinking about attacking Dashki. After all, the current Navy base commander, Smoker, was terrifyingly powerful and could overpower the entire road town. That group of bastards would never have dared to start a fight if it weren't for Smoker being out at sea. "Hey, Navy, do you think we don't want to stop?" The gang leader, pointed at by Dashki's knife, gritted his teeth and looked at the ongoing cannon fire across the way. "It's those guys forcing us. If you want to call it off, go find that Bartolomeo." The remaining gang members glared angrily at Dashki. Dashki's gaze turned towards the opposite side, and she leaped out of cover, quickly rushing over. At the same time, she shouted, "I am Navy Corporal Dashki now. Everyone stop." Upon hearing it was the Navy, the bizarrely dressed gangsters gradually ceased their attacks. "Boss Bartolomeo, there's a female Navy blocking the way." One gangster reported to the person in front of him. Boss Bartolomeo, with green hair, a fierce expression, and eyes filled with cynicism and darkness, grabbed a gang member, pressed his face close to the forehead, and sneered, "Does this mean my path to unification is to be paused because of a woman?" Gulp. The gang member swallowed nervously, shaking his head repeatedly. Letting go, he looked at Dashki in the middle of the battlefield with a cruel smile. "Don't worry about her. Just crush her. Yes. No need to worry. Keep pushing forward. Don't mind the Navy, continue advancing. Kill that Navy." Boom. Boom. Bang. 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 The sounds of cannon fire and gunfire rang out again, and they even targeted Dashki. With no choice, Dashki hid behind cover, tightly gripping the knife handle. These gangsters are too despicable. Clang. Dashki raised her long knife high and shouted, "If you don't stop, it's tantamount to being enemies with the Navy." The bald gang member adjusted the cannon, aiming at Dashki. "What are you mumbling about? Eat my cannon." Bang. Whoosh. The shell sped towards Dashki. The shell. Dashki momentarily lost focus and hurriedly jumped to the side. Before she could even jump, the shell exploded mid-air. Boom. The cannon exploded, kicking up dust and creating a shockwave. Seeing this scene, the bald gang member burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Troublesome woman. Go die." His companions noticed something was wrong. "Huh. There's still someone in the smoke." Bartolomeo also saw it, the figure standing straight in the midst of the smoke. Licking his lips, he curiously asked, "What is going on? Is there someone in the East Blue besides me who can take a cannonball and not die?" Everyone gradually ceased firing, no longer attacking, watching the figure in the dust, wanting to see who it was. As the smoke cleared, a man wearing a white mask stood there. Dashki sat on the ground, looking at this figure, unable to help but exclaim, R.A. Rake-san? It was indeed Rake. Everyone present turned to look, their gazes locked on Rake. Who? The smoke filled the air, yet it was eerily quiet. Just standing there, one could feel an inexplicable sense of pressure emanating from him, or rather a weight. These people, Kong Rome's brothers, are in trouble. Rake turned his head slightly, glanced at the astonished Dashki, and softly said, "Well, after all, you're little Ling's first friend. If you get hurt, she will be sad." Ling. Dashki bit her lip, her eyes filled with emotion. Ling is such a good girl. Clang. Rake slowly drew his long knife, standing with the blade facing away from Dashki. "Whether you go down or stay here, just leave this to me. Where did that masked man come from? Eat my cannon." Stunned. Divine might. Chapter 49. I don't want to hear your last words. Eat my cannon. The bald gang aimed at Lake and unhesitatingly lit the fuse. Bang! A bright tongue of fire erupted, and the dark cannonball shot straight towards Lake. To be honest, this firing technique is much better than the Navy's gentle cannons. However, it made no difference to Lake. It was just for show. Lake stood quietly in place, allowing the cannonball to fly towards him. In the eyes of everyone, like flickering statistics, at the moment the cannonball was about to make contact, frozen. Divine might. A flash of a divine might pattern passed behind him, and the cannonball flew through. The audience was shocked. Lake was completely unharmed, even showing off. Behind him, Dashki, watching a black cannonball pass through Lake's body and then brush against her face. Ah! Dashki widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed, and the cannonball was split in half, landing on the street behind Dashki. Boom! An explosion ignited flames, creating a shockwave that blew Dashki's hair. Dashki blinked in a daze, watching Lake slowly sheath his knife, an eerie atmosphere filling the air. That just now seemed like. No, nothing happened, Lake declared firmly. Although wearing a mask, one could almost see the seriousness on his face beneath it. Yes, is that so? Dashki scratched her head, glancing at the street behind her with two small pits. Can it be said that I forgot there were people behind me just to show off? Can I say that? Is my image still important? Lake took a deep breath. No one saw, and even if they did, no one cared. It's fine, it's fine. The cannonball passed through the masked man's body and was then cut in half. The bald gang widened their eyes, pointing at Lake and shouting loudly. He can cut a cannonball in half. Is he even human? The scene fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at the masked man, whose stance was terrifyingly strong. Hee. Not bad. Lake raised his eyes, looking at the bald gang, his slightly narrowed gaze carrying a hint of killing intent. Even if he could ignore the cannonball, he still wanted to show off his swordsmanship. A psychological battle? Well done. Bartolomeo narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists. The gangsters around him were already pressured by this scene. This masked guy is very deep. Boss, what should we do? A little brother asked quietly, fear in his eyes. Humph. Bartolomeo glanced at the little brother, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. There's only one person on the other side. He has no potential at all. Is cutting a cannonball in half really impressive? I have absolute defense. Bartolomeo shoved his hands in his pockets and slowly walked forward, licking his lips and grinning. No matter who it is, they can't stop my great plan to unify the underground world of Rodtown today. Upon hearing this, the gangsters looked up at their boss with admiration. Boss Bartolomeo is so cool. Follow me. Bartolomeo strode towards Lake with an indifferent gait. The little brothers behind hurried to keep up. Everyone, hurry up. Bartolomeo led over 400 gangsters, charging out. This scene fell into the eyes of the rival gang. The rival gang boss, a 3-meter-tall man with a 2-meter upper body and a 1-meter lower body, stroked his chin, thoughtfully watching this scene. Brother. His little brother stepped forward and said quietly, let's take this opportunity to run away. We can't escape. If we do, our territory will really be gone. The gang boss clenched his fists. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. How could he let go of the territory he had fought for half his life? We can still compete. It seems Bartolomeo has provoked a strong opponent. So let's observe the situation. The gang boss lit a cigar, leaning back to watch. Hopefully, they will be taken down. Hey, where did you come from? Bartolomeo, with his hands in his pockets and a swaggering attitude, snorted. You dare to ruin my good plans? Are you tired of living? The little brothers behind immediately echoed, standing beside Bartolomeo and shouting at Lake. Our boss Bartolomeo is the man who will unify all the gangs in Rogtown. You're just one person. You won't be our opponent. Facing hundreds of people and hundreds of guns, Dasky couldn't help but swallow hard, gripping the knife handle tightly. Although nervous, she did not take a step back. Even, Mr. Ryan, there are too many people on the other side. Let me fight with you, Dasky said resolutely. Every additional minute would give the town's citizens more time to escape. It would be best to delay until the Navy arrives and imprison them all. But I can handle these people by myself. Lake turned to look at Dasky, smiling lightly. If possible, you should find a safe place first. It will be over soon. Can one person really handle hundreds of gang members? Dasky looked at Lake's back, momentarily lost in thought. Mr. Ryan, although it sounds ridiculous, Mr. Ryan's voice made her want to believe. Just looking at that back gave her a sense of security. If you were wearing a coat of justice, it would be even more reassuring. Wow, Master is so cool. Is that Little Orange? Meow. On a high building, Ling was holding Little Orange, her eyes filled with delight. Little Orange looked weak. The aesthetics of humans and cats are different. Huh. The scorching flames carried a rolling heat wave. On one side was a black mass of people, and on the other stood a lone figure. Yet, this lone figure brought a psychological sense of oppression to the crowd. Just a few hundred people, one person can surround them. Lake walked forward slowly, one hand holding the sky cutter, casually saying, "Enough chatter. I'm too lazy to listen to your last words. All of you, come at me together." Lake coldly gazed at them, standing still. Can this be tolerated? The gang immediately erupted in outrage. A little brother wielding a long knife angrily exclaimed, "So arrogant, completely disregarding the boss." Another little brother, carrying a big machete, gritted his teeth. "We must show him what we're made of. Otherwise, he'll think we're just playing house. This guy, how dare he be so arrogant?" Bartolomeo's eyes were filled with rage. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like that. Eliminate him, with Bartolomeo as command. Over 400 gang members surged towards Lake. Kill. Eliminate the masked man. Let's wipe out the other gangs in one go. The leading gangster raised his flintlock, aiming at Lake, but before he could pull the trigger, in an instant, Lake vanished from their sight, reappearing right in front of them, still in the motion of sheathing his knife. The gangsters hadn't even had time to be shocked before they could no longer make a sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of dark purple slashes erupted among the crowd, instantly clearing a small area in the densely packed group. Blood splattered, limbs flew, and soon cries of anguish rang out. "Ah, my hand!" The horrific wails and the shocking visual scene cooled the bloodthirsty gangsters down, leaving them frozen in fear. How could this happen? Did we encounter a ghost? The fervor was extinguished, and the gangsters' faces turned pale, no longer daring to move forward. Chaotic and panicked voices arose from the crowd. What on earth is happening? Why is everyone falling down? It's a knife, injured by a knife. So fast. I didn't even have time to react. This is even more terrifying than the White Hunter. Another day of slaughter, but this time wearing a mask. It doesn't matter. Lake stepped forward with the Sky Slasher, as hundreds of gang members retreated step by step, one person pushing back hundreds. This astonishing scene truly happened in Rogtown. The bloodthirsty spectators watching saw it all with their own eyes, completely thrilled. Some even picked up cameras to film, and even the newsbirds came to hear the news. Clang, such a promising career in the gang, and you're messing it up. Don't you know it's trending to transition and go legit now? Lake slowly drew his long knife, his tone filled with disappointment. A turf war affecting so many civilians. This can't be washed clean, even with 10 pounds of bleach. Forget it, just be more careful in the next life. Lake shook his head, holding the Sky Slasher with one hand. The gang members had no idea what Lake was babbling about, but the fear in their hearts was growing stronger. Stunned, there won't be any pain, it will end in an instant. A hint of red flashed in Lake's eyes, a chilling aura spread, and purple ripples expanded. A lifeless voice emerged. Hey, this guy's not normal. Bartolomeo's expression also turned serious, loudly warning. Don't engage him in direct combat. He might be someone from the Grand Line. Let him keep killing, and there will be no little brothers left. He has to make a move. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lake thrust the blade forward, whoosh. The blade struck the unfortunate guy in front, and before he could react, his head was already off his neck. Swish! A flash of the flying thunder god slash. Lake held the long knife, facing the numerous gang members. Ah! The gang members looked at the man in front of them, their pupils instantly shrinking to pinpricks, shouting, He has coming. Swish! A cold gleam flashed by. Blood erupted from the throat, splattering all over the people beside him. The crowd instantly erupted in chaos, screams rising one after another. He suddenly appeared. Quickly create some distance. But there were too many people, it was too hard to spread out. Too late. Ha, just kidding. Creating distance will also lead to death. Boom! Lake, holding the sky slasher, charged straight ahead. Chapter 50. Let's go to the pirate zone. Boom! Hundreds of gangsters erupted like deep-sea bombs, falling into chaos. For Lake, this group of people was like entering a no-man's land, as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. Whoosh! 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 Lake's cold gaze was like a merciless killing machine. As John swung, cold light flashed and blood splattered. Lives were harvested one by one. Bodies fell to the ground. Whether they resisted or not, it was all the same, a single slash. Both the person and the blade severed their past crimes together. Lake, John is really sharp. Love it. If John could speak. Hey man. In just a few dozen seconds, the street was already littered with broken bodies, blood flowing into the gutters, turning into a river of blood. The gangsters were terrified. How terrifying it was that such a killing devil existed in the East Sea. Perhaps the number one killer on the East Sea's bounty list was nothing compared to this. Run. We're no match at all. He is a devil. A devil. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I won't dare anymore. Gulp. Dasky swallowed hard, holding sea.You frozen in place. So terrifying. I can't see anyone. Only the cold light flashing, then blood bursts out, and death falls to the ground. However, Mr. Lion is a good person. Those gangsters used to bully and dominate the market, but now they actually ignored the safety of the citizens and fought in the streets. They deserve to die. Dasky looked at Lake with stars in her eyes, already infatuated. She didn't expect Mr. Lion to not only be a swordsmith, but also a sword master. Moreover, he was helpful and had a gentle personality. Everything about him struck her heart, and if he joined the Navy. The second idol after Mr. Smoker. Dasky adjusted her glasses, her ears turning red, and thought, I wonder if Mr. Lion would be willing to join the Navy. It seems Iane really admires the Navy. Perhaps I could use Iane to get Mr. Lion, who is her master, to join the Navy. With Mr. Lion's strength, he might even become a vice admiral in headquarters. Hey, stop it. Bartolomeo rushed towards Lake, filled with rage. Those were his brothers who fought for the world together. They had been on the battlefield together, drunk together, and chased after girls together. He looked like a rooster. Lake turned his head slightly to take a glance, and raised his hand to slash directly, whoosh. A light purple slash flew towards Bartolomeo, and then, clang, it shook and directly dissipated. Lake was surprised because a light blue transparent membrane enveloped Bartolomeo's body. What is this? Caught a flaw. Devil. A gangster who looked like a cadre swung a machete from behind, aiming for Lake's neck. Bang! Lake glanced over and directly kicked him away with a whip kick, sending him flying dozens of meters, crashing to the ground. You want to catch my afterimage too? Muskman. Bartolomeo shouted loudly. Lake looked at him with a cold gaze. You bastard. Killing so many people and still having that expression. What do you think my brother's lives are worth? Bartolomeo stared at Lake, veins bulging on his forehead, filled with rage to the extreme. That furious gaze, terrifying expression, and a heart full of tears. Oh, interesting. Lake almost thought he was the real protagonist. In response to Bartolomeo's questioning, Lake's lips curled slightly under the mask. What's so interesting about it? You bastard. Bartolomeo stepped closer to Lake, his eyes seemingly spewing flames. Lake stood calmly in place, arms crossed, holding John, watching Bartolomeo with great interest. Meanwhile, the other surviving little brothers were all in tears, calling out that Bartolomeo was a real man. I am the barrier man who has eaten the barrier fruit. the strongest defensive man in the world. Bartolomeo crossed his fingers, and a flowing light blue barrier appeared, his tone laced with hatred. No attack can break my barrier. I will use this absolute defense to make you regret living in this world. Absolute defense. Interesting. Seems like an anime setting. The barrier fruit. Very familiar. I vaguely remember this guy. Should be Luffy's little brother. But I didn't expect such a bad way of doing things. Clang. Lake immediately drew his long knife. Let me try how good this absolute defense really is. Under everyone's gaze, Lake's figure flashed and appeared in front of Bartolomeo. One sword style, moon reflection. A light purple crescent arc flashed by, striking Bartolomeo directly. Whoosh! Clang! The slash hit the ground and shook, kicking up dust, but only sparked off the barrier and failed to break through. Not bad. Lake raised an eyebrow slightly. It really couldn't be cut. Interesting. Dasky adjusted her glasses, pondering. Why does Mr. Lion's knife always feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Is it also a famous knife? She immediately took out a famous knife encyclopedia and started flipping through it. After failing to strike, Lake sheathed his sword and looked up and down at this barrier. What is it made of? Would it sink if thrown into the sea? Could it suffocate someone? While Lake was thinking of other solutions, Bartolomeo also came back to his senses from the fear of death just now. He felt as if his neck had been severed, even though the barrier remained unbroken. Bartolomeo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, calming down a bit, and shouted at Lake outside the barrier. Don't waste your effort. No one can break my barrier. Oh, really? Lake's mouth curled into a wicked smile. Ha ha! Bartolomeo's little brother crossed his arms, looking confident. I've never seen anyone break Bartolomeo's barrier. Whether it's fire, gunshots, or even dozens of cannonballs bombarding Bartolomeo continuously for minutes, it can't hurt him. Not even a corner of his clothes gets dirty. Another little brother nodded along, also looking proud. If Bartolomeo were a pirate, the #1 pirate in the East Sea, the so-called drifter wouldn't even stand a chance. It must be my Bartolomeo. That's right. Damn turtle shell. The hostile gangster boss angrily punched the wall, gritting his teeth. It's because of this barrier that we've lost several streets. Damn it. There's no way anyone can break his barrier. Dasky, flipping through the famous knife encyclopedia, was also attracted by the battlefield situation and looked up. She knew about the barrier fruit. Mr. Smoker's office had information about this fruit. The barrier fruit is known as the fruit of absolute defense. Dasky's eyes flashed with worry. Mr. Lion, this devil fruit is quite tricky. Even Mr. Smoker couldn't deal with that guy. But where have I seen that long knife before? I've searched through all the famous and named strong people. It can't be in the pirate zone. Chapter 51. We are civilians. On the street, corpses lay everywhere, blood flowing like a river. Two people stood facing each other, separated by a barrier. Hey. Feel free to use any moves you have. If I blink, I'll admit defeat. Ha. Bartolomeo clenched his fists tightly, grinning savagely, looking very arrogant. In reality, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Facing Rake up close, even with absolute confidence in his defense, he couldn't hide the fear in his heart, especially those crimson eyes and the swirling pupils, giving off an oppressive feeling as if they were not on the same biological level. Is that so? Rake's lips curled slightly as he slowly drew his sword, Tianjin, and smiled faintly at Bartolomeo. I'll save time and want to use my powers. What? Bartolomeo hadn't figured out what that meant yet. Suddenly, the masked man seemed to become ethereal, as if he were a non-existent being. Divine might. Then, under everyone's gaze, the masked man directly stepped into Bartolomeo's barrier, as if the barrier were fake, and then whoosh. Tianjin instantly pierced through Bartolomeo's chest, blood splattering everywhere, the tip of the sword resting against the barrier behind him. Cough. Bartolomeo's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Why did his barrier get breached so easily? If it weren't for the sharp pain from his pierced chest and the masked man standing so close, he would have doubted whether this was a dream. Cough. A sense of powerlessness surged through his brain, his body softened, and he knelt on one knee on the ground. He looked at the long knife that had pierced through his chest, barely managing to mumble. Why? How could this happen? My absolute defense. This scene shocked everyone. My God, Bartolomeo was pierced. Bartolomeo's subordinates were on the verge of collapse upon seeing this scene. It really breached the barrier. The rival gang leader was overjoyed. The onlookers didn't know the power of the barrier fruit, but everyone else's reactions seemed exaggerated. Could this be some astonishing operation? Dasky was once again stunned, not even realizing that the treasured sword illustration in her hand had fallen to the ground. Mr. Ryan broke through the absolute defense? Ling scratched his head, puzzled, and asked Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng, what are they surprised about? Meow Master defeating them is perfectly normal. Rake shook his head, drawing out his long knife, looking at Bartolomeo kneeling on the ground, and said calmly, "After all, it's normal for either you to come out or for me to go in." Your Bartolomeo's body grew weaker, muttering, "My barrier. Why?" Even at this point, you're still thinking about your broken barrier. Rake raised his long knife, slightly frowning. Will Luffy missing a subordinate affect the plot? It seems like, whoosh, a flash of cold light passed, and Bartolomeo's head fell. Dodging the splattering blood, he slowly sheathed his sword. Rake shook his head and laughed. Haha, whether it's about the plot or not, what does it have to do with me? I really am worrying for nothing. East Blue Gang leader Bartolomeo dead. B. Bartolomeo, he is dead. As his subordinates were filled with grief, their hearts were also filled with fear. Great, that bastard is finally dead. The next Rog Town will be under my rule. The rival gang leader laughed heartily. His subordinates cheered in excitement. From now on, it would be their world. Rake glanced at the two groups of gangsters, with a total of about 600 people, all troublemakers. Clang! The long knife was drawn again, and Rake grinned. Well, let us just consider this an advance payment. Run! The demon is coming. Rake's figure flashed, appearing in front of the fleeing gangsters, his gaze cold as he looked at them. There's no escape for the punks. In an instant, stars flashed. It was a one-sided massacre. The masked man was terrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, the gang leader couldn't help but exclaim, cold sweat streaming down his back. However, killing them all is great. It will make my rule over Rogtown easier. The gang leader laughed heartily, as if he could see himself ruling over thousands. Boss, something's not right. At that moment, a terrified voice rang out. What? The gang leader, interrupted from his beautiful dream, said unhappily. One of his subordinates pointed to a rapidly advancing figure not far away, shouting loudly. That murderer is charging at us. What? Masked Lord, we are civilians. Chapter 52. A heavy blow must be struck. Muskman, we are civilians. The Black Boss shouted with all his might, trying to awaken Lake's conscience. Wind. Bang. The sound of breaking air echoed, and Lake instantly appeared, his foot stepping on the Black Boss's head, causing the ground to crack. The attempt to awaken his conscience failed. Lake looked at the gangsters present with indifference. Wherever his gaze landed, the gangsters trembled in fear, their hearts sinking, unable to resist the urge to step back. This is the god of death. Civilians? You smell like blood. Lake glanced at the Black Boss beneath his foot, his eyes flashing with disdain. How could such a guy have the face to call himself a civilian? The Black Boss couldn't struggle at all, feeling like his head was about to burst, his eyes bulging. At this moment, the Black Boss could only make meaningless sounds, with no chance to argue. Boss! The boss is about to be stomped to death. Spare him. Masked man. The gangsters gritted their teeth, hundreds of guns and cannons, all aimed at Lake. The guns were loaded, and shells were ready to be fired at any moment. Lake showed no change in emotion, calmly stating, You are no longer ordinary civilians. A heavy blow must be struck. Besides, he is not the Navy. What good does it do to talk to him? The heavenly blade pointed at the crowd, the indifference behind the mask not resembling that of a living person at all. Then, let's kill one first. He glanced down, gripping the heavenly blade, and immediately stabbed it into the Black Boss's heart. Under the gaze of all the underlings, the Black Boss twitched a few times before falling into silence, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Boss, damn it. Can the Navy kill innocents indiscriminately? I will report you to the world government. A gangster officer's eyes were about to burst with rage, unable to express his anger. Don't worry about reporting. Shoot him dead. With a roar, everyone began to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, Bang! Boom! Hundreds of gunshots rang out, and hundreds of tongues of fire shot toward Lake like rain. In that moment, Lake's figure flashed, kicking the gangster officer away, then immediately inserting the sheath of his sword into the ground. Thud. Fire ray. In the next instant, fierce and scorching flames erupted from beneath his feet, rumbling. Rumbling. A cylindrical flame shot into the sky, illuminating the entire street with its dazzling light. All the gangsters within the range of the fire array were directly charred black. The exaggerated range of the flames stunned everyone. The gangsters stared blankly at the scene, and Dasky's pupils also shrank. Wasn't the burning fruit Ace's ability? Who? As the flames gradually disappeared, the heat wave swept through the entire street, distorting the air. Gulp. The officer who was kicked out by Lake was battered by the heat wave, but felt nothing, staring blankly at Lake standing in front of him. Hey, my name is Monkey D. Garp. Remember to report me to the world government. Lake poked the officer with the sheath of his sword to bring him back to his senses. No, I dare not. The officer, regaining his senses, hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Although he didn't know why he called him Hero Garp, it was definitely not a good thing. I won't report. I won't report. Swish. The sound abruptly stopped, and the officer's eyes went blank as he collapsed to the ground, losing all life. Why should I keep you alive if you won't report me? Lake shook his head, having given him a chance to live, but he couldn't seize it. Giving him a chance was useless. He glanced at the remaining gangsters, his eyes flashing with a hint of red, and in an instant, stars flashed. Whoosh! Help! The Navy is killing people indiscriminately. Run! Run! Mr. Ryan, such a murderous intent. Dasky took in this scene, unable to help but feel shocked. Although this group of gangsters deserved to die, witnessing such slaughter in front of her was still an incredibly shocking experience. She had only heard about the drifting vagabond slaughtering over 1,000 people. Although she was angry, it didn't affect her much. But now, Mr. Ryan slaughtering hundreds of people was happening right in front of her? No, wait. Dasky's mind was suddenly ignited. She hurriedly flipped through the record in the pirates section of the sword guide, and although she was reluctant to believe it, it was indeed true. That page prominently displayed a long sword identical to the heavenly blade in Lake's hand. The drifting vagabond, Hilbert Lake's sword, heavenly blade. A weapon newly added to the East Blues' famous sword illustration. It can't be wrong. It's the butcher's blade, heavenly blade. The drifting vagabond, Hilbert Lake. A pirate's sword. Dasky's eyes went blank as she stared at Lake, who was killing indiscriminately. Her body trembled slightly, gripping the guide tightly, her voice trembling. Ryan. No, it's Lake. He is a pirate. Puffed. The last gangster fell to the ground. The destruction was overwhelming, with no resistance left. He's someone who has disciples. It's time to rein in the killing intent. Lake murmured, shaking off the blood on the long sword and sheathing it. Thus, the two major gangs that had been rampant in Road Town for years were completely eliminated. There's a killing intent. Lake sensed the murderous intent and turned around to see Dasky approaching him with eyes full of rage. Hey, it seems I've been discovered. But is she serious? Lake looked at Dasky with a bit of surprise as she walked towards him. No, this is really a bit foolishly cute. You are a pirate. The drifting vagabond. You lied to me. You also deceived Ling. Dasky stepped in front of Lake, gripping the hilt of her sword, angrily looking at Lake, and shouted, Surrender, or my blade will. Dasky gritted her teeth, facing Lake's mocking gaze, and she couldn't continue. How could she possibly be a match for the drifting vagabond? I say, Dasky, you are too naive. You know, I'm a pirate, yet you dare to stand in front of me and question me? Lake couldn't help but laugh, the meaning in his eyes making Dasky even angrier. Being laughed at by a pirate, Lake lightly shook his head. Dasky angrily stared at Lake. Although she was no match for him, her will would absolutely not yield. Through the mask, those eyes seemed to pierce her heart. But so what? He is the executioner who has slaughtered countless people, extremely powerful. If he suddenly went on a killing spree, she would definitely die. But so what? It's just death. Dasky's eyes became resolute, gripping the hilt tightly, her gaze showing no fear. From the moment I joined the Navy, I had already planned to dedicate my life to justice. No, you were just dying in vain. Chapter 53. Recklessness is closer to courage than cowardice. No, that was a pointless death. Lake's smile vanished as he spoke in a low voice. Faced with Lake's sudden reprimand, Dasky was momentarily stunned. Pointless death? That should be a death for justice. Is giving one's life for justice? Your mind must be broken. Lake looked at Dasky, his tone becoming serious and his voice heavier, filled with reproach. Thinking you are brave? That is recklessness. Dasky, even if you pretended not to notice my identity and circled around me to buy time for the Navy to come and surround me, it would be better than acting impulsively and attacking an enemy you know you can't defeat. That is foolishness disguised as passion. Lake's expression was severe, and he continued to scold her without giving Dasky any room to respond. Lake's words left Dasky deep in thought, even causing her grip on the knife to loosen slightly. She had indeed rushed over in a moment of impulsiveness. She bit her lip, and although she was reluctant to admit it, Lake was right. She hadn't brought any information to the Navy. If she died now, they wouldn't even know that the wandering rogue was in Lowtown. She really was too naive, was dying without value. Dasky clenched her teeth, her gaze still stubborn. Then, at least I want to die with dignity. But recklessness is still closer to courage, right? Lake hung the sky cleaver at his waist, crossed his arms behind his head, and without her noticing, appeared behind Dasky. What? Dasky's eyes widened as she quickly turned to look at Lake, still gripping her long knife tightly. What did he just say? Recklessness is closer to courage. Dasky. Lake's voice was no longer serious, and he spoke more lightly, smiling. You are a righteous Navy, and I recognize your sense of justice. You are better than most of the Navy in the East Blue, and you don't have to deny that. Dasky unconsciously widened her eyes, looking at Lake's back. His words made her heart tremble, as she couldn't help but feel moved. She was 18 this year and had joined the Navy for less than a year. Initially, just a small Navy member. She was promoted to private after being noticed by Mr. Smoker. In fact, she didn't know how to face strong enemies. When chaos broke out, and she discovered the tyrant of the East Blue, her first instinct was to run away. But thinking of the responsibilities of the Navy and Mr. Smoker's high hopes for her, she chose to confront. Lake turned his head to glance at Dasky, lightly explaining with a smile, Don't worry. The Navy has recognized me as a pirate, but Koyuki isn't, and she hasn't even killed anyone yet. You. Dasky didn't know how to respond to Lake. Lake waved his hand, walking away. Farewell, Ocean. I hope the next time I see you, you won't be so reckless, good Navy. Watching Lake's figure fade away, Dasky bit her lower lip. What kind of person is he? Dasky, a pretty good Navy. Better than most of the Navy in the East Blue? No. Lake hadn't seen a Navy more righteous than her. I hope for a good development. Just as Lake was about to vanish, he suddenly heard Dasky shout. Lake! Lake turned to look back. Dasky cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted. Thank you for saving me in this town. You're not like the rumors say. You are a good person. The last sentence she said in her heart. What the heck? Lake raised a hand to adjust his mask, shaking his head lightly, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. Well, it's just because I saw. In an instant, his figure disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of dust and Dasky, whose chest was heaving, and a ground full of corpses. Back at a tall building, Lake stretched lazily. It was over. Master. Meow. Koyuki excitedly ran towards Lake, with Little Orange meowing behind her. Clearly, upon discovering that her master had arrived, she abandoned Little Orange. Lake, with his hands in his pockets, tilted his head at Koyuki, chuckling. So, how do I look, master? Handsome. You're the most handsome, master. As soon as Koyuki finished speaking, she noticed Little Orange pouncing towards her. She immediately ran around Lake. Little Orange, I'm sorry. Don't chase me. Ha 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 ha. Lake leaned down, lifting both Koyuki and the cat. You two are so energetic. Make sure to grab more stuff later. Meow. Little Orange climbed onto Lake's head, lying down and making a face at Koyuki. Koyuki was momentarily speechless, squinting her eyes in a place where Lake couldn't see, thinking of some mischievous ideas. Lake helplessly touched his face, the mask. If I hadn't grown to 2 meters and 98, it would definitely be your problem, Little Orange. Meow meow. Let's go, we're going for a big shopping spree. Lake tucked Koyuki under his arm, bringing Little Orange down. We leave here in the afternoon. heading to the Grand Line. MHM. But master, why this position? Well, just don't pay attention to the details. Meanwhile, the long-awaited Navy reinforcements finally arrived. Seeing Dasky standing alone in the ruins, everyone excitedly called out, "Miss Dasky, we're here." A Navy force of over 500, armed with various weapons, rushed over, all faces filled with rage, ready to fight the gang to the death. "Get the gang out of here, out, ugh." Upon reaching the battlefield, the Navy with weaker constitutions immediately retched. The overwhelming smell of blood and the visually shocking scene. Corpses, corpses, all corpses. How many people have died here? Some Navy members even began to doubt themselves. Actually, we were already dead. This must be hell. Please don't say such terrifying things. A Navy captain, with a grim expression, approached Dasky and asked, "Private Dasky, what exactly happened here?" Dasky looked at them, thought for a moment, and replied, "A good person wearing a mask stopped the fight and saved the citizens." After saying that, Dasky fell silent. A good person? The captain forced a smile, looking at the scene around them. "Are you serious?" The Navy beside the captain pondered. "This is indeed quite good. Just in time, the prison at the base is overcrowded. Is this even human talk?" Blur, blur, blur. Colonel Smoker's phone. Click. As soon as the transponder snail was answered, it transformed into a figure biting 2 cigars. And Smoker's urgent voice came through. "I'm on my way there right now." The captain hesitated for a moment, weighing his response. Mr. Smoker, this place is all ready." "What happened?" The captain looked at Dasky, signaling her to speak. Dasky took the transponder snail and replied, "Mr. Smoker, it's all over here. The gang has been completely killed." "What?" Dasky gritted her teeth, her face showing signs of struggle. But she still shouted, "The gang that fought here has all been killed by a man wearing a mask." A man wearing a mask? Chapter 54. The Donut-Eating Record Holder. In a narrow alley, only Dashki was present, holding the Den Den Mushi, which still resembled Smoker. "Isn't that right? Drifting Wanderer?" Smoker's voice slowly emerged. Dashki's pupils contracted. "Mr. Smoker, is that impressive? He could guess this?" "It seems to indeed be him," Smoker said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, Mr. Smoker." Dashki stood at attention, directly admitting her mistake. "It was me. I let him go and try to hide his whereabouts. No need to blame yourself. The headquarters has issued orders. You can encounter him in the East Blue. You can abandon the mission without punishment. So that's how it is." Dashki took a deep breath, surprised to be valued to this extent. "No, it is correct to value him." Dashki recalled the image of Lake killing like it was nothing. He indeed should be taken seriously. After a long silence, Smoker spoke again. "Dashki, what is your impression of him?" Hearing this, Dashki replied truthfully, He is not as the rumors say he is. A kind person." Dashki curiously asked, "Mr. Smoker, why do you ask this?" "A few days ago, I saw some documents secretly kept by Marixon, which contained records about the drifting wanderer." Smoker's voice became low, seemingly mixed with anger. "The Navy in the East Blue is far worse than I imagined. Could it be?" At noon, in the sea, heading towards the entrance of Reverse Mountain, on the wandering ship, "Where did you find this?" Lake looked at Ling in shock. He held a light blue, strange fruit, which was regarded as a legendary devil fruit in the East Blue. Ling scratched her head and explained, "In the bag of fruit, I bought 10 pounds of apples. It was fine at first, but when I opened it, I found this." She looked at Lake with wide eyes, curiously asking, "What is this, master?" "This is a bit simple." Lake pulled up a stool and sat down, holding the devil fruit, slightly calming his heart. "It should be a devil fruit, no doubt." "Devil fruit?" Ling blinked, thought for a moment, and said, "Could it be that barrier fruit with the rooster comb?" This devil fruit is most likely the barrier fruit." Lake nodded in response. "The only recent deceased user is Bartolomeo. Moreover, from the details, one can vaguely see barrier-like stripes in the patterns of the devil fruit. It can only be the barrier fruit. Killing and exploding equipment, the drop rate is quite high." "Interesting. However, if it is the barrier fruit, if he doesn't encounter a space-type devil fruit or something like him, he generally walks sideways. It belongs to abilities with high lower limits and high upper limits, which can be operated without development. The difference between the dominant body of blue water and scattered blue water." Lake pondered and looked at Ling, immediately asking, "Xiao Ling, do you want to eat the devil fruit?" Ling raised her head to look at Lake, giggling. "I'll listen to Master." Lake rubbed his chin deep in thought, feeling as nervous as if he were helping a child fill out a college application. Whether to eat or not requires careful consideration of pros and cons, which needs a few hundred words of deep thinking. After deep contemplation, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Eat. Lake looked at Ling seriously. "I want you to eat this devil fruit. Although you will become a land-up from now on, what you gain far exceeds what you lose. The abilities of fruits vary in strength, and this barrier fruit is considered strong among the paramecia types. In the One Piece version, it is said, there are no useless fruits, only useless users. That's complete nonsense. Natural types are awesome. Mythical zoans are incredible. If there aren't any, no one would eat the flame fruit. If there are, eat. If a dog doesn't eat it, I will eat it. It's the flame fruit. Although he doesn't really need the devil fruit. If the thunder fruit were in front of him, he would gladly accept it, even if it made him invincible in the world." After hearing her master's words, Ling didn't want to think too much and nodded. "Okay, then I'll eat it. Master definitely won't harm me. I unconditionally trust Master." Lake handed the barrier fruit to Ling, who held the fruit that was as big as her face, falling into deep thought. "Silent? Don't want to eat?" Lake didn't plan to force Ling, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Ling say, "Should I wash it first?" "Lake, normally, it shouldn't be necessary." "Then, should I cut it open? Just eat it directly." "Eat all? Just one bite is enough." "Munch. Gag. Ha 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 ha." At the Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, in the Admiral's Tower. "All right, I understand." Sengoku hung up the din mushy, leaned back in his chair, rubbed his forehead, and let out a breath. That guy is finally going to enter the Grand Line. Ms. Tsuru, sitting on the sofa, raised her eyes to Sengoku and asked, "Oh, is it that drifting wanderer?" "Yes, Smoker said he appeared in Lowtown, so it should be just a matter of days before he enters the Grand Line." Sengoku picked up the din mushy, dialing a number while responding. "The pirate that bastard Carp can't forget. He's caused quite a stir in the East Blue." Bloop, 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 click. Admiral Sengoku. Of course, Carp wouldn't be this polite. It was his aide Bogart. "Oh, it's Bogart. Where's Carp?" Sengoku's lips twitched, feeling an ominous premonition. Bogart pursed his lips, unsure whether to speak, but after all, he was Admiral Sengoku, so he ultimately said, "Mr. Carp is, challenging the new donut-eating record." Growling. The sound of veins popping on Sengoku's forehead was audible. Sengoku clutched the microphone, suppressing his anger. "Tell that bastard that the drifting wanderer has entered the Grand Line." Click. Bang. "Damn Carp. Still not focusing on work at this time. Eating donuts without me." Hoo-hoo. Ms. Tsuru sipped her tea, long accustomed to the antics of the two old men. Chapter 55. Ling felt uneasy, and Xiaocheng was a bit panicked as well. Boom. Boom. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled from time to time. The sea was whipped by a fierce wind, and raindrops began to fall. In the waters near Upside Down Mountain, the Wanderer was advancing at full speed, aiming for the Upside Down Mountain Canal, a canal that subverted understanding. "Wow, Master, is that Upside Down Mountain? Is that the Red Earth continent?" Ling, wearing a yellow raincoat, held onto the boat's wall with one hand and pulled down her hat with the other, exclaiming loudly. "That's right." Lake, at the helm, couldn't hide his excitement either. Xiaocheng had burrowed into Lake's clothes, peeking out with a small cat head resting on Lake's collar. His eyes sparkled with the same excitement as Lake's at the sight before them. The Red Earth continent towered into the clouds, and looking up, one couldn't see the end. It stretched for thousands of miles, splitting the entire planet in half. The sea from the East Sea surged against the Red Earth continent, finally merging with the waters of the four seas to flow into the Grand Line. As long as they crossed Upside Down Mountain, they would reach the Grand Line. However, that narrow river channel, with its rushing waters, posed a deadly risk. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of the ship and the loss of life. This was also a form of selection. If they couldn't even cross Upside Down Mountain, entering the Grand Line would be a death sentence. This is really exhilarating. Lake felt an urge to shout out loud, but with little Ling beside him, he decided to maintain his master's demeanor. He had gone to sea to witness this. Seeing it with his own eyes was far more shocking than any picture or hearsay. What a spectacle! "Master, The sea is really climbing the mountain. That's amazing. Ling's cheeks flushed with excitement as she let the rain hit her face, cheering joyfully. Ha ha ha. This is my first time seeing it too. Lake couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Could this be the first step into the world? This is just the beginning. This fantastical world upside down mountain and the Red Earth continent are just one part of it. Lake clenched his fist, raised it high, and shouted loudly. There's so many wonders I want to see with my own eyes, so many places I want to step foot in. The journey is filled with the unknown, making it all the more meaningful. Ling looked at Lake, her eyes sparkling like stars. Master, Xiaoqing crawled out from Lake's arms, climbing onto his shoulder, unafraid of the wind and rain. Meow, Ling, Xiaoqing, our journey has just begun, with no end in sight. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Lake laughed joyfully, his eyes filled with infinite yearning for the future. The real journey has just begun. Meow, the stars and the sea. Xiaoqing and Ling raised their hands together, excitedly shouting along. Let us set off. Entering Upside Down Mountain. Bang! Boom! Lake pressed a button, and a blast of air surged from the back of the Wanderer, creating a massive wave. With the fierce wind and the surging sea pushing it, the Wanderer shot forward at an incredible speed, almost flying over the water surface. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air breaking echoed in their ears. It was the call of a broader world. This speed made Ling break into a cold sweat. It was thrilling, but couldn't be too dangerous. She quickly looked at Lake. Master, that entrance is so small. Are we really not going to crash into the Red Earth continent? She wanted to trust her master. But at this moment, shouldn't they play it safe? Why accelerate? Don't worry. Lake smiled confidently, glancing at Ling, and proudly said, I participated in the East Sea 13 Nations sailing competition and even won first place. Of course, it wasn't just years of hard training. He had copied the techniques of other sailors before and during the competition, and with his exceptional dynamic vision, he successfully claimed the championship. Though it was a bit dubious, it was still better than average sailors. Wow, Master, you really are all-round. Ling immediately felt reassured, strongly affirming his capabilities. As expected of Master, you're amazing. Ha ha ha. As the Wanderer sped along, they soon approached the entrance of Upside Down Mountain Canal. The sea became increasingly turbulent, crashing against the Red Earth continent with a deafening roar. However, this couldn't stop Lake's advance. Boom! Boom! Under Lake's control, the Wanderer entered the Upside Down Mountain Canal without a hitch. With the upward ocean currents, the Wanderer quickly ascended, feeling the airwaves rushing from behind. No problem, very stable. This ship was really crafted with care. Lake held the helm, steering the vessel, and once again expressed gratitude for Vane's generosity. It was great that he was dead and still sent money and a ship. It felt a bit embarrassing. In this narrow and rapid canal, the Wanderer remained steady. As expected of a ship built with substantial investment, it was powerful. Ling came to Lake's side, tugging at the back of his shirt. The ship had ascended quite a distance now. Although it was stable, she still felt a bit scared. Bang! The ship reached the top of Upside Down Mountain, where the waters from the four seas converged. As long as they sailed downward, they would reach the Grand Line. Turn! Boom! With the impact of the waters from the four seas, the ship was automatically pushed onto the correct course. Thus began their descent. Lake looked into the distance. Although covered by clouds, there was no doubt that it was the Grand Line. The waters from the four seas converged here, rushing toward the Grand Line. We too will ride on these waters from the four seas, heading towards a far-off future. Grand Line, here I come. Boom! Lake pressed a button, and the Wanderer accelerated again, the entire ship lifting off the ground, sailing between the clouds. Woo! I'm coming too. Ling was no longer afraid, raising her arms and shouting loudly. Meow! Xiaoqing was also excited, dancing on Lake's shoulder. Riding the cloud sea, breaking the waves, this is true freedom. Lake couldn't help but laugh with his head thrown back. Ha-ha! Ha! Then, he couldn't laugh anymore, because at the mouth of the sea, a towering mountain loomed, nearly blocking the entire exit. This thing seems to be called an island whale, right? Damn, I forgot about this. Lake's mouth twitched. He had originally thought it would be a smooth journey all the way. Master, master! Ling's terrified voice rang out. The mountain is blocking our way. Meow! Xiaoqing's eyes bulged out. Lake faced the wind, his hair flying freely, feeling liberated. But he covered his face, unable to feel any joy. That's great, master. There's a way through on the side. Ling and Xiaocheng looked at Lake excitedly. There was a glimmer of hope. Lake scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. When we were descending, I couldn't help but accelerate a bit. It was too late to turn now. The Wanderer was still sailing at high speed and hadn't even touched the water yet. Reducing speed was impossible, and even if he tried to slow down, with his sailing experience, he was still certain they would crash. Ling, Xiaocheng. Hey, that's it, we're done for. Ling hugged her head, screaming in despair. Meow. Xiaocheng's eyes were glazed over, as if he had seen the call of the great-grandmother. Don't worry, don't worry. With me here, how could anything happen to you? Lake immediately gripped the helm, a serious look flashing in his eyes, and shouted loudly. Hold on tight. It's time to witness a miracle. Ling and Xiaocheng's eyes regained their color. Could they still be alive? There is still a chance. Yay! Ling and Xiaocheng began to celebrate. Thus, the ship fell into the water, maintaining its speed, even accelerating. Master, meow. The speed still didn't decrease, and they were getting closer, with no evasive maneuvers in sight. Closer. The Wanderer's brake system is running out of strength. Master. Ling felt uneasy. Meow. Xiaocheng was also a bit flustered. Flap. The splashes surged, and a massive body loomed close. Yet the ship showed no signs of slowing down. The master's face showed no panic, even appearing somewhat drowsy. It's getting closer. Closer. The ship is near. It's going to touch our faces. Shield. Master. Ling couldn't help but shout. Meow meow. Xiaocheng shouted along. Wind. Divine might. Rake opened his eyes, and a flash of crimson divine might passed by. Success. Chapter 56. The Sense of Oppression. Divine might. Stunned. The entire ship entered a phasing mode and directly collided with the massive body of the island whale. However, the scene everyone expected of the ship being destroyed and people perishing did not occur. Instead, the ship completely vanished. The sea remained unchanged, just as it was. It was as if nothing had happened. In reality, inside the island whale's belly, everything was drowned out by screams. Inside the belly of the island whale, it resembled a sea area, with blue skies, white clouds, and waves of seawater rolling in layers, though the color of the water was somewhat strange, showing a faint green hue. It seemed like a perfect vacation spot, if only there weren't the screams of a person and a cat nearby. Meow, 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 meow. Ling and Xiaocheng were huddled together, screaming with their eyes closed. Great. We survived. The ship passed through the island whale's belly and appeared in midair, and Lake immediately threw his head back and laughed. Then the ship suddenly fell into the water with a bang, splashing a huge burst of water and causing waves to ripple across the surface. Lake turned his head to look at Xiaocheng and Ling, who had fallen silent but were still holding onto each other. Both had dazed looks in their eyes, seemingly in a trance. Moreover, both had a crystal pendant hanging from their noses, seemingly thinking, "It seems we survived." Lake couldn't help but ask, "Are you guys okay?" "Very good." The person and cat immediately separated, with Ling quickly turning away to wipe her nose, and Xiaocheng also turning her back to Lake. Ling shouted in a muffled voice, "No, nothing happened." Xiaocheng did the same, meowing with her back to Lake. Meow, meow. Idle baggage? Why does the cat have it too? Lake couldn't understand and decided to ignore it, looking at the ship floating on the faint green sea. According to the plot. Forgot. It seemed like the ship's doctor from One Piece. At this moment, Ling also regained her composure, looking at the surrounding scene and murmuring, "Is this heaven? It must be heaven." Thud. Lake tapped Ling's forehead with his finger. Ouch. Ling covered her reddened forehead, looking at Lake with tearful eyes. Well, if you feel pain, then this isn't heaven. As for how they got in, Ling only felt that her master was amazing. In reality, Lake had exploited a phasing bug. Since holding a knife allowed it to phase with the person, then if holding a ship, wouldn't the ship also be able to phase? At that moment, the ship that looked like an island had its door opened, and a person stood at the entrance. Half of his face was shadowed, his eyes were dark, and his expression was emotionless, emanating an air of indifference and appearing very powerful. That is how Ling felt. It felt so oppressive. Meow. Xiaocheng felt the same way. Lake narrowed his eyes and quietly watched the old man. The elder stepped out of the doorway, and the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Walking quietly forward, Lake's eyes fixed on him. Was it time for a fight? The mysterious elder walked to a chair, sat down, and opened a newspaper. He is reading a newspaper. Lake. No. Why aren't you speaking? Lake's forehead was bulging with veins, transforming into a sharp-tongued figure, ready to charge at him. Thankfully, Ling immediately grabbed Lake. Master, let me handle this. Ling stepped forward and politely smiled at the mysterious elder. Sorry, Grandpa, we accidentally walked in here. May I ask who you are? Thud. The elder raised his head, his eyes still dark, and coldly said, Before asking for someone else's name, you should first introduce yourself. Ling was caught off guard, scratching her head and laughing awkwardly. Sorry, my name is Ophelia. I am Kurukaz, the guardian of Twin Cape, 68 years old. Blood type AB. The elder, Kurukaz, introduced himself without prompting. Ling stood frozen in place, feeling embarrassed. Lake, with his temper flaring, pointed, You old bastard. Before he could make a move, Ling had already pulled him back. Master, forget it. After a lot of soothing, Ling managed to dissuade Lake from the idea of throwing the old man into the sea. Kurukaz looked at Lake and the others and immediately asked, How did you get in here? Laboon shouldn't have eaten anything. We are. Just as Ling was about to answer, Lake covered her mouth, looking darkly at the old man. Guess. Ling helplessly looked at her master, sighing. Her master was still so playful. As for what Lake said, Kurukaz quietly stared at Lake, saying nothing. It seemed he wasn't planning to guess. Damn, the old fox is still crafty. The exit is over there. You can leave by yourselves. Kurukaz pointed to a large iron door not far away, then went back to reading his newspaper. Lake had no way to deal with him. After all, he couldn't just kill someone over such a trivial matter. That would be teaching bad habits to kids. Ling curiously looked at the sky. Why is there a sky inside a whale's belly? Meow. Xiao Chung jumped onto Ling's shoulder and crouched there. It's painted on. Just as Lake finished answering, the world inside the belly began to churn violently for some unknown reason. Rumble. Chapter 57, Waiting Without Purpose. Boom. The sea surged wildly, and the towering waves came crashing towards the wandering ship. What the heck? Lake reached out, and a sky sever appeared in his hand. Watching the incoming monstrous waves, he swung his hand fiercely, delivering a cutting blow. Swish. Boom. A flash of purple light appeared, and the waves were sliced in half, bypassing the wandering ship. Kolokaz looked at Lake in surprise. The flying slash was from Swordsman. Is this really a newcomer? The barrier expanded. A light blue barrier spread out from Ling, quickly enveloping the deck. She asked in confusion, Why did the sea suddenly start churning? Splash. Lake turned his head and discovered that Kolokaz had jumped into the sea mixed with stomach acid and seawater. Hey, old man. Lake frowned. Ling looked up at Lake. Master, below is stomach acid. After hearing Lake's response, Ling couldn't help but gasp. Will he be digested? No. The acidity isn't too strong. It should be fine. Lake stood on the ship's wall, watching the sea below, still churning. It's hard to navigate. We can only wait until it calms down to go out. Laboon, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, seems to indeed have this story, and it has some connection with Brooke from the Straw Hat crew. After a while, the sea finally stopped surging. Master, Ling stood on the ship's wall and noticed the sea was calm. Looking at Lake, we can go now. Let us go. Just as Lake stood up, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked towards the bow of the ship. Following Lake's gaze, Ling found a wet old man standing there, none other than Kolokaz. Hey, when did you? Don't you all wonder why this is happening? Kolokaz quietly looked at Lake. Will you tell us? If you ask, then I will tell you. Kolokaz replied in a deep voice. I see. Lake gently raised his head, his eyes flashing with a glimmer, quietly watching Kolokaz, not saying a word. Why don't you ask? Kolokaz couldn't help but have veins bulging on his forehead. Lake's mouth curled slightly, feeling pleased. Master still holds grudges too much. Ling slid down from the barrier and couldn't help but hold her forehead. Little Orange, feeling bored, lay on the table and fell asleep. Kolokaz sighed and tossed a recording pointer to Lake. Lake caught it, his eyes filled with confusion. Coloca's explained, if possible, please help keep an eye on the news of the Rumbar pirates. Just say that Laboon is still waiting for you. After saying this, Coloca's had a sense of melancholy. Laboon, is that the name of this whale? Ling asked curiously. Coloca's nodded, his eyes filled with emotion. Yes, it has been waiting for almost 50 years. 50 years. Ling couldn't help but exclaim. 50 years, a lifetime has passed. Coloca's sat at the bow of the ship and began to tell Laboon's story. Laboon, the island whale, followed the Rumbar pirates into the Grand Line during his childhood. Due to the dangers of the Grand Line, known as the Pirates' Graveyard, worried that Laboon would be harmed, it was left at Twin Cape. They made a promise that after they circled the world, they would come back to take it away and tell tales of adventure. And this waiting lasted for 50 years. In fact, it even intended to break through the Red Line to find its companions. But how could that be possible? Yet Laboon did just that. To prevent Laboon from harming itself, he needed to administer a sedative when Laboon was about to crash into the Red Line. Day after day, year after year. I see. Lake leaned against the sky, Sever, gently nodding. No wonder it has so many scars on its head. Laboon's experience made him think of Little Orange. If he also left Little Orange here, cats probably wouldn't live for 50 years, right? No, Little Orange isn't a normal cat. Meow. Little Orange lifted its head and looked around, feeling that someone was talking bad about it. Boo-hoo, master, Laboon is so pitiful. Ling couldn't help but shed tears. Yes, it's a whale with human emotions. Lake said softly. Speaking of human emotions, Little Orange isn't lacking either. Lake glanced at Little Orange. Little Orange, if it were you. Meow. Before Lake could finish, he was interrupted by Little Orange's loud meow. Looking into Little Orange's eyes, Lake smiled softly. After all, they are companions. It wouldn't matter even if they died together. Meow. No one could understand the encrypted conversation between a person and a cat. As for helping to find the Rumbar pirates, he knew that a skeleton was still alive but forgot its name. Moreover, it felt a bit too shocking to mention things from over 50 years ago. I promise you, I will help keep an eye on the news of the Rumbar pirates. Lake accepted this commission. Coloca's gently nodded. He had long since lost hope for anything else. Just looking at Lake's potential, perhaps there could be some progress. Over the years, he and T stopped inquiring about the Rumbar pirates' news. He even boarded the Pirate King's ship for this reason. The only news he received was that they had appeared in the Grand Line, but quickly disappeared, seemingly having left the Grand Line. Despite his reluctance to believe it, the facts were laid bare. Laboon really waited in vain for 50 years. Ling couldn't help but frown and sighed. Although she detested pirates, after hearing Laboon's story, she still hoped that at least one member of that pirate crew could return here and not let Laboon wait in vain for 50 years. However, 50 years have passed. Perhaps they have. Thud. Lake lightly tapped Ling and smiled gently. Children shouldn't frown. Let us go out. Ling honestly followed behind Lake. The door within Laboon opened, and the wandering ship dragged the island iron ship out of Laboon's body. The real sky, blue sky and white clouds. The sea breeze gently caressed, and the air was filled with a faint salty taste. Behind them was Laboon, which resembled a mountain, its body very terrifying. Pirates from the Four Seas would probably have to pass through Laboon after going past Reverse Mountain. The sky is so blue. Lake looked up at the sky, his mouth slightly curling, looking at Ling. Little Ling, hop on my back. W.Y. Ling was instantly at a loss. Her words jumbled. This was too sudden. Right? Lake. Lake continued. I need your fruit ability. What do you want to do? Coloca's looked at Lake. Lake stretched and smiled. Waiting without purpose is too painful. Chapter 58. When you're alone. Hey, Labu. A loud shout echoed above Labu's head. Huh? As Labu turned his eyes to see what was happening, a sudden explosive sound pierced the air. Whoosh. With a huge bang, the sea violently shook, and the water surged wildly. Labu rolled his eyes back and fell backward, a huge lump growing on his head. Huh? Lake exhaled, looking at Labu seriously. He was carrying Ling and holding a giant baseball bat made of a barrier, falling down from the air. Obviously, Lake had knocked Labu down with one swing. Hey? Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. What are you doing? Master. Ling opened her mouth wide, her expression dazed. and immediately grabbed her master's neck. The two landed, and Lake couldn't help but scratch his ear, complaining that it was too loud. Although Labu had him in chokehold, Lake was unaffected, his eyes fixed intently on the surface of the sea. Boom! Labu broke through the water, angrily staring at Lake, charging directly at him. Roar! Hey, hey, hey! It's coming! It's coming! That massive body was like a town crashing directly towards them. Ha ha ha! That's the spirit. The fastest way for men to build friendship is to have a fight. Lake grinned, veins bulging on his arms, posing to swing at the incoming Labu. Barrier, violent home run. Is Labu a man? And stop casually using someone else's abilities to create moves. Ling buried herself in Lake's neck, holding on tightly. Boom! The baseball bat swung out, colliding head-on with Labu, creating a shockwave that even shook the ground. The terrifying scene left everyone present. Even Kuroka's was astonished. Comparing strength with a whale, what kind of monster is this? The result of their clash was that Lake's arm went numb, and Labu got another big bump on his head. We can tentatively call a tie. Roar! Labu shook his dazed head, howling to the sky, and continued his assault. Lake stood firm, wielding the oversized barrier baseball bat, striking at Labu. Every time Labu was pushed back, he immediately charged again, while Lake kept up with him. At worst, he could let Ling poke him to trigger perfect phasing to replenish his stamina. And so, home run, roar, thunderous 8 trigrams, roar, eat my firewood, roar, boom, boom, boom. Their battle sent the sea into a frenzy, the ground shaking violently. A rare spectacle indeed. Even pirates coming down from Upside-Down Mountain, seeing this scene, were struck with fear of the Grand Line. A whale as tall as a mountain, and humans a dozen times smaller than a whale. How could these two fight against each other? And it was back and forth. The Grand Line is simply monstrous. Meanwhile, the spectators Kuroka's, Ling, and Xiao Cheng were already numb. Just like that, the fight lasted over an hour, until the sunset quietly emerged. The sun slowly sinking below the horizon. Lake had used perfect phasing to replenish his stamina over a dozen times, and finally knocked Labu down. Labu, cosplaying as Buddha, was floating quietly on the sea, his head covered in lumps, staring blankly, as if he had become numb to the world. Ha 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 ha. How about that? Was it fun? Lake stood on Labu's head, hands on his hips, laughing back. Roar. Labu let out a weak growl, giving up resistance, thinking to himself, do whatever you want. It seems I went a bit overboard. Lake scratched his head, muttering to himself. Ling, sitting in a duck-like position, was slumped on Labu, her eyes also blank, her face full of exhaustion. Although maintaining the barrier didn't consume much stamina, it was still too much for Lake to carry her while battling Labu for over an hour, her body feeling like it was falling apart. As for Lake's muttering, Ling was too exhausted to retort. The guy had been beaten to a pulp and still asked if it was fun. Is that even human? Forget it. Sometimes the master just doesn't act human. Ling sighed, her body still soft, unable to get up for the time being. Lake looked down at Labu, slowly moving forward to sit on Labu's head. Labu glanced up. Can't see. Labu, your comrades did not abandon you, Lake said in a deep voice. At this moment, the sea was relatively calm, and Lake's voice reached Labu's ears. Kuroka's also appeared on Labu's back, looking at Lake in confusion. The Rumbar pirates did not abandon you. Kuroka's pupils contracted. What is that kid talking about? Labu, hearing the words Rumbar pirates, would usually go wild, but okay. Labu no longer had the strength to go wild. Roar. Labu growled, the seawater splashing like it was dancing. There was no resistance or violent emotions. It was much quieter now. Sure enough, a good beating is needed to trigger the dialogue box. Naruto wasn't wrong. Lake stood up, on top of Labu's head, looking at the sunset, laughing loudly. Labu, let us make a promise. Kuroka's stared blankly at Lake. Another promise? Could it be? Roar? Labu's voice clearly carried confusion. It did not dislike this man. It was the first time it had fought so thoroughly until exhaustion, and it hadn't sustained much damage. At most a concussion. I will help you find the Rumbar pirates and let them come to you. Trust me, Labu. Lake shouted this with a firm tone. Roar. Half an hour later, the sky was filled with stars, and the sea sparkled. Swish, swish, swish. It was the sound of blades slicing through the air. Swish. Lake stood on Labu's head, getting closer to the red line. Holding Tianjin, he swung a slash toward the red line. Boom! Dust and sand were kicked up, shrouding that area in smoke. Done. Lake sheathed his sword, the kaleidoscope fading. Exhaling a heavy breath, smiling as he looked ahead, Ling hugged Xiao Cheng, excitedly watching her master. Kuroka's looked tense. As the dust cleared, a massive divine, triangle dart pattern appeared on the stone wall of the red line. And the ship, which originally had no flag, now bore the colored divine pattern. Lake leaped up, landing on the enormous divine stone carving, looking at Labu, shouting loudly, "Labu, let this mark be our promise. I will help you find the Rumbar pirates before it is eroded by the sea. Before that, please protect this mark, and I will definitely do it." Labu stared blankly at Lake's confident smile, then nodded heavily, roar. This is a promise between men. The moon hung high, the stars fully occupying the night sky. Encounters are coincidences, farewells are inevitable. Goodbye, stinky old man. Labu. Goodbye, old man. Labu. Meow. Kuroka sat on Labu's head. Labu floating on the water, quietly watching the departing ship, his eyes revealing a human-like reluctance. Kuroka touched the scar on Labu's head, chuckling. They're pretty good people, aren't they? At sea, a very ordinary-looking ship was currently experiencing a bloody incident, and the instigator was none other than Lake, wearing a red mask. Lake held Tianjin in one hand, standing on the deck, surrounded by dozens of fallen people, blood staining the deck, the smell of blood spreading. Ling wore a white mask, carrying the sword John Tian on her back, holding a small orange in one hand and forming seals with the other, controlling a massive light blue humanoid barrier. The small orange wore an eye patch and had a black band tied around its head, which read sea.You. In front of them was a group of people who looked no different from an ordinary merchant convoy, massacring the innocent. You pirates. D. Chapter 59 The sea, an ordinary ship, and the merciless pirates. D. The old man in the lead had a mournful expression, kneeling on the ground, looking so tragic it was heart-wrenching. The guard behind him also wore expressions of anger and sorrow. Ling tilted her head, unable to help but exclaim, "Master, how can they have the nerve to say that?" Rake shook his head. Some people grow thicker-skinned as they age. How could a group of human traffickers have the audacity to shout? Rake looked indifferently at the crowd ahead. Inside their ship's hold were over 30 children imprisoned. He never expected that before reaching the island, they would first encounter two ships engaged in human trafficking, and they chose to trade on the open sea. Not far away, there was a sinking ship, seemingly from some kingdom. It was bad luck for this group of people to run into him in the vast sea. Seeing there was no more room, the old man with white hair stood up, angrily pointing at Rake, his expression proud yet intermingled with anger. "Bastard, do you know who you are provoking? I am from the sea.You Archipelago's professional stability agency. The big shots behind us are not something a small fry like you can mess with." Professional Stability Agency? Isn't that just a human trafficking location? What a grand title, openly prohibiting the existence of slaves, yet there's a slave trading post right under their feet. How ironic. Rake felt nothing but malice towards this rotten world government. Big shots, huh? Let me hear it. Rake's expression remained indifferent as he slowly sheathed his sword. Seeing this, the old man's expression flickered with joy. After all, a small pirate just entering the Grand Line would naturally have no resistance against such big shots. "Behind me is one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Ling asked curiously, "The 7 warlords of the sea? What is that?" He. The old man laughed cruelly, explaining they are composed of 7 powerful pirates, recognized by the world, who can legally rob the seas. "Oh, who exactly are they?" Rake asked. "sea.You Professional Stability Agency." Remember, when we get to sea.You, we'll smash it. As for offending the 7 warlords? Nonsense. I even dare to toy with carp. What is there to fear from the 7 warlords? The old man immediately revealed the big boss behind this slave trade. The 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. That top powerhouse located in the second half of the Grand Line. After saying this, the old man stood tall, a cruel smile on his lips. "So, are you scared now? Hey. If you kneel down and lick my toes right now, maybe I'll let you off the hook." Of course, that was a lie. How could he let him go? You must make him a slave, put a collar around his neck. At this moment, Ling asked again, Master, why does he dare to be so arrogant when he clearly relies on someone else's name? The old man's laughter abruptly stopped, and he glared at Ling. She should also become a slave. Because he is a fool. Little Ling Rake half squatted down and gently advised, in the future, when facing a strong enemy you can't defeat, never be like him, understand? I understand. Ling nodded earnestly. Rake stood up and glanced at the old man. The dozens of guards behind him immediately shielded the old man, watching Rake warily. The old man shouted angrily, Bastard, if you dare to lay a hand on me, Lord Doflamingo will not let you go. Whoosh! Puffed. Rake's figure flashed and appeared right in front of the old man, and the guards that tried to block him were instantly sent flying, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The old man fell onto the deck, his face turning ashen. Protect the master! The guards on both sides immediately launched an attack on Rake. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and a massive pale blue arm fell into the crowd, knocking several people to the ground. Rake's eyes flashed with a smile, and in the next 2 or 3 seconds, all the remaining guards were cut down. Those who couldn't keep up with his speed would only be killed in an instant. Whoosh! Rake reappeared in front of the old man, his long knife resting against his neck. Your base is in sobriety, right? Gulp. Doflamingo, Lord, won't let you go. The old man stammered, answering incoherently. At this point, he was still threatening him. He had lived like a dog for these years, and his ears were clearly not working well. Rake chuckled lightly. I want to see if that flamingo will come after me for you. No. Whoosh. The old man's pupils constricted, clutching his neck as he fell to the ground. Rake didn't look at him. He turned his head to the side, frowning. There is someone else. A woman dressed similarly to the guards, wearing a cowboy hat, her face obscured, walked out from the side. A woman? Just the same. Human traffickers, even if they are women, must die. Whoosh! Rake appeared in front of the woman, a knife coming down from above her head. Just at the critical moment. No. The knife blade split the cowboy hat on her head in two, stopping just a few centimeters from her skull. If she were a guard, given the old man's brainwashing tactics, she would definitely fight for her life, not hide. This meant that this woman, Robin. Rake couldn't help but feel his pupils constrict. He could never forget that face. He had seen Robin with Chopper many times. Hello, masked man. The woman, Nico Robin, said calmly with a smile. In reality, her back was already drenched in cold sweat. A terrifying man. The night was deep, and the sea surface was illuminated by the moonlight, casting a layer of hazy white light. On the sea, there was a ship called the Drifter, surrounded by a starry sky. Those 2 ships involved in human trafficking had already been plundered by Rake and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Although the ships were valuable, transporting them was too troublesome. The Drifter had transformed from originally having 2 people and a cat to now having 40 children, 2 adults, and a cat. The children huddled together on the deck, afraid to speak, their eyes filled with fear. Rake, Ling, Robin, and Little Orange were at the bow of the ship. My name is Nico Robin, and I am a historian currently working with a certain organization. Robin sat with her legs crossed on the ship's railing, resting her chin on one hand, a faint smile on her face. With her black hair, classic dark skin, and a pair of black eyes exuding intellectual beauty, her facial features were distinctive and gave an overall sense of mystery. She had a cool and stylish vibe, stunningly beautiful. Master, Ling couldn't help but push Rake, puffing up her cheeks in anger as she looked at him. Ahem. Rake adjusted his non-existent glasses. Seeing the real person was a bit exciting, which was normal. As for the beauty, please, she was only 15 years old, no matter how inexperienced he was. He would dare to be so naive. And now Robin was 25, in her prime. Ling pouted. It was the first time she saw her master lost in thought because of a girl. She had thought her master was so used to killing that he had no feelings for women. Robin chuckled lightly, showing no particular reaction. Ling had already removed her mask, while Rake still wore his. Though he saw the goddess had strong intelligence capabilities, so he had to be cautious. Ling raised her head and asked Robin, Sister Robin, were you also captured by those despicable human traffickers? No, I infiltrated the slave ship to save these children. Robin replied with a gentle smile. Wow, Sister Robin, you're so brave. Ling exclaimed in surprise. Hee hee, you can't just turn a blind eye to it. Robin rested her face on her hand, smiling gently at Ling, full of tenderness. She turned to look at Lake and softly said, Mr. Mask, you don't have to scrutinize me like that. Lake leaned against the ship's wall, chuckling lightly. Ha ha. After all, it happened so suddenly, and one can't fully trust. Ah, the feeling of not being trusted is really unpleasant. It makes me so sad, Robin said with a nonchalant expression. Even her act of being sad was just half squinting her eyes. So many lies. However, saving people should be genuine. So I'll trust you for now. Lake stood with his hands in his pockets, quietly observing Robin. At this moment, Robin must have joined the criminal organization of the Shichibukai, right? Working in some kind of group, that must be it. Although I forgot the name, I still have some memory of the abilities. Master, what should we do with these kids? Ling looked at the children huddled in the corner and turned to Lake. Send them home, and by the way, enjoy the scenery of different places, Lake replied. After all, it would be too boring to just sail along one route. Robin shattered Lake's fantasy. No, these kids are all homeless. Chapter 60. You're not really happy. Huh? Homeless? Lake and Ling looked at Robin. Robin immediately explained. These children all come from the kingdom of Endriswald, which is known as the country of war. Due to the ongoing wars, the kingdom is short on funds. So they set their sights on the children who are homeless because of the war, under the guise of rescue. They collect them and sell them to the slave trading market. Even worse, the children of soldiers who died for the country are also packaged and sold to traffickers under the pretense of fostering by the royal family. This batch just happened to be seen by Lake, but the underground trade is actually much more extensive. How can this happen? Ling said angrily, clenching her fists, fuming. Those royals are simply despicable. Lake fell silent, not knowing what to say. Robin rested his face on his hand, quietly looking at the sea. After a while, Lake said, So, even if they are sent back to their hometown, they would just be sold again, right? That's right. Robin looked at Lake and nodded lightly. This is troubling, Ling worriedly asked. Then, what should they do? Robin suggested. Perhaps they could be sent to Alabasta. That country is relatively stable, and the king is known to be a benevolent ruler. Alabasta, that's the territory of Old Shaz, right? Lake glanced at Robin, the corner of his mouth gently lifting under the mask. Alabasta, the desert kingdom in the Grand Line, could be worth a visit. This man seems to see through everything. Robin's eyes curved as she smiled lightly. Robin contributed a permanent pointer to Alabasta, and the wandering travelers set sail for Alabasta. Ling, accompanied by Little Orange, began organizing the children asleep in the cabin. A group of children, the oldest only 11, the youngest 6. At the bow of the ship, Robin glanced at Lake and curiously asked, Mr. Mask, are you traveling? Yes, I want to see different views on the sea. Lake leaned against the ship's wall, looking up at the starry sky as he softly replied, That's really a great idea. Robin supported her face with her hand, smiling gently. Ha ha ha. After all, I can't just wander through this world without purpose. I don't want to live a meaningless life. So carefree. In Alabasta, in an underground office, the drifter, Hilbert Lake, has a bounty of 70 million berries, still a rookie pirate. A man sits in a swivel chair with a boss-like posture. He bites a cigar, his slick-back hair shining, his gaze dark, with a scar crossing his entire face. One hand is replaced by a golden hook, and the other holds a document. In the dim room, it's hard to tell how he can see the contents of the document. This is none other than the warlord, Crocodile, a user of the Sansan fruit, known as the one who can go a few rounds with anyone in the sea. He is particularly interested in Lake, as the Navy has issued an order to abandon their mission upon encountering him. Although it's in the East Sea, it shows that this guy is an unstoppable force in the East Sea. Huh. Crocodile exhaled a puff of thick smoke, grinning. EC a killing machine, huh? This just got interesting. On an unnamed tourist island, although dusk has fallen, it is still lively, with a swimsuit party, upbeat music, and youthful exuberance as everyone dances freely. One person lies on a bench, their face covered by newspaper. That is Carp, who is on vacation. Bogart approached Carp and whispered something. That kid is in Alabasta? Carp lay on the beach chair, removed the newspaper from his face, with remnants of a donut at the corner of his mouth. He broke his long-standing record of eating donuts today, and he feels a bit stuffed. Yes, The intel says it's highly likely he'll go to Alabasta. Bogart nodded. That kid has probably already left for Alabasta. Carp casually wiped his mouth with the newspaper and tossed it aside. That brat, as clever as a monkey. He asked Bogart. After Alabasta, what islands are nearby? Bogart thought for a moment and then replied, Carmelo Island, Bay Reef Island, and further away, Gaia Island. Gaia Island. Carp's mouth curled up. Gaia Island. I remember there's a Sky Island. Right? Yes, Mr. Carp. Bogart nodded in response. Ha ha ha. I know where that kid is going. Carp burst into laughter, stood up, and walked outside. Let's go to Gaia Island and wait for that kid. Yes. At the bow of the sea, on the wandering traveler. Lake glanced at Robin, who had a faint smile on her face, and softly said, Miss Robin, what is it? You're not really happy, are you?